Good morning. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. Media, can you turn up the mic, please? Can you hear me? Perfect. Good morning. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. This morning, we're going to hear from the Department of Tourism. And of course, we are certainly excited to hear all of the good things that's happening in the Department of Tourism. But our primary focus today is on their 2024 budget requests, as well as to hear from them as relates to what's happening in 2023, et cetera. And we'll also hear from the Department of Finance, then the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. But most definitely, we're excited to hear from the Department of Tourism. I'm going to ask the clerk. We have our senators are making their way to the chambers, so I'm not going to do the roll call until my colleagues show up. But we have to move these meetings along. These good people that's in front of us, they have their responsibilities, and we gave them a time. So I'm going to ask the clerk to read today's agenda into the record.
Hello. Good morning. Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting notice and agenda is the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Tuesday, June 13th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chamber to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Department of Tourism. Invited testifier, Mr. Joseph Boshelter, Commissioner, Department of Tourism. Block 2, Department of Finance, Ms. Clarina Modeste Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance. And Block 3, VI Public Finance Authority and Office of Disaster Recovery. Invited testifiers are Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director, Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority, and Mrs. Adrienne Williams Octalen, Director, Office of Disaster and Recovery.
Does that conclude the...
No.
Oh. Does that conclude the agenda?
This concludes the agenda, but I have two excuses.
Oh,
Madam
one
President.
second. I'll ask you for the correspondence. Thank you for the reading of the agenda. All right, so this morning we have before us the Commissioner of the Department of Tourism, Mr. Joseph Boshelter. He's here to provide testimony on his 2024 budget. And I'm going to ask the testifiers this morning to please put their name and title on the record. We're going to start with Mr. Boshelter.
Good morning, Senator.
Please recognize the mic of the testifiers.
Good morning, Senator Fred Gregory. My name is Joseph Boshelter, Commissioner of Tourism.
You could proceed. Ms. Henneman?
Good morning, Alan E. Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Good morning, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals, Department of Tourism.
All right, so I'm still waiting for my colleagues to come to the chambers. We have some that's traveling from St. Croix. So, Mr. Boshelter, I'm going to ask you to proceed with your testimony.
Morning,
then
thank you.
we will take a quorum call after.
Morning, thank you, Senator. I think this morning we want to start with a brief 60-second video so that we can have the senators and the listening audience and viewing audience have a view of just some of the things that we do in tourism.
That's fine. Media, are you prepared to roll it up? You may proceed. was just getting into it. What a good way to start your morning to see, you know, the exciting things that's happening in the Virgin Islands. This is a really good time to be a Virgin Islander, don't you agree?
Agree, 100%.
Absolutely, it's a good time to be a Virgin Islander. So you may proceed with your testimony. Oh, before you proceed, I'm seeing our Senate President, Senator Novalee Francis Jr. I think I'm seeing him in the St. Croix chamber. Someone is standing in front of him, but I believe that's him. It's not you. Yes, Senator Novalee Francis Jr. is here. Proceed with your testimony, and of course we have our Senator Angel Bulkas Jr., non-committee member, that's here with us this morning. We'll await the other senators, but you may proceed, Commissioner Bushelti.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Good morning, Finance Committee Chairwoman, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, committee members, and senators of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joseph Bushelta, Department of Tourism Commissioner. Pursuant to your invitation, I appear before you today to present the Department of Tourism's budget for the fiscal year 2024 as requested by the Office of Management and Budget. Joining me today are members of my executive team, Assistant Commissioner Alan E. Henneman, and the Director of Festivals, Ian Turnbull. I would also like to recognize the rest of our department team members who are busy, hard at work, but following this hearing online. For the past 3 years, the United States Virgin Islands tourism story has been a chronicle of the territory's incredible growth as a premier Caribbean destination. We experienced exponential growth in airlift, accommodations, and the marine sector as travelers poured into the territory to escape the challenges of quarantine and seclusion during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Department of Tourism's team and I rallied under the support of Governor Albert Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach's leadership to quickly reopen the territory to guests in June 2020. Together, we immediately shifted from our pre-pandemic marketing strategy, doubling down on key feeder markets to support our then new normal. As the markets begins to normalize and global tourism returns, we continue to grow as a leader in the Caribbean travel market, garnering national and international recognition. Recently, we were cited by the CHTA, Caribbean Hotel Tourism Association, and Ford Keys, an independent market research company, as the most resilient destination. As the competitive landscape continues to shift, the department and I will rely on a few key actionable lessons that we learned during the pandemic to continue to succeed in the re-emergent market. Pliability to move with the challenges, realignment to set and achieve new goals, and resilience to overcome adversities. This fiscal year, we have already seen positive visitor arrival numbers during winter 2022-2023, visitor arrivals from the U.S. increased by 15%, totaling nearly 295,000 airline passengers. However, our wins didn't stop there, as the territory's sharing economy accommodation shattered all previous records, up an impressive 10.4% at $413.5 million for the fiscal year, for the year ending in February 2023, according to AirDNA Trend Report. Although our traditional hotel accommodations experienced a slight softening of 1.6%, our hotel occupancy rate of 75.2% exceeds the region's occupancy rate by 2%. Additionally, hotel bookings within the territory outpaced the regional average daily rate, ADR, of $370.57, coming in at $649.81. Revenue per available room, RevPAR, in the USVI also soars above the regional average. For example, February 2023 was $488.43 compared to the region at $272.73. We expect that the reopening of large-scale hotel accommodations, these numbers will undoubtedly continue to grow throughout the fourth quarter. Our hotel room occupancy tax collection in fiscal year 2022 was an astounding $45 million the highest tax hotel revenue ever collected, compared to $35 million in 2021. Based on our projections for the fiscal year 2023, we expect revenue to exceed $40 million, continuing a trend surpassing our pre-COVID numbers. These tax revenues subsidize the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, TARF, which fully funds salaries, destination and event marketing programs, tourism conferences, and numerous community events. Additionally, hotel and sharing economy visitors contribute significantly to direct and indirect revenue for local businesses. The Department of Tourism continues to aggressively market the territory at preeminent industry conferences nationwide and throughout the Caribbean year-round. Last month, our team solidified its strong positioning with a robust presence at the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association's Marketplace in Barbados, Caribbean Hotel Revenue Investment Conference, CRIS, in Florida, and the U.S. Travel Association's IPW in Texas. Between the three events, we showcased the USVI's brands, Naturally in Rhythm, and St. Croix, a vibe like no other, to thousands and thousands of people, including our industry counterparts, buyers, and media. The in-depth marketing research and expertise of our advertising team has led to the development of a bold new marketing strategy targeting multi-generational and multi-ethnic visitors. The Naturally in Rhythm national campaign launched last fall, featuring new print and billboard ad campaigns, a reimagined website, pop-up events, online giveaways, media outreach, press trips, and a social media influencer program. The advertising campaign is designed to inspire visitors to evoke their five senses and fall naturally in rhythm with the various islands' diverse culture and natural wonders, and focus on our most precious resource, the people of the Virgin Islands. Through our performance tracking with Adara this year, we have generated 298 million overall media impressions. This, along with our revised website, helped generate over 91 million in hotel and vacation rental revenue for the first 2 months of 2023, a 7.4% increase over the same period in 2022. Although the USVI's new national marketing campaign promotes all three islands, our research indicates that a standalone branding campaign for St. Croix provides its own spotlight on the national stage. This campaign's tagline, St. Croix, a vibe like no other, speaks to all the natural charms of St. Croix, showcasing the people, heritage, culture, and the allure of the Twin Cities. We continue to push the St. Croix brand and unique marketing campaigns throughout various activations and hotel promotions, including the extended Vibe Hotel and Airfare Credit summer promotional deal with local hoteliers. Our public relations and organic social media campaigns support our various marketing initiatives, coordinate broadcast interviews for satellite media tours, secure prestigious tourism awards for our destination, issue press releases, and pursue media opportunities domestically and internationally. In 2022, we expanded our public relations strategy to be more expansive beyond traditional travel media and inclusive of our expanded target demographic to include the diaspora, diversity in age, socioeconomic, race, and location, while still reinforcing tried and true tactics that have helped launch the territory into the broader media landscape. Over the past year, we have garnered 962 media placements, which nets an ad value of more than $6 billion. Key features include 13 placements on SportsIllustrated.com, multiple placements in travel, trade, and local media spotlighting, Trunk Bay being named number 6 beach in the world. Cover feature on Black Meetings and Tourism magazine, Carnival Spotlight and Revolt TV, and much more. On the hotel development front, 2 luxury hotels are reopening this month: the Westin Beach Resort and Spa and Morningstar Bowie House Beach Resort, an Autograph Collection hotel at the Frenchman's Reef property, are a critical component to the sustaining overnight guests' growth. After being offline for 6 years because of the decimation caused by the hurricanes, this property will add approximately 500 new rooms and much-needed meeting space for business events and weddings. Additionally, Sugar Bay Resort and Spa was recently purchased and has begun renovations after severe storm damage caused by the 2017 hurricanes. With these major renovated hotel properties coming back online and other hotel projects in the pipeline, we forecast strong demand for accommodations to continue throughout 2024. At last year's budget presentation, we promised that our team would work with the cruise partners locally and stateside to regain and grow our cruise industry. We are pleased to report that the destination has shown significant gains in port calls in both St. Thomas and St. Croix, and the robust demand for the cruise experience has led to more ships visiting the territory at 100% capacity. In 2022, 1.6 million passengers arrived at Waiko and Crown Bay in St. Thomas. In 2023, we are forecasting that the two St. Thomas ports will gain an additional 200,000 passengers. Moreover, we are very pleased that St. Croix's Frederiksted Pier received more than 83,000 passengers in 2022 and will gain an additional 67,000 passengers in 2023, well surpassing our pre-COVID numbers. The cruise industry, airlift, and accommodations are the three pillars that support our tourism economy, which represents over 60% of the USVI's GDP. However, the lifeblood of tourism is our people, our culture, our history and traditions, such as beloved festivals in St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, which showcase the spirit and the pride of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The USVI is the only Caribbean destination that hosts three distinct carnival celebrations throughout the year. One spring, summer, and winter events give the territory global recognition and provide visitors with free, world-class live entertainment. This year, the department's mission is to elevate the stature of all festivals throughout the territory. The success of the St. Croix Festival set the tone for the 71st annual St. Thomas Carnival. Our goal is to give our festivals the cachet which rivals the reputations of larger carnivals globally. This year, St. Thomas Carnival hosted thousands of festival goers and garnered $7.1 million in hotel revenue for March and April. This is an almost 300% increase year over year. Likewise, average length stay increased from 3.85 days in 2022 to 7 days in 2023 for the same months. This highlights a direct increase in both searching and booking for hotel and accommodations that are directly related to Carnival. A new addition to the festivals was a cross-promotional deal with Uber Soca Spring Cruise to produce an onshore concert for their 3,700 passengers and the local festival goers during the St. Thomas Carnival. The success of the concert was captured by the picturesque photo of over 5,000 revelers traversing on the new waterfront promenade headed into the St. Thomas Carnival Village. The Uber Soca partnership targeted a wide net of consumers, from the young reveler to the seasoned festival goer, creating brand loyalty and awareness and securing the USVI's positioning as a top-tier carnival destination. This event alone garnered a media of social media impressions estimated at 10 million across multiple media platforms. We look forward to strengthening St. Croix's brand when we host this dynamic event there next year. For fiscal year 2024, we have secured several marketing initiatives that have been highly successful, especially in the sports arena. To continue to build consumer awareness of the U.S. Virgin Islands in key markets that have direct flight service to the territory, the Department of Tourism recently announced a multi-year extension of a successful marketing partnership with the Boston Red Sox organization, as well as a similar sponsorship with the Chicago Cubs. Campaign ads for the territory and St. Croix are currently in circulation for these MLB sponsorships. We are currently closing similar deals with the NFL. Additionally, we have secured sponsorship placement for several collegiate games at Boston's Fenway Park. This was the first deal of its kind for the Caribbean region. To celebrate this partnership and garner publicity for the USVI, last month, Governor Bryan threw out the ceremonial first pitch at Fenway Park at a Red Sox versus Blue Jays game. Another national partnership, which launched at the top of 2023, was the Clutch Sports Group, a Black-owned and leading American sports management agency. Through this collaborative partnership, the department is aligning the territory with leading figures in entertainment, NBA, NFL, and the WNBA. The relationship began with traditional brand sponsorship at two of the most sought-out invite-only events at the Super Bowl and NBA All-Star Weekend. Turning to our marine sector, the territory became one of the hottest yachting destinations in the region during the pandemic. And last year, charter yachts generated almost $88 million that reverberated throughout our economy. This sector attracts high net worth individuals, and the Department of Tourism is focusing on new strategies to target this very lucrative market by strengthening our partnerships with key marine stakeholders and collaborating with the private, public, and government sectors on marine initiatives and incentives. Today, global tourism competition is tightening up. Our Caribbean competitors continue to improve their product and relentlessly market and promote their brand with big TV and print ad budgets and aggressive marketing campaigns. We know that the economy in the United States faces challenging headwinds this year with inflation, high interest rates, rising prices, and rumors of recession. Obviously, these challenges may impact consumer spending, but by all indications, the travel business remains strong. If we, Virgin Islanders, hold fast and work together, our tourism industry will not only persevere, but exceed expectations. The tourism team has put in place a marketing strategy that has been highly effective these past few years. Our team continues to strive to be quick, creative, and flexible when reacting to challenges and changes in the global market. We are pursuing new ways to make our brand more dynamic and exciting to the next generation. This includes new ideas from our festival division and developing innovative partnership for our sports tourism programs. And we remain committed to strengthening every part of the spectrum of tourism that gives us a competitive edge in every sector of our business, from the cruise industry to airlift to the marine and to the meeting and incentive division. The Department of Tourism also continues to work with the governor and across various government agencies to ardently protect our precious environment, our ocean and beaches that are the crown jewels of the territory. As climate change causes more catastrophic weather events, coral reef death, and sargassum overgrowth. Additionally, marine pollution, including plastic, sewage, and chemical waste, threatens not only our home waters, but the entire Caribbean Sea. We have added an addendum section to provide further updates on airlift, accommodations, our cruise industry, our marketing public relations campaign, the marine sector, international marketing, and our meetings, incentive, conferences, and exhibitions program, as well as reports, and a section on our goals and strategies for 2024. We have included our fiscal year 24 budget that allows our department to sustain our momentum. It gives our team the resources to continue to make valuable alliances and to promote the USVI as the marquee destination in the Caribbean and to build upon our St. Croix-specific branding. This budget will also support traditional and digital advertising, sales and marketing, strategic partnerships, public relations, and community involvement. Our recommended budget for fiscal year 2024 is $34,276,029, which is an increase from fiscal year 2023 budget of $30,097,941. This is a 13% increase. The Department of Tourism expenditures are solely funded by the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund. The aforementioned budget will cover all operational costs for the department's salaries and fringe benefits, contracts, office expenses, special division operations, sponsorships, collateral, public relations, and marketing. Although the TARP fund balance remains strong, we intend to execute our mandate to market the territory on an approved fiscal year budget, as this fund is very vulnerable and can quickly be diminished by natural and man-made disasters. Our budget breakdown is outlined on page 29 in Appendix A through F and gives monetary breakdown for the budgeted categories. In conclusion, I want to extend my thanks to the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and our devoted and hard-working tourism team for their relentless commitment and efforts during these challenging times. To the 34th Legislature, we look forward to working with you and thank you for your support over the years to ensure the U.S. Virgin Islands continues to shine as a premier travel destination. Thank you for this opportunity to present our summary for fiscal year 2023 and the Department of Tourism budget recommendations for fiscal year 2024. We stand ready to address any inquiries or concerns you have. Oh, sorry. 35th. Eyes, all eyes.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I see that you do have an extensive, which we really wanted to hear about today, but we do have the chair. You have an extensive testimony with a lot of additional information about the great things that's happening in tourism. We do have the chair of the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee. He is a member of this committee, so it's my hope that at some point that you will come to the legislature to share all of these exciting things that's happening. But I can't start the meeting without first, well, let me just first ask for a roll call. Let me ask for the roll call. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Madam Chair, we have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you. Do you have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have correspondence.
You may proceed.
June 13th, 2023. The Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Chairperson, Capitol Building, Charlotte St. Thomas, USVI. Dear Chairperson Fred Gregory, please be advised that I will be out of the territory from June 12th to June 15th, 2023, to attend the National Accreditation for Hospitals annual meeting. This conference represents an annual meeting of behavioral health professionals from the nation's largest hospitals and facilities. It will include days of in-depth policy discussions with many sessions to choose from, industry keynote speakers, and plenty of opportunities to network and collaborate. Therefore, as the chairman of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services, I found it prudent to be in attendance and to participate in the discussions. As such, kindly mark me excused and share any pertinent documents with my office. Cordially, Senator Ray Fonseca, Member, Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance for the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. June 12, 2023. The Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Marley, VI. Dear Madam Chair, I regret to inform you that due to illness, I will be unable to attend the budget hearings scheduled for today, for Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. Please mark my absence as excused, and please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused, as well as my best wishes for a productive hearing. Sincerely, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Vice President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam President, Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the two notices.
Thank you. Please mark Senator Blyden as excused, as well as Senator Fonseca. So we're ready to proceed, but I started out by saying that I could not officially start this meeting without, let me just acknowledge the fact that Senator Franklin Johnson is also here with us. He is on Teams, and we have our Senate President in the St. Croix Chambers, and Senator Franklin Johnson is a non-committee member, so thank you for taking the time out to be here. But I can't officially start this meeting without first congratulating our Commissioner of Tourism on his recent honor or acknowledgement that he is the Caribbean Tourism Executive of the Year for 2023. Congratulations. Yes. When you win, we win. So this is good stuff. So I'm very excited and to hear that we were able to be acknowledged in this way. So just give us a little snippet as to what does that entail?
Well, I think one of the things we were fortunate in a very difficult time in COVID-19 as a community and as a territory to perform well. So we, from a tourism standpoint, followed the lead of the governor and lieutenant governor to promote the territory. But I think sometimes what gets lost in our strong performance was our community were the people at the airports accepting people. Our National Guard was at the airport looking at the testing of people coming in. The people at the front line at the hotels, the taxi drivers, all of these made the destination and the territory stand out strong. Our tourism team, we supported and we led from a marketing standpoint, but there was no way I could receive the acknowledgement of being a top tourism leader without the support of our team and the community. As we move around and have conversations on a day-to-day basis, the taxi drivers are on the front line. You know, the front desk of our hotels on the front line. Of the people in our restaurants and bars that make memories for people on the front line. So we thank them all. And of course, the Senate helps us because if you don't appropriate the budget, you know, we can't do as much. So we thank you for that as well, Senate. And last year, and the last 2 years, you were the Senate President. So you were the one that were shepherding us, helping us move forward in doing the good things we're doing.
You're good. You're good, but when we all work together, great things happen in the Virgin Islands. So good morning, colleagues, again, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. We do have the Commissioner of Tourism and his awesome team before us today. Particularly, I am just elated that you have Alani. You know, sometimes I try to mix up the naming. Alani Gregory is Alani Henneman. Yeah, Alani Henneman as your assistant commissioner. She is just an awesome leader, and she's very responsive. You could call her any time of the day or night. She'd be like, okay, I'm in a meeting, I'll step out if you need me to. She's just that good. So you really have a good team. Ian is awesome. He's doing all that he can do. Although, you know, Ian is a churchman, so I really try to understand like how this thing aligns, but he's really proved himself out, you know. You know, he was secretly looking at the thing them online when he was younger, you know, but I just have to tell you that you have a good team, and I definitely see the Virgin Islands going places with your leadership as the Commissioner of Tourism. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. You know, tourism is an executive branch department. However, what was it, the 33rd or the 34th? The 33rd legislature, when I came on board, they were getting funds from the general fund. And I was like, well, wait, these people generating their own money? They need to be covering their own expenses. I don't think they were so happy about it in the beginning. But it gives them autonomy. They have a level of autonomy to really do what's necessary to support the tourism and to promote the Virgin Islands in a very unique way. And I think that's so important, and it's evident by what we're seeing. I think when I came here as a senator, the tourism revolving fund had like, I would say about 40 million. and now we're seeing leaps and bounds in the tourism revolving fund. So we got work to do. And the one question I'll ask you just to start out the conversation is, you know, you talked about the fact that the Virgin Islands did so well during the COVID period, and that's because when the Caribbean countries were closed, we remained open and we did what we had to do as a U.S. territory to ensure that we were able to continue to generate revenues and, you know, shore up our tourism market. But now that the Caribbean is open, how do you see that impacting, if impacting the industry here in the Virgin Islands?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator. Very, very competitive environment today in the tourism space. As you mentioned, the entire Caribbean is open right now. I think the last Caribbean destination that opened, it was a toss-up between the Turks and Caicos and Cayman Islands, but now everybody's open. I think that we continue to shine. The most recent numbers out of CHTA, the USVI was #1 for the first quarter of 2023. And this includes all our top rivals, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. We still rank #1. But it's a concerted effort to continue to stay visible, continue to understand what the market demands of us in terms of experience, wants. And I think what has also helped us do extremely well is our cruise ship business that we didn't have for 18 months has been very strong. Actually, I would say stronger than we expected it as we closed out 2022 and into 2023. We didn't believe that we would be at 100% on ships until later in 2023. And now, on average, into the territory, the ships are coming in 92% full, and many of them 100% full. So that has helped the economy as well and helped our positioning. But moving forward into 2024, we have to continue to stay aggressive. I think that there are some things from an infrastructure standpoint that when we all vacation, we like to look forward. Cleanliness, safety, the airports have to be efficient. And I think those things are sometimes overlooked because we just want to look at the bright new toys like the Westin, the Frenchman Reef, and, you know, some of the other properties that we have. But, you know, I'm a firm believer that if we do the little things, the blocking and tackling, will continue to be a top-tier tourism destination.
Awesome. So thank you. Okay, so Senators, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. That works? So 5 minutes? 4 minutes. You know, you guys always get a little extra. So let's go to a 4-minute round. And we're going to start with Senator Angel Bulques. And again, this morning, be reminded that we're discussing the 2024 budget presentation as well as what's happening in 2023. So you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Central staff. Good morning to the tourism team. Again, congratulations, Commissioner. Tourism boosts our revenue in our economy and creates thousands of jobs and supports the development of our infrastructure and gives us a sense of cultural pride for the experience that we exchange with foreigners who come here to visit us. And in your testimony, you stated that our hotel room tax collections in 2022 were about 30% higher than the previous year. Could you tell us what credits that 30% increase? What would you say credited that increase?
I would say there are a couple factors that help credit it. One is occupancy rates, the highest in the region. So we average over 75% of our rooms are filled. Secondly, we have amongst the highest, if not the highest, average daily rate for our rooms, so we get 12.5% off of those rates. And lastly, we have a very, very strong sharing economy, predominantly Airbnb. So we do really, really well, and there is an agreement in place that allows the Bureau of Tax to collect 12.5% from those sharing economy rooms as well.
Okay. Would that also be your marketing strategy as well?
Well, we don't necessarily push directly for the tough monies. What we try to do is represent from a marketing and advertising experience and memory making. And from that standpoint, people choose. Because what the Senate Chair just for the committee just mentioned, it's very competitive out there. So people have options to go to many different hotels and Airbnbs. But I think what makes the difference is the beauty of the destination, the people, and then if they have those checked, then they'll find the proper accommodations for their particular want.
Okay, so let's shift gears into cultural experience. What with this budget that's before us, what are your plans to enhance our tourism product when it comes to our cultural experience?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think we definitely through our division of festivals continue to find ways to engage the community from a traditional cultural standpoint. I believe that there are other things that we can do in terms of having the private sector and particularly entrepreneurs find a way to build their product and get them sold. So we have our website. We've been working with a Google optimization plan that we engage the community on all 3 islands to bring to the department their ideas and their businesses. And then we help them in terms of how they position themselves on social media and the internet to become more visible. Because I think those are the ways that the culture really gets out, right? We in tourism, we could represent, and you could see the MOCO and you could see the videos. But ultimately, when people want to truly experience the culture,
1 minute.
they have to get it from the people.
So I have 1 minute left, and let's switch gears to St. John, since we're talking about cultural experiences. For the latter portion of last week, I've been working very closely with the chair of the committee on St. John. They have had a number of challenges finding space. I went over to the West End, spoke to the general manager there, trying to see if I could assist with getting a space for the Queen show. I understand, unfortunately, now it's
30
it's still going to
seconds.
happen, but it's going to be at Idorican
No.
School. That's what the last thing I heard. So, but what I'm trying to say is that we need a little bit more assistance on St. John, because based on the conversations that I've been having, there was a lot of challenges that we were having over there. And, we want this event, our carnival on St. John, to go off as smoothly as St. Thomas and St. Croix. Could you please elaborate on what's
If it's okay,
happening
Senator,
now?
can I ask Ian Tom
Time.
to give a response?
Yes. Madam Chair, may he please? Thank you.
Good morning, Senator. Boca is Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Yes, we did have some challenges in the beginning, but now we are making those things right. The actual Queen show is actually going to be held at the Village. Just as I know that you went and contacted a couple of people, and we had the same challenges. But now we're going to have it at the Village on the 24th. And because of some of the challenges, we're looking to make that show free, so that the public can still take part in it, and they're not spending money to come and see such a great show. Yeah.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I make one quick statement, please? Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you so much. I'm happy to hear that, because, on St. John, as you know, with the space that we have available to us, we see this challenge from time to time on many cases. So I'm glad to hear that you're making an exception to be able to let it be free for the people. So I want to thank you for that. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bulkes. Very quickly, so let's talk personnel for a little while. Okay? So in FY 2023, your personnel budget reflected some $2.3 million. And this year, you're asking for 2.5 for the most part. That's a $130,000 difference. Y'all have the post-auditor report, correct? Because we should have sent it out to you.
Yeah, we don't have it. I don't have it. But we could speak off of what we have.
They need a copy of the post-audit report. Okay. When was the last time salary increases were granted to the employees at Department of Tourism?
It's okay if I ask Ms. Henneman to respond?
Good morning, Alani Henneman. The employees haven't gotten a raise since prior to COVID. It's funny that you asked, because we are currently working to give the staff
Why
raises.
since prior to COVID? What year? What year?
2017, I want to say. I think that was a 3% increase that went out to all government employees. And then the commissioner came in, and it was 17, 18. Commissioner came in 18, 19, and then we had COVID. So we lobbied the Senate. We did get the funding to give the raises because we were taken off of the general fund and we're now on the TARF, we have to redo all our PRFs and NOPAs. And so that we don't have to do that process twice, we're doing everything one time, increasing the salaries and retroing to October 1st
Of what year?
of 2022.
So your employees, for the most part, are exempt or non-union classified?
And we have 3 classified employees, and that also held us up from applying the raises because we waited for the union to finish the negotiations so that we could do everybody one time.
So you have 3, what union are they in?
Steel workers,
And how many employees do you have?
20 currently.
How many employees at tourism?
20.
20?
20. And if you look in the budget,
20
you'll see.
employees. And we didn't get them a raise from since 2017?
Correct.
How did that happen? I mean, I love y'all, but we can't do that. And why are we retro paying them back to 22? Everybody else in this government been getting money? Y'all gotta answer that one. We gotta look out for our people. We talking about 20 people.
Agree.
No, y'all can't agree. We got hair. What are you gonna do? You can't retro. I'm saying 2017. You're telling me you're retroactively paying them back to fiscal year 23. I mean,
Senator, I agree. I mean, we would love to pay our employees more. I mean, we operate within a budget system. We definitely can have the conversation with the governor and the director of OMB.
what's the cost? What's the cost for the 2023 increases?
It's roughly it's about 43,000.
Okay. So y'all don't need to have no conversation with no governor. Y'all need to give him the proposal and have it signed and pay the people. I mean, come on, guys. I want us to put it in the budget for because we will.
No,
we will.
We'll have the conversation
Colleagues?
with the governor.
I mean, we can't do that. We can't do that. Y'all are touting about all of these exciting things. So now I turn to a different direction. We praise, and now it's time for blows. Yeah, I mean, y'all are doing an excellent job, but you can't do it without your employees. So your employees have to feel good about themselves. So of course you know that I didn't just come out of the sky with this. Y'all know what's up, right?
Right.
Yeah, your employees are not happy. I mean, and if they're not doing their part, then you have to make sure that you hold them accountable. But we got to take care of them. Because everybody else in this government got salary increases. We see it. They come before us in front of the legislature, and sometimes our eyes are like, whoa. Come on, Commissioner. Don't nod your head. You're talk low. You're a man that got the gift of gab.
No, I hear you.
You got to take care of these people, man.
We will fix it.
Yes, and if you don't give us something by the end of this budget cycle, we're gonna put it in the budget. We will.
We will fix it.
So if you make that commitment, let us know. But you need to look back. You say you got to talk to the OMB director, but she's been granting salary increases to her staff every year, literally. So, and you, like I said earlier, you have, which I got to talk to you about these fund balances. But I'm gonna go to the next senator. But you have you're autonomous. You're not autonomous, but you're in the executive branch. But you are one of the exec D, I think, other than the lieutenant governor's office, who basically generates your revenues to cover your expenses. So,
I hear you
if you're
loud and clear,
sharp and
Senator.
you feel that is a challenge, then we could figure out how to assist you with something. But we gotta help these employees. We gotta take care of them. These are our people.
Agreed, and
Okay?
we have the funds.
All right. So, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it got me vibrating because that's my one question I'm going to ask everybody. But through the chair, could you submit with the 20 personnel that you have, the structure, the pay structure, even before you talk to the OMB director, through the chair, submit it, then we'll deal with it after. Okay, so at least get something in right away so we could get this here going. Okay? Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
We will.
Point
Senator.
of
Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, and good morning to my colleagues, and of course, good morning to Team Tourism. And of course, I want to extend my congratulations as well for the recognition that was given to the Commissioner Bashelti. And I have a few questions. First of all, Commissioner, I noticed in this budget, at least our post-audit report indicate that there's no capital projects earmarked for FY24. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, let me ask Ms. Honeyman to respond.
Good morning, Senator. No, not at this time. We have no capital projects.
So there's nothing that you all want to do, no improvement, no significant improvement that will benefit the people of the Virgin Islands during this budget cycle?
I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying that at the time we prepared the budget, we didn't have any capital projects in the pipeline.
Okay, do you have any now that you have already prepared a budget?
No, I don't think so, Senator. I think most of our funding for this fiscal year and fiscal year 2024 are more into programming and marketing and advertising. You know, we have...
Very well.
Okay.
I'm satisfied with that. If you don't have any, that's fine. In respect to this budget, there is a $4 million increase. Can you speak to what is the forecast or projection? How do you intend to spend that $4 million increase?
Yes, Senator. Those monies are primarily allocated to our marketing and advertising and public relations. So that includes all of our spend on digital media, social media, TV, and print broadcasting, as well as our continual support in trade shows across the region and the United States. And lastly, a continued push to improve relationships and promotion in areas that are new to the territory: sports tourism, festivals outside of our three main festivals, a couple examples.
Very well. And also in the post-audit report, it reflects that there is 25% earmarked for marketing for each of the districts. Well, you have the entire Virgin Islands at 25%, but for St. John it's 25% and the St. Croix is 25%. Can you speak to the dollar value that represent that 25% for St. John and St. Croix?
Yeah, off the top of my head, it would be somewhere around 4 million to 6 million for each island out of the total marketing advertising spend. So all of the dollars for St. Croix are viable like no other. Like we have a hotel tourism promotion going on for St. Croix right now, of which we have 12 hotels that are have partnered with the Department of Tourism. Within the promotion, we provide a $250 airline credit to travelers over 16. So monies like that would come out and would support into the market and promotion of St. Croix specifically. St. John, on the other hand,
your direct revenues coming into the Department of Tourism? What is your direct revenues?
The direct revenues
outside of the residuals.
Yeah, well, our primary KPI is the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, and for
30 seconds.
For 22, it was 45 million. It was a record year. Last year was 31 million. This year we're projecting over 40 million. So that's our litmus test, is how well that fund does, and it's doing very well. Of course, when the fund is doing well, then we ask the governor and OMB for what we think we need for budget, and of course we come to you to hopefully agree and approve.
And my final question on this particular round, as my time wrap up, is in regards to the opening of the BVI airport. Do you see that as a hindrance in terms of airlift coming to the St. Thomas, St. John district? And how do you intend to offset that?
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate the BVI government and the tourism team. I think it's a great accomplishment for them. We don't, in this particular district and territory, we don't see that as a challenge for us. It's 79 passengers, one flight, and they had 2 on Saturdays that they're trying to do. So, and then when you look at the pricing of those flights, they're very, very expensive. So since those flights have gone into effect this month, our flights are still coming in full into St. Thomas. So we just see it as a positive, because if the region has more lift, I think all of us will ultimately benefit.
Very well. Madam Chair, can I follow up with just one final question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Commissioner, in terms of cost savings, do you foresee any cost savings in FY23? And do you intend to complete or come in the red or in the black during the end of this fiscal year?
We definitely believe we'll come in the black. We are very conscious of the spend. So our team, we meet regularly to discuss the spends, and it goes across divisions inside of tourism. So whether it's our marketing budget, whether it's our festivals budget, but all of them, we're very looking closely at them, and we don't believe we'll be over budget in any of those.
Very well. And my final is in terms of vendors' payment. Do you have any pending vendors' payment at this time?
Yes. I'm not sure the list because the list continues to be fluid, but we continue to receive information, meaning invoices from vendors. We process them immediately, and then we work it through the process. Sometimes it's on the government. Sometimes it's on the vendors in terms of their paperwork not being correct. So there's a back and forth to make sure everything is correct. The good news, like I tell our vendors, is that we have the money to pay. It's just making sure that the process is met, and then they will be paid.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Senator Francis. Please remember me on session day. Let's go to the fund balances. Who's your CFO? Because I noticed that you're not here with a CFO.
Yeah, we've been trying to hire a CFO for a little bit. We've had several different interviews. We haven't been able to close one yet. We are working closely with our other government agencies.
So who's doing your transactions and your
collectively? The assistant commissioner, myself. We have Ms. Durant, who's our director of operation, that plays a role. We have a fiscal officer that plays a role. So you
have a fiscal officer.
We do have a fiscal officer.
So let me tell you why I'm asking you this question. So the 2024 budget, of course, come down with the fund balances. And I don't know if you had an opportunity to look at it. But something is woefully wrong with it. So based on the numbers that I'm seeing, it's not tying to your expenses. So the information in front of me starts from 2021. But it showed that in 2021, your beginning balance...
What page are we?
On the budget book? 46.
We just want to follow all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and of course, we've had extensive discussions. I have had extensive discussions with the Department of Finance about really getting these fund balances correct, because it's very difficult for us to make decisions around our budget with these types of glaring fund balances that are not accurate. So the revenues, the beginning balance in 21 was 64.5 million. And the revenue says 36 million. And the obligations was only 9.5 million. What year did we start you out with covering your entire budget?
That was 2021. 2021.
So these numbers are inaccurate.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things, Senator, that have to happen. One is, and we had this conversation because we ourselves are trying to manage it from what we can control, right? So, and I'd say that from a fiscal standpoint, we don't collect the revenues.
Let's talk about the revenues. So the revenues are collected from the so there are 3 buckets, correct?
Correct.
Based on the information that's in front of us. So one of the buckets is tied to businesses providing telecommunication services, right? So when those funds hit, does it hit to internal revenue or it hits directly to DOF?
DOF.
That sounds like a DOF
It goes
hit, right?
directly to DOF.
So that's finance. The next one is the hotel tax. So that's IRB.
Correct.
Right? And then the other one is any bank or foreign operating sharing use of a consumer fund. So that's also
DOF.
Lieutenant Governor, DOF, right?
Correct.
And then so that's your revenue buckets. And then your your expenses are processed in the Department of Finance's ERP system, right?
Correct.
Correct.
So you have an M account. What's your, what do you call it? Your card center?
That's the fund. The TARF is the unbanked.
What's
too.
the number? What is M what?
I don't know the M number, but
Or GE something something?
yeah, I'd
Okay,
have
so-
to get for you.
More than likely it's a M number because it's
Yeah.
a special fund.
It's a special fund, correct?
But finance ain't hitting these transactions. So what's happening if we are not seeing this hitting here? They're still taking this money out of the general fund. In order for us to move this budget forward, they're gonna clean this up. So I'm hoping that finance is listening. We can't continue year on year moving, making appropriations on fund balances that are woefully inaccurate. This year, 2023, your budget is what, 30 million? 30 million.
Correct.
30 million for
And then some
2023, I'm sorry,
appropriations,
right?
Correct.
And we had two carnivals, two festivals, carnival. You spent $16.8 million with all the work that you're doing.
Well, I mean, we don't spend as much as people may think in festivals to put on these events.
But you're marketing and all
we
the
are
other good
marketing.
things you
We are
talked
marketing.
about.
Yeah, Senator, we put in, I mean, we've been having ongoing conversations with the Department of Finance, right? Because we are trying ourselves to make sure that we understand what's available. I think Senator Francis asked us a question about vendor payments. And, in one sense, we are completely off the general fund. But in the other sense, everything we do is dependent upon the central government. So all the payments, all the collection of revenues, everything is there. So
Yeah, but the revenues are there. We're seeing the revenues.
Agreed. So we continue to do what is expected through property and procurement, and then the Department of Finance, and then
You're deflecting.
no, but I'm just being honest.
No, but you're
with you.
deflecting. So this is the issue. The issue is, this is, of course, not your responsibility. In speaking to, I asked the post auditor, full disclosure, to find out why these numbers look the way they look, because we are making a decision around a budget that's a request that's 34 million. And of course, in addition to that, you have all of your advertising and all the work that you do with your festivals/carnivals that you also have to take care of, in addition to all the the sponsorship that you
Right.
do throughout the territory, right? So we have to be able to ensure that what we see in front of us is accurate. But when we see numbers like this, we know that this information is inaccurate. So in speaking to Ms. Clarina at Finance, she's indicated, and I just full disclosure, that they are waiting for information from you all, which don't seem right to me. Okay? So that's why I asked about the buckets. Finance have to record the revenues. You are sending the transactions through the Department of Finance system. So finance's system is to be picking up the expenditures.
Correct?
Yeah, so I didn't understand what the response was. So we're going to find out, but I'm telling you right now, we are not going to move this budget forward unless they reconcile this tourism advertising revolving fund. They can't continue to do this. This is misleading because right now they're saying available for budget is 77.6 million, but in fiscal year 2022, they said that you only obligated or spent $16.8 million.
We spend more.
So you carry over 118. So we're going to ask them to reconcile this. They're going to have to take night and make day to fix this one. We need to understand exactly what's happening with this account. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the Virgin Islands. Greetings, testifiers. Thank you for being here. The Convention and Visitors Bureau. I see here for FY 2024, you're requesting or recommending $317,522 for 4 positions. And I guess that's on the Tourism Revolving Fund. What are those 4 positions?
What
Ms.
page are
Animan?
you- Sorry, what page are you on, Senator? I just want to follow.
That's in the post-audit report.
Oh, you're in the post-audit report. Okay. It just makes a difference because the way it is outlined, sorry, Alan E. Hanneman, the way it is outlined in our book versus post-audit is different. But the Convention and Visitor Bureau is the Visitor Experience Division.
The 4 positions.
So the 4 positions, and it'll be easier for me to follow it this way, will be customer care coordinators for both the St. Thomas, St. John district and St. Croix.
Okay, so 2 for each district?
Yes.
Understood. The reason why I'm asking you that, and it's just a recommendation, I sometimes fly to St. Thomas to go to the U.S. mainland. Sometimes I fly to St. Croix. And I must admit, you guys are doing an awesome job. But for St. Thomas, as you come off the plane, you get to see the greeters. Compared to St. Thomas, St. Croix, you have to wait until you reach to the baggage claim to see the greeters. So an individual might not have a bag, and then they miss the experience.
Understood.
Is there any way, of course, you could still have the boot to the baggage claim area, but have a greeter as individuals come out, you know?
Yeah, very good suggestion, Senator. Over the last year or so, we had some movements of where our positioning was in the St. Croix airport. But now we'll go back and revisit if we could better position our greeters.
Yes, please. And I'm assuming, so you said it's in the personnel listing. So I'm going to find the positions and I will look at the salaries and what have you. And as far as the PR contract, I see that it's pending with a total of $2.1 million for public relations agency contract allotment. If you can just briefly explain to me when you plan to close on that contract and what is the expected return on investment for that contract.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Sunny.
Good day again, Alan E. Hanneman. The 2.1 is for the PR contract, correct? What happened was we had marketing and PR contracts out at the same time. We're finalizing the marketing contract, and then we're going out to a RFP so that for a new PR agency or the PR agency and record to come back in. What property and procurement allowed us to do in a gap plan when our old PR agency exited was allow Destination Counselors International to come in and work with us until we execute this new RFP.
Okay, and did you mention that when you plan to close, like a projected date?
So we're in July. The RFP will June. The RFP will probably go out by the ending of July. And that process at minimum is 45 to 90 days where it goes out and you get solicitation. So I'm hoping by the end of the year.
And our return on investment as far as what we're expecting from them briefly?
Well, I mean, just based on what we see in what the commissioner testified today, our PR agency brought in $8 billion worth of representation for the territory. So that's the kind of return on investment we're expecting.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And, you know, in my first term, I was the chair for the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, and I've been on top of this whole $1 million appropriation for the development and promotion of sports. I know about Paradise Jam, so you don't have to tell me about Paradise Jam, but anything new that you have been working on to help with the development and promotion of sports, utilizing the $1 million that we put in the budget annually?
Yes, Senator. We have been consistently diversifying how we spend that money. So a big chunk of it used to go to Paradise Jam.
New projects.
New projects, correct. So we did a HBCU basketball tournament last year that we're doing again this year. We also have branched out into using some of those monies with some of our sports ambassadors. So we are looking and we're finalizing a few agreements across various sports, including basketball, horse racing, and looking at other opportunities for brand awareness through some of our diaspora that are competing away. And then we're also looking at using the monies into facility-based sports. So, for example, the reason why basketball works is we have 2 facilities on St. Thomas that meet the criteria for Division I and Division II basketball. On St. Croix, we are trying to find ways to use the FIFA pitch to bring in opportunities there. So we're having conversations with a couple professional soccer teams in the U.S. to do some kind of training or exhibition games. And then lastly, we have funded on St. John. We used some of the funds to do the Caribbean softball tournament that was held earlier this spring.
And through the chair, I would like to request what the $1 million was utilized for as far as the expense report for this fiscal year and the one prior to, so we can just have an understanding of the vision and the direction that you are heading in. And as far as the sports ambassadors utilizing the $1 million in the annual budget for the development of sports and promotion of sports, have you closed on any of those?
We have closed on one. We have paperwork that has been agreed to on the other sides, and it's when we say close, we mean we executed terms.
Yeah.
Right? The next step is release of
30
funds.
seconds.
So we have negotiated terms. We're finalizing a few deals that are very good for the territory, but we just have to go through the rest of the procurement process.
Okay, Act number 8153 that was passed in the 32nd Legislature of the Virgin Islands established the Division of Festivals. And one of the things that they required is the involvement of the VI Culture and VI Cultural Heritage Institute or something like that. Let me make sure I get the right name. The Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute. And they should be providing educational grants and scholarships to persons studying VI culture and or training other persons in such culture. So my question to you, as far as the annual budget, where in the budget do you have funds set aside to make sure that we enforce this act specifically for educational grants and scholarships to persons studying VI culture and or training other persons in such culture?
Yeah, we don't have a direct line item for that. I think one of the areas that we still are trying to manage is the naming of an executive director. That process is driven by the governor's office. So I know there have been correspondences from the governor's office to engage or re-engage a board. I know Director Turnbull has been part of some of the conversations because that area actually falls under Division of Festivals or alongside of it, however the structure is. So we will definitely restart the conversation with Government House to figure out where it is. We were a little misled before because we thought we could name the executive director and begin the process, and then we learned the board has to be part of that process. So there's some administrative things that we have to work out. But we do agree that it's important, and we will have funds available to support it once it gets up and running.
My time was called. I just want to end by saying, as much as I appreciate the jump up and what have you, I want to make sure that the cultural aspect is maintained and preserved. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. So I got to go back to the numbers because we got to leave here knowing what we're doing at the end of the day, right? So you indicated that you have 20 positions.
22, sorry. That was my error.
Okay, 22. So 22.
Correct.
So I count that you have 21 filled positions. You may have filled another position since the budget was submitted. So what's the newest position you filled?
Let me see.
So you have 640, no, sorry, you have 321 vacant positions, $321,000 worth of vacant positions. So
vacant and newly created. They're being created.
Okay, so you have 22 positions, but I'm trying to figure out what is. I counted 21 filled positions. So what is your most newly? So there's a deputy commissioner position that's vacant based on our information. Is that still vacant?
It's still vacant.
There's a director of administration and finance, which we talked about, so that's still vacant.
Correct.
There's a manager media and travel industry. Is that still vacant?
Correct.
Assistant director of communication.
Correct.
Vacant. Assistant director of admin management. Vacant?
Yes, because she retired. Correct.
Okay, so then you have 21 positions, not 22. You have 21 positions to the tune of $1.3 million, and then you're proposing another
Wait, I
1,
think
2,
we missed
3,
an
4,
actual.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 new positions to the tune of 640,000. And those, you're familiar? Accommodations liaison,
Right.
fiscal analyst, social media manager, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
Correct.
So that's 21, that's 11 new. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no. You have other filled positions here. I take that back. You have an accountant 2 that's filled. So it's more than
Yes.
21. You have an accountant 2 that's filled, a senior information officer, and a two senior information officer that's filled. And those are still filled.
Correct.
So that's 21, 22, 23, 24 positions filled. That's what we have here. And then you have you have 4 vacancies.
No, we
Is that
have-
accurate? 4 vacancies.
Senator, I think you're following the post audit. Post audit may be slightly different than
So
what.
tell me what it is, because
Yes.
rem- this-
If you
remember
look
now,
at-
the information that post audit provides, when we ask the agencies for information, this is what is sent to us. So tell me
Correct.
how many positions you have filled, how many do you have vacant, and how many new, and what's the total of your personnel numbers?
Okay. So based on the breakdown, we have 7 vacant, 11 new.
Okay, you have 7 vacant. So let's stay ready. You have 7 vacant. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. I have 5 vacant. So let's talk about what's vacant.
You probably don't have the deputy commissioner.
I do have that as
You
vacant.
have that? Okay. There's a position, let's see, it doesn't matter. It always updates in the system and it shows that it's filled and it's vacant. So you probably are missing the director of visitor experience.
That's not here. You're correct.
Okay.
And
I
what's the
don't know
salary
what
on
it
that?
is in the system.
What's the salary?
That salary is 33.
56.
Sorry. I'm looking at the fringe. Sorry, 56,650.
So that's up here listed as filled.
Yeah, and it's been vacant now for 2 years.
No,
And
no. The one in St. Thomas is filled. The
Is
one in
filled.
St. Croix is
It's
vacant.
vacant.
Okay.
Yes.
So St. Croix is vacant.
Correct.
Okay. So you have another one. Another
Okay,
vacancy.
so
1,
you
2, 3,
have-
4, 5.
Do you have the assistant director of communications there?
Correct.
Okay, the assistant director of admin and management, the
Correct.
manager of media and travel industry,
Yes.
the assistant director, and then a marketing coordinator position that's vacant. That was
Okay.
a St. Croix position.
Okay, marketing coordinator is also listed here as
Okay.
filled.
No.
43,260.
Yes, and those positions have been vacant for the last 2 years. For some reason in the system, it hasn't released them. Every time we clean up, I clean those 2 positions up as vacant, and it still comes back around.
Okay, so this is from the information that we received. All right, so then you are proposing 11 new positions. Is that accurate?
Correct,
To the tune of 640,000.
correct.
But the concern that I have is your budget proposal says that you have your variance between your personnel recommendations for FY23 compared to FY24 is only 130. So new is 640.
Yeah.
So what's the real number?
Well, the real number is the 640.
40.
We just have to go back and make sure that when we did the personnel and the personnel numbers came across, that these positions were included in them as well. And we just need to
Correct.
cross-check them. The other thing, Senator, that
Wait, before you go,
Okay.
don't, let me just make sure I understand this. So what we need to get from you is an updated personnel listing with the fill positions, the proposed new positions, the filled new and vacant positions, so we could get a clear picture, because the information that we have is not clear. Because
Correct.
then it seems to me that that changes your recommendation for FY 2024. So that $34.2 million number does not seem accurate, and then that's going to impact your fringe as well.
Right.
So we need to get it back from you so we can understand what we're doing here.
And just also, Senator, the new positions are being created. So when we did the budget, it was the vacant and the filled positions. These were coming online.
Okay, so the new positions, you plan to fund them in FY 24, or you starting to fund them in 23?
We would like to start to fund immediately.
And how do you
However,
propose doing that with your vacancies?
we will be able to start with some of the vacancies and then transition. But remember, we are still sitting on some of that money that you approved for us that we haven't tapped yet either.
This money again?
You approved funding in the last budget for raises and increases and positions. So we do still have some flex. We know we can't fill them all at one time, but we had to incur the funding for them.
Y'all need to send us an updated. And in your update, you need to also include your proposed raises, because I did a calculation on the 20 people that you gave us. As far as when you started out first with 20 employees, and you said your raises is going to cost you about $43,000.
Well, that was what the Senate gave us. We know that was what the Senate approved for us.
I gotta go back and look at that.
Yeah.
That's only $2,150 a person. And when I look at the salaries for the people in tourism, they seem kind of low. Even your salary, Commissioner, is low for the work that you've indicated or shared with us that you've been doing.
Yeah, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, even your salary. So this is the thing, though, Commissioner. So this is what you have to do. Once you pull the people up that's below you, they have no choice but to pull you up. You
Agreed.
can't keep the people them down there.
Agreed.
We can't do that, because when I look at your salary, I was like, for this type of work, you're dealing with all of these executives throughout the country. We gotta do better than this. If we want greatness and the type of results that we're looking for, we gotta pay for it. You gotta pay to play.
No, I hear you, Senator. We will definitely go back and
But I'm asking y'all to redo this,
ASAP.
please, because this is not giving us what the ask is. And when you do it, please include the salary increases, and y'all need to do the salary increases retroactive further back than that, man.
Yeah, we heard you loud and clear. We heard Senator
And
Graff.
of course, we need to get the tourism revolving fund balances fixed. That is a real issue, because finance is constantly saying they're waiting for some general fund. You all do not deal with financials. The buckets come, the revenue buckets come from those entities, is dropped into finance. You all are if you are processing outside of the system, I don't understand. I don't go through property and procurement, right?
Yes.
Then I don't understand what finance is. They need to fix this. Senator Johnson, are you still on the line? Senator
Yes, I'm
Elgilton's
here.
non-committee
I'm
member.
here.
Thank you for being here. Senator Johnson, you may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people of this territory. Commissioner Bushelta, I was reading along with you on page 6 of your testimony. You said, if we, Virgin Islands, hold fast and work together. If we hold fast and work together. When you said that, pardon me, because we're not working together. And I'm going to start off with premium pay. Any of your employees receive premium pay?
Can you repeat that? If any of the employees receive...
Any of your employees receive premium pay?
No, Senator.
And you had employees walk right through the pandemic. Am I right to say that?
Yes.
Can you please submit the document for the employees to be paid the premium pay? First thing. Second thing, we talk about visitors' experience, and that position been vacated for nearly 2 years. Am I correct to say that?
The position on St.
On the
Croix.
island of St. Croix.
Yes, Senator.
So nobody has been doing the job?
No, we've had people that are doing the job. We do have.
And are they
leaders.
being compensated for it?
We have an assistant commissioner in St. Croix, Elizabeth Hansen, who works with the Greeters program in St. Croix, which is a direct derivative of the visitor experience. We do have visitor greeters, and all of them except one, I believe, have been paid. There's some paperwork that we finalized, and the last person, but they will be paid, and we're working through the process.
And those visitors, greeters was owed from November of last year. And that's why I started out with your statement. If we as Virgin Islands hold fast and work together, we have to treat our people better than this. We have to. We cannot continue asking the people to do their job, but we're not doing ours. Let's get to Festival in St. Croix. I saw you having an increase in the budget. And I saw that the boat parade is still only receiving some $5,000. You know, that's one of the most turnout in anything besides the village and the island of St. Croix when it comes to festival. Why are they only getting $5,000? The fireworks alone is way more than $5,000. Why are we not looking to increase that?
But Senator, I think what we gave the boat parade last year was what they asked us to give in the conversation. So, I mean, if they have a need for more funding, they should submit it to my office, and we'll evaluate it. And if it warrants, we'll increase the amount.
Well, I'm going to make sure I have that discussion because there isn't no activity besides the village and parade day and the island of St. Croix that has this big of a turnout when it comes to Festival on St. Croix. My next big problem, why are our vendors from festivals still owed? We are away in June, and we still got people owed on the island of St. Croix. Every time entertainers from off island come here, they go with their monies. Any entertainer that came out of the territory still owed?
Let me ask Mr. Turnbull.
30 seconds.
Good day, Senator Johnson. Ian Turnbull, Division of Festivals. Yeah, to my knowledge, everybody has been paid, but if someone has not been paid, I will check into that and get with the Assistant Director for St. Croix to assure that they get paid.
We had this discussion already, Mr. Turnbull, about vendors and folks who work for festival in St. Croix being paid. Some of them just got paid around April. Do you have outstanding vendors in St. Thomas that haven't been paid yet for Carnival?
Yes, we do.
We're not doing a good job with our festival division at all. We're not. I'm going to say it straight out. We can't have these local folks coming here performing. They're right here in this island and can't get paid. Why can't the vendors or the entertainers get the same type of contract that an international artist gets? He gets half his money before he comes, and when he hit the stage, he gets his rest money. Why can't we offer our local people this type of contract? Please help me.
Well, Senator, we actually do have that system for some of the artists, but some of the artists are in the ERP system. Some of them are vendors in the ERP system. That's just a process that the government has as of this time to pay people or artists that are in the system. However, we can look into paying them through the same means that we pay other artists. But if they're in the ERP system, we go through that process. That's mandated by the government.
Well, there are folks, I think my time has been called, and I sure hope I get a second room because there's a lot of questions. But my last question to the Commissioner, if I may, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
There's 20 employees in the Department of Tourism, 4 on St. Croix. How do we lift St. Croix up and get it moved with just 4 employees? Help me, please. Help me.
Senator, we are in the process of hiring 4 to 6 employees on St. Croix. We're going through the process. I believe we have 2 offers that are going to be made sometime. Letters going to be sent to the governor for execution within the next 14 days. We have been trying to fill those positions on St. Croix. We are trying. And I could tell you that out of our list of new hires, half of them are on St. Croix. We understand the need to staff the St. Croix office, as well as St. Thomas, as well as St. John. So we're trying.
I'm very sad. Marshall Montano got paid in full, right?
Senator Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you very much. And I sure do hope we get a second round because we're doing our local people wrong. Wrong. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, so let me ask a follow-up question so we could be clear on what the issue is. So we have artists that comes out of the Virgin Islands. Let me just say it that way. And then we have artists that's here on the ground, local Virgin Islands artists. Is the pay system different for those coming out of town to those in the Virgin Islands?
Yeah, let me answer that. The system is the same, right? But the way they get paid and booked is different. So if we have international artists that we have to book, so like, for example, we book for St. John, we don't wait till now to book the artist. So we have an intermediary that goes out on behalf of the department. We review the contracts with their people. They look at the contracts, and then we have monies that they have that they pay and wire the money to the artist for 50%. Most of the time it's 50%. With regard to the local artists, one of the things that we try to do in terms of ensuring that the financial system is held properly is the local artists, if you play for festivals more than once or twice, we put you in the system. Easier that way. You're a registered business in the territory, we book you in the system. And if you're booked in the system, your payments are not done through the third-party intermediary. You're done through the system. You send the invoice in to Division of Festivals. Mr. Turnbull and his team approve. Our team approves. We send it in the finance to pay.
Does that save you money?
Well, it minimally, but I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that the businesses that are local, i.e. the bands and entertainers, are part of the local system and the payment.
The reason why I'm asking the question is because, let's just keep it real. So the locals, they pay their associated taxes, right? We pay a intermediary. So who pays the taxes for those that's coming out of the territory, that's outside of the Virgin Islands, those that are international, if you will?
So as a part of the contracts, and we've had this conversation on the Senate floor before, as a part of the contracts for most of these international acts, they put in the contract no paying of taxes, right? That we would incur the taxes for them. And they do that with every promoter. I don't care.
Okay, so let me give an example. For
so let's say Kess is coming for St. John, right? Kess booking fees is this amount. In their contract, they won't pay. They will say that they want their taxes to be paid or covered by the Division of Festivals, right? Something that I've said on this floor before was that all our artists, probably local and international, should be done through the international system of paying them through that system. But it was noted that we should have them go through the ERP system.
But now, so listen. So this is the problem. So we treat our local artists one way and we treat our international artists another way, right? And clearly it's creating some issues. Now, folks are supposed to pay their taxes. I don't know what our relationship is with our international people, but whoever that booking entity is, that tax need to get shaved off. We gotta get our money. We can't be all happy about artists coming to the Virgin Islands and they ain't paying their part. I don't understand how that could be okay with any of us that's here. But the question that I have is, do these local artists have business license?
Some do, some do not.
So why are we engaging? They have to have a business license? I don't understand. So if they don't have a business license, how are they being entered into the ERP system? You gotta have some kind of license to enter into the ERP system.
Yes, exactly. So we do prod them, Senator, and tell them, hey, we won't be able to we're gonna look at other means if you don't go through the
But
process.
we're running a business, so this is the thing, right? We're sitting here talking about multi-million-dollar conversation. I mean, based on the available balance here, the last carryover was $118 million. We having a multi-million-dollar discussion. We cannot operate. I know that we want to work with our local people, but they also have to understand the importance of following the rules because they come to us and have the conversations about what's not happening. But of course, all the information is never provided. Agreed?
Yeah.
All the information is never provided. So do they sign contracts to say, I'm performing on X night, and this is the, what do you call it, the rider or whatever those things are?
Right.
Do they do that with you?
Yes.
So the local artists are signing off on riders, etc., with you?
Yes. They sign off on a contract.
So then why are we treating them different?
Well, Senator, let me just respond. I mean, I think that there is, we would hope, if it was up to me and Ian, I'm sure we would pay everybody through the intermediary because it's easier for us, it's better for the artists. We don't take hits because people ain't getting paid on time. And because we control it. So the system is set up, we go to property and procurement, we say, here's a list of artists, here's a list of expenses, can you please allow us to remove the money from the TARF and go to the intermediate to pay. What happens now on the other side is, and for local artists, the instructions were, you have to pay them through the system. So what happens there is then they go into the system, and we don't control what happens in the system. We send the invoices in, and then they pay. So with the intermediary, so it's just a rub that we could go back and revisit, but it's not that we are saying, well, we want to intentionally put harm on the locals.
No, I understand.
So we could go back and revisit it and ask if we could get the same
Well,
release.
you just have to, not meaning to cut you off,
No
but,
problem.
this is something fairly new. So we have to figure out how to tweak this and make this work for all concerned. And I understand that property and procurement plays a role in, like, if you're choosing an artist, why property and procurement involved in that? There's some things that we really need to talk about. All departments are not created equal. And we just have to recognize that, and we have to think outside the box. If you hiring an artist or you giving a sponsorship, you gotta go through property and procurement. What is they checking for? What are they checking for? If you decide that you're gonna give promotion Y 5 cents, what's the threshold? What your threshold is? 10,000? What it is? So then now you find yourself doing this dance where you're giving people $995, $100. Them things gotta stop. If it requires us to put legislation, which we shouldn't have to do, we have to think outside the box. Tourism does not look like licensing and consumer affairs. So if you bringing in an artist or you're doing a sponsorship, that's what you do, right?
Correct.
So why are we
or
going
hiring
through
a greeter?
this process? I mean, there must be accountability, of course. But that system that we have currently does not promote accountability either. Because once you put it in, what are they going to tell you? You didn't get 3 quotes for a sponsorship? What are we doing? Anyway, Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Good morning to all.
Morning.
The international artists that you all are dealing with, I didn't hear the response. Are they licensed in the Virgin Islands?
No, they're not. And that's why we go through that our fiduciary.
So I am sitting here and totally baffled and wondering, so why is it so hard to address our local artists? And it is so easy to take care of these international artists.
Well, basically, I've been in front of this body, and they've suggested that we go through the ERP, and we've suggested to do it the way that we do it for the international artists. We've actually suggested that. And so we're just following the law. However, we can go back and put everybody through the fiduciary system. It is what we would prefer. We've always preferred it, but it's been mentioned on this floor to do that.
Thank you.
I don't know that we're suggesting that they go through the fiduciary. I think that we're suggesting that property and procurement needs to figure out how to make the necessary accommodations. And if they're unable to do that from their authority, then they need to have a conversation with the legislature so we could move the necessary legislation to make it work. So we are not necessarily suggesting that because accountability matters. But what's happening doesn't make sense. And we do have people who's done stuff from April who are not paid because, to your point, Commissioner Bushelta, this stuff sitting in property and procurement for a decision. It is what it is, but we got to do better than this. Senator Graf, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Let me recognize the presence of committee member. Please mark Senator Carrion as present.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. You know what, when it hurt my heart with some of these things, but we have to address it. So I was looking at the 23 budget. So you have 15 unclassified filled positions.
Ms. Animan?
Are you looking at the post audit?
I look at the post audit report for 2023.
Yes.
So it's a 15 unclassified.
We just went through that. There is a discrepancy between the two.
Okay.
There are two positions. I don't know why, for whatever reason, we change to vacant every year, and it still comes back to us updated.
Okay, so
Senator Fred Gregory and I just went through that.
Okay, so
there are.
I know, but wait, excuse me one second. Before you go, what I'm trying to see is there are 21 listed that you have. 21 listed that you have. Then there are 5 under public relations. These are additional positions, vacant, I assume. Then you have 6 under tourism administration. Then you have 4 under visitor bureau. And then you have 2 under offshore activities.
Correct.
What comes to 17? Vacant.
Yes, but you don't have the union employees.
Right. Okay, so then as a part of the 21, the unionized employees come where you have...
You have 3 unionized employees, 2 visitor bureau, and 1 financial.
Okay, so it is listed different, like I say, in the 23.
Yes, they have it broken out differently.
Now, like I'd asked for, personnel and where your personnel work is the 2 biggest thing for me in any budget hearing. So the wage increases, I'm glad to hear the chair speak about it because for as long as I've been here, that's what I preach. So I really, really think before we move forward, we got to fix paying the individuals who perform for these events on a more frequent time, and first and foremost, paying our employees.
Agreed,
now,
Senator. Can I say something for the record? And
sure.
I just want
for the record, I don't want to cut you off.
just say this about the salary increases.
Mm-hmm.
Because we work off of the TARF, and everything was put into the TARF, including the payroll system. We wanted to give the raises, but we were under COVID. And because we weren't sure how it was going to work out, we are on the other side, and it has blessed us. We are now able to say,
1 minute.
We can actively do this. I don't want it to come across that this is just something new we've been discussing. We would like, as the commissioner said, to retro a little further, but we were hesitant in the COVID space because we are solely dependent on the TARF, and we know how fickle that is. A storm, man-made disaster, COVID.
30 seconds.
Well, the legislation will always come to the rescue, because we always do. But again, it still boils down to a lot of money was given out during COVID too. So, and that came from the federal government. We didn't have no problem distributing it. So we could address that part and get and again. Let me just wrap up in terms of rental properties. You had one with Port Authority that you don't have it anymore. That was for $16,000. You still have that rental property?
If what you're talking about is the space in the Sierra King Airport, yes, we still have it.
You still have it? Okay,
Yes.
because it's not listed in 24 budget. It's
Yeah,
listed
because
in
I think
22.
we are in conversations with Port Authority
Time.
about a new lease, which wouldn't include a fee.
Oh, okay, even better. And just to wrap up, Madam Chair, your tourism headquarters here in St. Thomas and a road going up into my neighborhood, Savan, I personally think is atrocious. It needs to reflect better for the magnitude and the power that the tourism department have. In order that whole complex, you could take over and expand. Because I can remember how it was when I was a kid. You go through and through the area. But I really think you need to look into, so when you talk about zero for capital outlays, let's look at, hey, getting a cost and doing some fix up of that whole area there, because it's an entrance to Savan and it should reflect tourism, the great stuff that you're doing. So continue doing what you're doing. I support you 100%. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. We will definitely look into acquiring that next building and doing some things.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Is that a point? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Senator Bulkers, you're recognized for your point of inquiry?
No.
Point of...
This in the second round?
No, we're not at the second round yet.
I apologize.
No
Madam
problem.
Chair.
You have a point of inquiry? You may proceed.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, could you and your team please go to page 6 of the Post Auditor's report? I'd like to reference offshore activities in the pie chart. Could you elaborate and tell us what that would consist of?
Offshore activities, page 6. Oh, okay. Offshore activities. Yeah, those are salaries for our offshore salespeople. So we have a salesperson in Atlanta. We have a salesperson, 2 salespeople in LA. And those are the salaries.
So your answer now leads me to ask an additional question.
Senator, you need to wait until your time.
Wait my turn? Okay, I'll wait my turn.
You wrap it up.
I appreciate it,
We're
Madam
on to
Chair.
it. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
I would believe that would go under like management or administration, which I see there on the pie chart as well, in 2 reference areas.
Yeah, those senators are contract employees, so they don't receive any fringe from the government.
10-4. Okay, thank you.
So, you just open Pandora's box, right? So you have 2 employees offshore, one in Atlanta, one in LA.
Yeah, no.
2 in LA.
Yeah, 2 in LA. So we have a group, and we have several contracts that we're trying to renew. So there is actually 5 offshore people.
Okay, 5. So where are the others?
One is
Atlanta, LA.
Yeah, 2 in Atlanta. Well, 2 in Atlanta. One is sales for tourism. One is festivals related, and then we have 2 in LA. One is sales, and one is film related, and then one in the tri-state area, and that's sales.
And so the tri-state covers
New York, New Jersey, Connecticut.
Okay, so the
Primary.
Northeast.
The Northeast, yes.
Okay. And they cover sales.
Correct.
And they are on contract?
They're on contract.
To the tune of 173,657?
No, the contracts that are approved, they roughly average somewhere between 70 and 80,000, not including travel expenses. And travel expenses generally is 20,000 for them. But like I mentioned, we have 3 or 4 contracts that are in the final stages of renewal that we are working back and forth.
And these people are Virgin Islanders?
Yes. All of them are Virgin Islands except one.
And do we have information that shows that there's fruits in the labor of these, the work that they're doing?
Yes.
How can we generate that data? How can we get that from you?
They send us reports every month on the calls they use, business that they win directly. We have conversations with them on a regular basis of who they're targeting. We implore them every year to visit the territory so they're fresh on openings, activations around the territory, activities to do. And then they go back and promote in their various spaces. Along with regional, we also have them focus on Like some of our salespeople focus heavily on travel agents, some focus on the MICE area. So it just varies according to their expertise, one, but also where our needs may be.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning again to all.
Good morning.
One thing I don't like this morning is the representation. Where's the St. Croix representation here today?
Well, St. Croix is, like the other parts of our office, are following remotely. I just made a decision to bring 2 people of our team in with us to this morning.
So we have a commissioner and how many assistant commissioners?
We have 2 assistant commissioners, one on St. Thomas and one on St. Croix.
Both are assistant commissioners or assistant? I see an assistant commissioner of marketing.
Yeah, well, but both of them are assistant commissioners. Alani Henneman's specialty is in marketing. So she's assistant commissioner for marketing.
So Ms. Henneman is the one for St. Thomas and the one for St. Croix.
Yeah, is Elizabeth Hansen-Watley.
How involved is Ms. Hansen-Watley?
I think that's she manages the St. Croix affairs and is directly responsible for the visitor experience program in St. Croix right now.
You know, my colleague from St. Croix, the millennial colleague, spoke to the disparity between what's going on with the greeters at the airports and whatnot. You know, I have a whole slew of observations as well, but the 4 minutes just ain't gonna be sufficient time. And, you know, I continue to be annoyed, sadly, because all we want to see is that equality between the 2 districts. Enough just ain't happening on St. Croix, Commissioner. It is not. I mean, I can't even tell the last time that I've seen you personally on St. Croix. Not that you don't go. But I can't even say. The chair championed a raise for you, but I'm not on board. I would be on board and champion a raise for anybody that I see working feverishly to have both districts shining, but not just one or somebody winging it. I heard a question about the premium pay. Did you or your staff, whoever at the executive level responsible, submit a listing for your employees who worked through the pandemic to receive premium pay?
Alani Henneman, Senator, we initially...
Just a yes or no?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you met the deadline?
1 minute.
We don't meet the criteria for premium pay because our team worked telework. 90% of our team telework through that entire period, and there are stipulations in the premium pay.
And I understand that. So those who telework don't qualify. What about the other 10%?
We were all over the salary threshold.
So that salary threshold is being addressed right now. So even if you're over the salary threshold, those individuals
30
are
seconds.
being addressed right now. Madam Chair, this time.
Okay, so I'll look into it now. That I didn't know that tidbit, but I will look into it.
Artists performing for festivals, carnivals, etc. Are they considered vendors?
Yeah, those who are in the ERP system are considered vendors.
So who is not considered vendors?
Artists that is not in the system.
Time.
How, Madam Chair, how many artists, local artists that is, that performed during the 2022-2023 St. Croix Festival are still awaiting payment?
I actually just got a text message from my assistant director. There's only one band that I think has an outstanding payment that actually is in process. It's actually
so
in process.
one outstanding?
Yeah, one outstanding.
How much monies did we pay Marshall Montano?
I would hate to say that on the record.
No. That is public funds, and that needs to be said on the record.
Let me respond to that. Senator, we could supply the information to you, but if we want to be competitive in the space and we then go out and speak about every artist we book and what we negotiate, then we will no longer be competitive. We will no longer be able to compete in the space because there are agreements that come through relationships, and one of the professional pieces of the business is that the transactions are held confidential.
I hate to agree with you, but I will. All right? I will. I know when to back down. But we want to get that information as to how much was paid and whether or not any of it was paid in cash. You pay vendors cash?
Mr. Tumble.
So we do pay some artists in cash. All our local artists, the majority of our local artists that aren't in the system are paid in cash.
And how is that tracked?
That is tracked through the fiduciary. So we get a report from the fiduciary, and we actually have all of that information.
Thank you. Yes, I know. 4 minutes just wasn't enough time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I want us to be mindful of what we say. So when you say they're paid in cash, they're paid through the fiduciary. And then the fiduciary pay them. You don't pay them in cash.
Yes.
Be mindful of the information that you put on the record.
Yes.
So there's a fiduciary that is the third party, if you will. The third party receives the check, and the third party pays your artists because they are international. There's a reason for the season, right? So we get that. So you don't pay anyone in cash. So would you like to correct that?
Yes. For the record, the Division of Festivals doesn't pay anyone in cash. And again, this type of conversation, I know that we're having it,
yes,
but it's sensitive on the floor.
Agreed.
It's very.
So I know that's why you are, you're not trying to get into the details. And this intellectual property, there is the competitive nature of this work, and we all know that everyone in the Caribbean are tuned into our to our hearings. So we have to be mindful of that. So the senator was gracious enough to understand that we have to be mindful of those types of conversations. Let me recognize the presence of our non-committee member who's always here with me. Thank you for being here, Senator Joseph. You are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Actually, it's not your turn, it's carry-ons, but go ahead.
Okay.
We start the senator's time.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone. My colleagues, I was listening into the proceedings in my office, and I always make time to attend the budget hearings, even though I am not a member of the committee. Now, I wanted to ask you a question. I don't know, I didn't hear it identified in your earlier discussion, but I did pick up on that there is a third-party fiduciary. Are you allowed to name who the company is?
Yeah, I think we could name it who the company is. It goes through the property and procurement system, the contract. Mr. Tumble?
Yes, the third party is meeting the needs of the community, MTOC, as we call them.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I wanted to focus in on your KPIs because I heard conversations, and I've been looking through the budget book on your KPI, and that's where we're looking at, fiscal responsibility and accountability to really gauge and rate the effectiveness of our different agencies. So with the KPI in specifically, I have noted that in practically all of these areas, you have shown an increase, correct?
Correct. Yeah, I'm going to ask Ms. Henneman. She leads our KPI reporting.
Yeah, and correct. Even Ms. Henneman, yes, I noted that there have been some increases, and our post auditor on page 11 of his statement before us, he said also several key performance indicators, that's what the KPI are, were listed on pages 830, 835, and this is the budget book. And to date, it appears that no real progress was made. But I did note that I'm looking at page, sorry. I was looking at a couple of the pages. 835, it said your KPI for activity center, your KPI had increased. Also, the KPI for the Visitors Bureau had increased. And also, there was an increase for the public relations and advertising increase, your KPIs.
Correct.
And this all for me rose into the possibility for you to look at something that the chairman indicated increases for your people. So I'm heading somewhere with this. I wanted to find out, have you been receiving your allotments timely? And when was your last allotment from OMB issued? Because I heard the assistant commissioner indicated that you have money still holding and your people are in need of raises, which when you have these items and you're showing performance indicators increases, at least based on the budget book, I could only read what's here. It just said increase. So based on that, we want to see if, in fact, you are receiving your allotments timely.
We are.
Okay, when was your last allotment given?
The good thing about being on the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund is once the budget is approved.
1 minute.
And the whole government's budget is approved, because of the way the TARF is set up, Department of Finance puts our monies on all at once.
Okay.
So we may get something from OMB that says quarterly or quarter one or quarter two, but by the time quarter one comes out, our whole budget is on the system for us. We can't wait on partial payments to do marketing.
Okay, I understand.
It would cripple our funding.
Okay, so then my question would be, why haven't
30
you
seconds.
increased the salaries for your team members?
Senator, as we stated, it's not that we did not want to put on the increases. During the COVID period, we were still unsure of how the territory would rebound. And now that we are out of that phase, we are comfortable to say we can aggressively target getting our team up to speed.
Okay, so are you anticipating doing it before the end of this fiscal year?
I anticipated doing it before the end of next month.
Okay.
The commissioner will tell you that spreadsheet and letter are like this in my file.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. That's the main item I needed to just follow up on. Thank you.
Quick point of inquiry.
What page is in the budget book that you are referencing? What page it is? So, you have the budget book?
I don't have it in front of me, no, but we have it.
Page 831 is the budget book, right? So, Senator, this is the issue I have with this. So, all activity centers are tracked by KPIs, right? And our Senate President talks about this all the time. Who's tracking the KPIs? The budget book that we receive says number of sales in market activation and special events. Target 56,910. Results 0. Trend goal increase. I mean, there's no evidence of the work that you're truly doing. But this is not tourism. This is throughout the entire budget book. The Office of Management and Budget comes here and they talk about all the work that they're doing, but they feel that it's okay to submit a budget to this legislature indicating that there's an increase, but not telling you what the results is. That's unacceptable. So, Senator, you praise them about their results increase. What does increase mean? If you're giving me a number and a target, tell me as a result of the target, what is the result that you've gained? Then you could tell me whether or not there's an increase or a decrease. This has nothing to do with you, because I don't know what kind of data is being collected. I don't know how the data is being collected, but we got to do better than this. It's not only about submitting a budget on time. It's these documents, these budget books, they're historical. People go back and review them over time. And history will show that, for lack of a better word, we pie farming. We are. So, Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of inquiry. And this has nothing to do with tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with you half the way that you are absolutely correct. But in this matter, it got a lot to do with tourism. My question to tourism is, have you submitted your KPIs?
We submit KPIs. We submitted KPIs until the end of the fiscal year. And then after that,
Who did you submit those KPIs to?
we submitted them to OMB.
Okay. I requested a listing of all agencies who have submitted the KPIs or who are not falling in line. I hope not to see Department of Tourism on that list, because you're saying that today that you did submit those KPIs,
We
correct?
submitted the KPIs for the fiscal year.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, but I agree.
So we expect to get a copy of the
thanks.
KPI. So please make sure that
problem.
you forward them to the legislature this afternoon, please, if they were already submitted, because we're getting texts saying that y'all did not submit any information. So, we just have a lot of, everybody like they're doing what they want to do around here, man. We can't keep sitting here and having these meetings and we're not getting the information that we need. It just is not fair to this institution. And as the chair, I'm just different. I'm not going to accept information that's half the way. We gotta see the results. We have to see, if you're saying that this is your target, we need to see what the target is. The same thing with the tourism revolving fund balance. How we get to be comfortable submitting a budget to the legislature with a tourism revolving balance that look the way it look? How we comfortable with that? Because they think we ain't reading? Most of us are read. I read. So this just not satisfactory. Senator Joseph, point of information, you're recognized for your point.
One of the reasons,
And then we're going to go to Senator Carrion.
one of the reasons I asked about the KPI, because I did note it was 0, and I asked you for confirmation if you had increased, and you said yes. So,
Well, Senator, we know that internally because we have to do internal tracking. We track our visitor experience. I have to track my offshore sales team, the amount of agents they meet with. So all the things that are in our KPIs, we internally track as well.
and so you can validate.
So
that-
I can validate internally that we meet all of our KPIs because they're directly tied to our spend and the overnight guests that we see, the cruise arrivals, and the amount of engagement that our visitor experience team has.
Okay, thank you. And since you do have that, I think you could easily email it to the chair today.
We
I
could
already
give,
asked for it,
Yes. Okay,
Senator.
thank you.
yes.
All right, very well. Thank you. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. 4 minutes, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, to
sorry.
my colleagues.
The stenographer has asked for a
Right.
2-minute recess, so the committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. All right, I'm sounding a little different. Is everything okay? All right, okay. We'll now recognize, I think we're having a little technical difficulty. Bear with us 1 second. We'll now recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner, to you and your team.
Morning, Senator.
Good morning.
Now, I first have to start by asking you, since we are in a budget hearing today, and I heard you don't have a CFO. That's correct?
Correct.
And where's your fiscal person? Why are they not here this morning?
Well, Ms. Henneman handles a lot of the fiscal stuff. I oversee a lot of the fiscal stuff for our team. We have a director of operations that manages a lot of our fiscal activities.
I hear you, Commissioner, but you're the commissioner. She's the assistant commissioner, and you handle a lot of important matters that have to do with accounting and revenues within our territory. So you need to have. What's the issue with your CFO? Why you haven't been able to hire one?
We've interviewed a few people, but we just haven't.
What does your accounting structure in your department looks like?
Well, we have right now. It's commissioner, 2 assistant commissioners, a deputy commissioner.
Accounting area.
We have a director of administration and finance. We're very close to filling a position.
Well, you should have some of those team members here so they could really answer some of the questions and be present and be part of the process, because it's a budget hearing. So I recommend you to work in that area for our next budget hearing. You mentioned in your testimony about infrastructure, and excuse me. And my question to you is, you said that, we need improvement in the territory, and that's no secret. We see it every day, especially in my district of St. Croix. What conversations are you having with other department heads and with regards to that?
Well, we speak regularly with commissioners that are involved in tourism-related coverage. So the Department of Public Works, Commissioner Gabriel. We have regular conversations with Commissioner White at Sports Parks and Recreations with regards to different projects. I know Ian Turnbull, Director of Festival, he speaks regularly with the VIPD and Waste Management.
Does your department have a listing of projects, capital projects that you would like to see in the territory that directly impacts tourism?
Well, we have them through...
Is a yes or no?
Well, it's not that simple, Senator, because if we look at where we are from a Department of Tourism standpoint, right, we have no responsibilities for it. However, we recognize its impact on our product.
Understood.
So what we do is we have conversations with commissioners about their projects, and we make suggestions of certain things we would like to see. So
that's what I'm referring to.
Yes.
So having a list, I would like this would impact our tourism product in the territory.
Yes.
And these are things we would like to see and maybe present it to your executive and to others in the division and assist, because it's very interconnected.
It is, and I'll give you an example of where it works. So the Vendors Plaza. So we work closely with licensing and consumer. We work closely with the governor's office, with Department of Property and Procurement, and then the entire project was discussed about who has responsibilities for certain areas. Department of Tourism took over the Welcome Center, and we manage the bathrooms that are there.
Okay. How do you feel about, since you mentioned that, adopting certain areas within both districts that you understand?
1 minute.
Time flies. That are crucial to the tourism product, and establishing those areas as tourist zones, and collaborating, putting some funding into that area.
Well, I think we would not be opposed to it. However, I would recommend that if that process was to go, it needs to be collaborative with the private sector partners, with the government sector departments that are responsible for some of those needs, and it not fall just on tourism.
Gotcha.
30 seconds.
Let me move right along. Your contracting listing. You have a number of those that are pending. Why is that?
And they're in the procurement process. So documents.
So are they
submission.
expired?
Some of them are expired. Some of them are new, and we're just going through the process with them.
What about your properties? Are you looking into purchasing properties? Because I see you have a few properties that are under leases, and there was nothing submitted for, again, capital outlay. So what's your vision in regards to that?
I think
Because you
right
have
now,
funding.
We do have funding, but we also want to be fiscally responsible. So we don't want to spend up because we have a surplus right now in the TAF.
Time.
We recognize how fragile the TAF can be. So we think it's more prudent right now to have leases. And as the department grows, we grow with space. And if we don't grow, then we could be comfortable with the offices we have.
Well, at some point, you have to move on from leasing and having your own property because you're tourism and you're the face of the territory. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Let me ask you all a quick question. The NOPAs for the employees of the Department of Tourism, do they reflect the TAF or do they reflect general fund?
We are in the process of doing the new PRFs to update the NOPAs.
So how long have you been on, I asked you this earlier, how long have you guys been on the TARF 100?
This is the second fiscal year right now.
Second fiscal year. But the monies were reimbursed from the TARF to the general fund to cover our salaries, even though that process wasn't finished.
I'm not seeing that.
Well, I could tell you, Senator,
this guy get fixed.
Agreed. So
we cannot be making decisions and folks here talking about surplus and all of that. We don't have that information.
Well,
we gonna have to go to finance and ask them what is the amount of salaries, because thus far in expenses obligations for 2023, as of 3/31/2023, you've spent 19,445. That's what this report is saying. However, your salaries are not here. So we can't have a discussion about surplus before we get the information. This budget for tourism cannot move, will not move unless we get this hair fixed. Because these numbers are not accurate and the general fund is not appropriately being hit for your salaries. That is an issue. I have to go back to it. I don't know how we could have this kind of thing going on. I mean, we talking about single audits, we talking about bonds, and they come down to this institution, and I don't want to get up on my soapbox, but there's a reason why we have challenges with our ability to issue bonds. Because the minimum legislation that says this account should hit here, we're not seeing it at the Department of Finance. This is the whole of the financial records of this territory. I don't know why I need PRF. What I need PRF to do? What is the purpose of a PRF? Y'all need to process the NOPAs against the appropriate account. The legislation is clear. What PRF we need is like this bureaucracy is just weighing this government down. We do not need a PRF 2 years later to adjust our accounts. These numbers that is in front of us are incorrect with regards to the fund balances for the Tourism Revolving Fund, and it needs to be fixed. So I hope finance and I hope the OMB director is listening. This is a true Department of Finance issue, but the OMB director needs to know because she sent this budget down here. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When the previous speaker from St. Croix spoke, he asked about the fiscal officer, and there was a quick ramble and mention of a deputy commissioner. And I don't see where there's a deputy commissioner here. But all these millions of monies being handled, no fiscal officer. Through the chair, I'd like to know who is the fiduciary that you spoke of earlier?
Mr. Tumble.
MTOC, meeting the needs of the community.
MCOC?
MTOC, meeting the needs of the community.
And who, can you submit to this body the persons that makes up this MTOC?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, Senator, let's get back to the numbers. So under the supplies, I see that in FY 2024, you're asking for a $204,000 increase under your supplies. Why the need for that change?
I just want to make sure we're putting our eyes on the same pages. Are you in post-audit?
Post-audit number, page 5.
Page 7?
5. And if you have a difference, we can discuss that as well. We need to make sure the numbers are clear.
Okay, go ahead, Senator. Just repeat your
Yeah,
question so we're on the same
so
page.
you did represent that your budget increase,
Correct.
your recommendation for FY 2023 is $34,276,030, correct?
Correct.
Good. So the increase under your supplies is you're moving from 266,500 to 471,325, which represents a 77% increase, which is $204,825. So what does that represent?
The increase for the supplies are tied to the additional staffing coming on and also the new office in Christiansted. We need to, with the bodies coming in, we're going to have to ramp up that office. So all the supplies for that office will now be incurred on top of that of just having additional staff in all of the offices.
Okay. And then other services and charges, do you have, so you have the lease that you have is in the St. Croix district, correct?
Correct.
And that's
the
a new
two leases we have are in the St. Croix district.
So I think the post-audit report made reference to one lease, correct, Mr. Post-Auditor?
No.
Page rental property, the departments. Okay, so is Jin Dyer Syntron at 72,000 and Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority at 27,000?
Correct.
Do you anticipate these leases increasing based on the contractual agreements that you have for FY24?
The increases are within the current contract and have been reflected already.
So it's 72 and 27 for FY24?
Correct.
Okay, good. We got to get through this. And then so you have a 14% increase on the other services and charges, which is 3.7. I think one of my colleagues asked before, and you indicated that you're ramping up your advertising, correct? Okay, good. So that's $3.7 million more in advertising for the Virgin Islands.
Correct.
And I think one of my colleagues made reference to concerns around the St. Croix district. I believe I would like to give you an opportunity to talk about, in all fairness, to talk about what you've been doing as it relates to ramping up the promotion, I think that's the appropriate word, around the St. Croix district in particular. Ms. Aboshelta or Ms. Henneman?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. St. Croix has been performing well over the past 3 years in terms of tourism. The seats in from airlift from the United States are up 13% year over year. Cruise ship passengers will be up almost 150% on St. Croix. Our Airbnb performance on St. Croix is very strong. The average daily rate is amongst the highest in the region. The St. Croix hotels, for this fiscal year, the occupancy is down. We've been having conversations with that particular stakeholder group about how we can help them as the Department of Tourism increase their occupancy numbers. So as I mentioned before, we have a promotion that is ongoing right now just for St. Croix. We have 11 hotels that are participating in that particular promotion. And we had it out earlier this year, and we were asked by the hoteliers to extend, and we did, and we increased the travel rebate from $200 to $250 per person in order to help the St. Croix community. We just recently completed the third of a 3-series Caribbean Jazz Festival in Frederiksted that were all well attended. The Department of Tourism, through the Division of Festivals, was the primary sponsor for that event. And we continue to work forward and move in on conversations with direct airlift into St. Croix. And, when I look at where we are in almost every metric, St. Croix is ahead of where it was in 2019. So there is evidence of the performance of the district from a tourism perspective. We continue to invest heavily in that district.
Of course, one of the primary concerns is airlift in the St. Croix district. And of course, I understand it because I worked at the Port Authority, so I understand what the airlines look for. But I think it's important for you to put on the record what those challenges look like.
Yeah, well, I think the first thing I'd put on the record is that it is not a competitive situation between St. Thomas and St. Croix, right? That's the first thing. So if you see 15 jets on St. Croix, it doesn't necessarily correlate to 15 jets on 15 jets on St. Thomas. It wouldn't necessarily correlate to 15 jets on St. Croix. You know, there are lots of factors that are going to winning airlift. One is accommodations, making sure you have enough rooms. 2 is demand. People have to want to travel there. And 3, particularly for us in the Caribbean, it has to be, most of that traffic is driven by leisure guest travel. And leisure guest travel is defined by people going on vacation. And generally, and this is outside of the COVID uniqueness, they book 60 to 90 days out. So the stations or the airports that do really well in leisure guest stuff, 60 to 90 days out, the plane is X percentage sold, generally 75% or more sold. St. Thomas does extremely well, and competition for us, San Juan, St. Martin, they do very well as well. With regards to St. Croix, it is not as big a leisure destination in terms of traffic. And anecdotally, people can just go. When you go on a flight out of St. Croix to the mainland, there are more percentage of local and business people on that flight than if you do from St. Thomas, where there's 75 to 80% of the flight are leisure guests. And that has to do with how the airlines allocate their assets. What I can tell you is that the St. Croix Vibe, like no other campaign, has increased the awareness of many of our airline partners to increase lift to St. Croix. We continue to push. We've heard some of the cries. And when American cut to 1 flight on St. Croix, we went back to them aggressively, and they brought the second flight back. When there was concerns about not having a night flight, we went back to American, and they brought the night flight back. So as information comes to us, and we know, then we go back and we share it with the airlines.
So what are the discussions around, and I have a point of inquiry from Senator Johnson, but very quickly, what are the discussions around increasing the accommodations, the overnight accommodations in the St. Croix district between tourism, of course, the Vergennes Port Authority, the Tourism Association, all of these entities, the Office of the Governor, et cetera, because it is a challenge. So what's the conversation about that?
Thank you for that question. Well, I have met personally on St. Croix with members of the Tourism Association and the business community over the last several months about ways we can assist them as a Department of Tourism in increasing the occupancy amounts. We've also had conversations around development of hotels. So we just came back from the CRIS conference. There were a couple hoteliers who are involved in hotel development discussions on St. Croix. One of them told me that he received the financing to move forward at a hotel project. I can't disclose it. But there also have been very good conversations with the ownership of the Carambola and their renovations, conversations with the Buccaneer, conversations with the group that owns King Christian and one at least for Hotel on the Key. So there are very, very good signs of hotel development on St. Croix. That being said, you still have to have the rooms when people call to book them. So I think we're still 18 months out from some of these hotel properties, i.e. the Carambola, full development of and marketing, positioning of the King Christian and the PFA building that they bought and Hotel on the Key. But the outlook is good.
Okay, so we're going to go to Senator Johnson. Thank you for your responses. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is one question, but it's going to get 3 answers. What's the total cost for festival in St. Croix that was spent, the total for Carnival in St. Thomas, and the anticipated amount for festival in St. John? Can I get some numbers?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator. The cost for St. Croix was about, spent was about 1.4. For St. Thomas, it's about the same amount, 1.4 as well. And St. John, we're looking at about 800,000.
To the chair, can we get the entire breakdown instead of someone telling me about? To the chair, I would like to get those that information that you're saying to us in writing. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Carry on. Senator Johnson. Okay, so let's talk about Frenchman's Reef. So Frenchman's Reef came to this body in December, and they shared with us that they came for the benefits. We gave it to them from the legislature, the agreement, we gave it to them. And to date, we cannot see a Frenchman's Reef open in earnest. There's been several conferences. We have a conference, as you are all aware, the National Black Organization of Women Leaders. Their conference was scheduled to be here in St. Thomas. And at the last minute, they pull out. They went to Puerto Rico. How many conferences have gone to Puerto Rico or have left the Virgin Islands because of this situation with Frenchman Reef? And who's having the conversations about them with them? Because that was December, and the commitment was they would be open, soft opening, first quarter of January. I think it was the first quarter. We are now moving into the third quarter. What's happening, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We are as frustrated as you are with regards to the delay in opening of the Western Frenchman's Reef. On a positive note, the Bowie House, which is the former Morning Star, has opened, and they are taking reservations. People are staying there. We have lost at least 5 groups to 6 groups that were committed to the Western, that because they couldn't open, some of them went.
Then we're asking you, no, you're good. I'm asking you, what is the problem with Frenchman's Reef?
Well, I'm trying to get to that part.
Well, just be direct, because my colleagues want to speak.
Well, I think that they continue to have issues on materials, from what I've heard, in being ready to open. And I just don't think that they have fully planned to have everything they need to have to be open when they were. So now we are hearing next month. I don't know how strong that's going to be. But we have conversations. Our team just spoke to the GM yesterday. I mean, we speak to them all the time. Because it impacts. So we are concerned now because we're dealing with impacts of business that people are worried about in October and November. We get in the calls about whether or not they're gonna be ready for the conference, and then we call them. You're gonna be ready. And so far they're holding, and the marketing stuff is the office for marketing is open, so they're selling rooms out in August and September. So we hope that they'll be open.
That's a very political answer. Meaning, I mean, it's not necessarily within your control, but who's pressing these folks? I mean, they can't come before this body and make certain commitments and then turn off and doing what they want in these Virgin Islands. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, Senator, I wish I could give you a better answer. What I could tell you is that we have 6 very important people coming in next week on an airline prospecting visit to both districts. And they confirmed to us last night that they will host them at the Bowie House.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I am going to urge both the Economic Development Chair as well as the president of this institution to call them back in. Either or. We have a committee meeting around this. We approved their benefits. So, in all fairness, we need to find out what's happening as an institution. What's happening as a Virgin Islands with regards to Frenchman's Reef. All right, colleagues. One last alibi. Senator, anybody have a burning question? We're going to go do one burning question. I think we've covered all of the numbers. We agree that we need to get a clear personal listing as well as the KPIs from the Department of Tourism. And we need to get the clear fund balances from tourism adjusted. Well, not from tourism, from the Department of Finance adjusted. So I'm not sure who in your office works with DOF, but this, we cannot approve a budget with this.
No, Senator, I'll call the commissioner myself.
Please, okay? One last alibi. Senator Angel Bulkes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, the Reichel Center of the Arts, it was once known as a key tourism venue. Are there any communications or collaborations with UVI in trying to reopen or establish that?
We have not had any directly with Reichel Center to open the center. However, we do hire the Reichel Center staff to work with the Division of Festivals to produce and put on our shows. They also have been involved in other arts and craft projects. Other arts and craft projects we have. But we have not really inquired about the amphitheater. But we do work with their staff because we do respect the expertise they have and they have been working with us.
I believe that you should try to collaborate with them because they're having some challenges in trying to reopen. And if there's anything that you can do from a tourism standpoint with assistance with funding, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Quickly, a two-part question to Commissioner. When last have the Impress Fund been audited, as well as how do you replenish the Impress Fund? And then the second question will be, what about this budget concerns you? Is there anything about this budget that presents some challenges for the Department of Tourism? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. The Empress Fund, I think the last time it was audited, I think was right before COVID, and we had a setup for our team to go in and audit it this fiscal year, so we'll make sure that we have a team that's prepared to audit it. Any monies that go into the Empress Fund have to be approved by the Department of Finance, so we send a letter requesting monies be moved into the account, and we share a list of expenses as well as a report of how monies were spent in that account. With regards to concerns with the budget, I think for us, we feel very good with our marketing plan and advertising plan that we have because we look at it 12 months out. I don't see any particular surprises. Where I do have a concern is, as Senator Fred Gregory mentioned, on having a full understanding of the fund itself. So we have very strong ideas. We can show how much money has come into the fund over the last several years. However, there is still that need for reconciliation of the account so we could fully really appreciate what we have. One of the things we spoke about that will have a direct correlation to the fund balance are the salary increases that we spoke about. Because those are recurring and they will go on. We are in full support of it, but we just have to fully understand what the balance is and have it properly budgeted.
Thank you, Senator Francis. That's it for you?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Senator Johnson, you have an alibi?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is still in line with festival. Why was St. Croix Festival cut back from where it normally starts? We normally start festival in St. Croix from the 26th of December, and we was cut down drastically. What was the reason for the cutback on St. Croix Festival?
Yes, Senator Joe Bashoti, Commissioner, I'll respond. I think right now we're in a situation, Senator, where we're trying to have quality events over quantity. There's a very high price on artists, including the local artists. They have all gone up significantly since before COVID across the board. Secondly, we have an increase in lift into the territory and accommodation. So everything has gone up. So what used to be the cost to produce 10 nights is, if you want to have the same quality artists and not have it be watered down, we had to make some critical decisions. And the decision was made that we haven't heard complaints from booth owners, we haven't heard complaints from community people, is to have 5 or 6 or 7 bang-up nights that everybody can appreciate. Money's made, people have a good time, versus having 10 nights where 3 or 4 nights wouldn't be as strong as having 5 or 6 very strong nights.
I can agree with the decision, but I can't accept the lineup that it had in St. Croix as being quality. That I can't accept. But let's move on. I got one more question. You guys didn't hire enough summer students this year. Why not?
We did.
Let me ask, we have hired summer, Ms. Honeyman?
This year, I'm speaking about this year.
Yes, we have summer interns this year. I do believe we have one in Senator Giddens' office.
In my office.
And one in your office as well. Yeah. We have a number of students.
None down in your facilities?
We have one in our facility. We have, if I remember the breakdown off the top of my head, Rising Stars gave us 5 that are working the ports. And then we have another set of 3 that are working with the visitor experience. But we have, and one with Division of Festivals. So we've been open and taking all summer interns. that have been sent to
on
us.
St. Croix, in your office in Frederickstead on St. Croix.
Yes. We got one from
Yes,
Senator
meaning-
Giddens' office.
Oh, but then you didn't hire them. Don't let's do it like that, please. Don't do me like that, there. I'm asking you, the Department of Tourism,
But
why you haven't hired?
the way we do the process for our summer interns, we take them from labor, we take them from the Senate. And we are known, Senator, for extending our summer interns. So even if they start with the Senate, they usually end the summer on our payroll.
All right,
Because
thank
we
you.
like to
Thank you,
extend
Madam
the
Chair.
services for the
Thank you
students.
for your
Can I wrap up with this last
responses.
question, Madam Chair?
Pardon?
Can
Pardon?
I wrap up with this last question?
Senator Johnson, it was one alibi, you asked two. This is the third one. Go ahead.
Adana rule.
Wrap it up.
Commissioner Boshelty, what relationship you have with any of the Caribbean carnival or festival that should be able to help us to make sure that the same way we bring entertainers from those islands, some kind of negotiation can happen where our artists then get a fair chance in each of those festivals or carnival.
Yeah, Senator. Most of my relationships are with the ministers of tourism of those particular countries. Mr. Tormel has direct relationships with the festival people. We do have a cultural exchange opportunity before us, which will allow for some of our artists to make it to Trinidad. That was part of the deal with Marshall Montano. It was more than just him entertaining. It was building exactly what you're talking about, an opportunity for our artists to perform in their country and their artists perform in our country. We do have other conversations ongoing with the BVI that we having some conversations on. And Ian could speak more about some of the other collaborations directly happening. But we are in conversations with our Caribbean brethren all the time.
I'll be looking and listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Let's try to stick to the
One.
window.
You say one, I'm going to say one. I'm going to ask one. Good afternoon. Again, Commissioner,
afternoon.
what I would like to find in regards to the wage increases, you have unionized employees and you have non-unionized employees. The unionized employees, I think you say are three.
Correct.
How are we going to go about with their union to get them wage increases? Is there any collaboration with the union at this time too, so when the exempt get theirs, they don't be left behind?
Yes, anyone?
Senator, that was one of the delays. We did not want to give staff increases without the unionized positions. We are actually working with them now. There was a question when they started within the United Steelworkers, and it will reflect how much the increases are. So we've sent in the original NOPAs for them, we've confirmed with the employees, and now we're working with United Steelworkers to make sure we have the correct salaries when we process their paperwork.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So let me ask you just a follow-up to Senator DeGraff's question. What titles are under the USW?
Senior Information Officer, the two, and then Accountant two. That's one St. Croix position, one and two St. Thomas, and one St. John. Sorry, one
it's-
St. Croix, one St. Thomas, and one St. John position.
So the union negotiations are complete for what is this? SIU?
They're completed, but they didn't, in their records, they didn't have when those employees started paying into U.S.
Say that again.
Into the United Steelworkers. They didn't have their official payment date. So they came to us to get their first NOPAs into the government, which luckily were in their records.
Yeah, this, I think that you have 3 employees and you are now moving to have, what's that number? What's the new number?
The 11 new positions.
So that's what, 34 or so employees in tourism, and you have 3 that's within this category. But we can't continue to hold up a whole mass for 3 employees. You all have to really look at it to determine how does these 3 people in this classified situation with SIU, we gotta figure that out. sometimes they call it union busting, but I don't think it's fair to tourism. You don't have any skin in the game with SIU. You don't.
Yeah.
You agree, Commissioner?
Yeah, no, we're going to get it fixed. I think we
that
heard
needs to
loudly.
fix. You ain't got no skin in the game with SIU. So they ain't studying you. So you will up a whole slew of people because of that. Those employees need to be.
No,
I'm not going to say, but you know what I'm talking about.
No, we have it. We heard the messaging clear. We have the spreadsheet. We have the letter. It'll go up. We'll move.
This is not right. What they're doing is that's not going to work. All right. What is not working is more like it. Senator Gittins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I ask for two right off the bat? It's going to be quick.
Just keep it moving.
What is tourism doing to invest in the beautification of Frederiksted, being that we have this increased number of cruise ship passengers?
We don't have any direct investment in the beautification itself.
Okay, I'll ask you to just do so, okay? And the other one is, I'm looking at the number of new positions you have. There's a number of new positions in the budget here. Things like accommodation liaison, social media managers. Are these going to be in-house? And I noticed that there's double, so this means you'll have one in St. Croix, one in St. Thomas?
Yeah, well, the plan is to have them split between district, yes.
And that's needed for, I could see that for the accommodation liaison, but is that needed for a social media manager as well?
Depends. I think one of the things that we're trying to do is make sure that we maximize. So we have the Naturally in Rhythm campaign, but we also have St. Croix, a Vibe like no other. We also have specific stuff on St. Croix that's different. We have a promotion on St. Croix. So we have a lot of things that are happening on St. Croix that having the extra personnel will help. St. Thomas, St. John has just a lot of activity on a whole from tourism. So we do have enough work to cover both positions in both districts.
Okay, thank you. Hence, me wanting to see a lot more on St. Croix, okay? At the ferry dock as well. Some advertisements, posters, something going on, but there's nothing there. We saw the one, how you call it, that mini cruise ship, the boutique cruise ship. Nothing ever came back. We're not seeing or hearing anything on the dredging.
That's true.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scenic lookouts for St. Croix. Have you guys, like, scenic lookouts?
Oh, scenic lookout.
Scenic.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
All right.
The Spanish sometimes kick in. So have you guys identified any and have any conversations? Because, we need to really improve things, especially like in my district. And we want to see more. My colleague was mentioning it before. So those conversations, I think, are important. And if we really want to, because we could market how we want, but what are we marketing? So I think tourism, apart from marketing, has to take another step in ensuring that we create things to market. And in that collaboration, that's why I said that capital outlay projects might be important for tourism to start adopting things if we really want to bring up the product. So I want you to have those conversations and put up those plans and collaborate with other government agencies in order to do that. I just want to say that. And then the last thing in closing, with the Airbnbs, I know we moved the Hotel Occupancy Act and with the e-share economy. So what's the conversation you have with other entities other than Airbnb to ensure that we can embrace those agreements and receive those fundings in a territory just as we have with Airbnbs?
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for that. First off, thank you for the comments. We will definitely look into doing more in terms of investing in other projects. As Senator Giddens and you have mentioned, we definitely have heard the messaging loud and clear. We definitely heard the messaging loud and clear. With regards to the sharing economy space, we are trying to work with Government House on having similar agreements with some of the other sharing economy providers. Right now, the only one that's in place is with Airbnb. I met with leadership of Airbnb last week, to discuss their relationship. They're very pleased with the U.S. Virgin Islands. However, we did have conversations about ways that some of these other sharing economy platforms can begin paying their 12.5% too. And of course, the conversation came up whether it should be legislation or should it be an executive order that's in place now. So we are pursuing it. It's very high on my radar because if we could get more monies coming in, we know our sharing economy is doing extremely well. We definitely need to pursue it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, just in closing, it's the law already. So what I want to hear is initiatives you've engaged with others apart from Airbnb. We already have it down pat Airbnb. So Verbo, Expedia, those others that in the e-share economy, I want to hear the meetings you're having to ensure that we could get into those agreements, invite them in. So it's already in the law, it's placed, so we just need a more aggressive approach from tourism to ensure we're not leaving money on the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. And before we close, I'm going to allow you to close, but very quickly. So we talk about the collaborative, and the collaborative that I'm referencing is that on the ground. So there's discussion about infrastructure, beautification from Senator Carrion, beautification from Senator Gittins. What is that collaborative between the Port Authority, the tourism associations, Department of Tourism, et cetera, about how do we ensure that, so we are promoting more airlift, we're seeing more cruise in St. Croix in particular. So what are we doing? What about the other industries here, the tours? What are we promoting? Ecotourism. What is that collaborative? Because as we see the increase, we have to figure out, yeah, it's a vibe like no other, but what's that branding? What is it that we're coming here to see? And when we come, let's talk about the infrastructure. So Public Works has to be included in our conversation. Do we have a collaborative waste management? Do we have a collaborative on the ground as you do your work and do your promotions and your advertising?
Yeah, I think, Senator, that's a great point. I think we do have it, but we have it primarily around festivals. So every time we have Carnival, St. John's Celebration, St. Croix Festival, all these agencies you speak about, we get together to make sure that particular event happens. I think where we need to go, and the next evolution we have to do is make it bigger and make it year-round, right? And include the private sector. We have conversations with the private sector if it impacts that particular area, right? We need to have conversations with the private sector year-round because, as we mentioned, it's almost 70% of the GDP is tourism related. So I agree with you. I think that there's something that has been spoken about in this body that I am very concerned about is our ground transportation. I think it is definitely something that we have to be honest with ourselves with regards to our competitive positioning. And at some point, we have to have those hard discussions. And then lastly, I would tell you that as the competition ramps up around us, they are looking at the USVI and they're looking at our successes, and they are looking at us directly, and we're in the target. So what that does to our team here, our team listening, is we know we have to be better. So we appreciate having this forum to defend our budgetary ask. We recognize that there's some administrative hurdles we have to overcome internally, but we've heard the messaging loud and clear today. We will be on it, and you will have the responses in short order.
Yeah, it's a major part of our success. So it's not about our ability to advertise and all those other things, that we can actually be a lot greater if we have a collaborative on the ground. So we're going to allow you Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your alibi, your last question.
Thank you so much. I know you forget about me, and I stayed here late last night with you. Anyhow, I wanted to ask a question regarding what are we looking at as far as our social media. I know when we had the pandemic, you were doing a lot of advertisement, social media, and I'm suspecting that helped to increase the number of visitors that came here in the Virgin Islands during the pandemic. Are you utilizing any influencers to help promote our festival? Any activities that we have for the Virgin Islands?
Yes, ma'am. We have been investing significantly more through COVID and post-COVID in social media and digital marketing. We feel it's been a very effective tool. Our numbers, just this year, we're up 4% in our postings directly through tourism and our handles. However, we've also hired outside influencers. We've hired, for example, the Trini Jungle Juice, who had millions of hits on his coverage of our festivals. We've had different influencers come to the territory and post on their sites, and we've seen significant hits as well. I think one of the things I would like to lead on that note is many people think that marketing is one time. You hit one social media, you get one email. You know, the average person needs 8 to 10 times to see the particular brand before they make the decision. So that's why it's so important to constantly see and be out there. And social media and digital media is proven to be very effective, cost-effective, as well as effective in terms of people wanting to make the decision to visit the territory.
And I noted that in your testimony, you plan to also expand to doing some TikTok videos as well. And I would applaud you in doing that because I look at TikTok sometimes. My final question is regarding your third-party fiduciary. I noted that their contract is pending again. It says here, meeting the needs of our community, that you have their contract. Is it pending?
Yes.
You have a renewal?
It's pending. It's in property and procurement. Our team, I think Ian spoke to them up to yesterday on the contract progress. So we stay on top of it. We would like to get the contract done as soon as possible. However, in the interim, in order for us to process the responsibilities of the Division of Festival, we have been receiving justification, approval from property and procurement, which allows us to continue to do business in that manner.
Okay, thank you. That was my additional question. Thank you, Madam Chair, for those opportunity to ask those questions.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Commissioner Bachelta, you may wrap up.
Senator Fred Gregory and the rest of the senators that were here today, we want to thank you for continually supporting the Department of Tourism and the Division of Festivals, not only in the chambers, but we see you to the events. We see you out in support of what we do in tourism. We appreciate that. Lastly, I want to thank the tourism team who have performed above and beyond throughout the pandemic. And since I became commissioner back in 2019, I appreciate all the efforts. The monetary side of proof is coming soon. We heard today the support within this body. The governor supports it, so our team will just continue to execute. And thank you for allowing the Department of Tourism to share our story with you and the listening audience today. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I know that you have to run out because you continue to promote the U.S. Virgin Islands. So thank you for this opportunity. And again, I believe that this conversation around our tourism department needs to be continued. And we have the Economic Development Committee that can continue this discussion, but it's an important discussion. And remember, several ask. One, key performance indicators with regards to your progress on each. Updated personnel listing to include filled, vacant, and new positions, to include the associated fringe benefits. And I think one of our colleagues asked for accounting of the 3 festivals. So thank you for your testimony and for your candor today, and we look forward to continue to work with you.
Yes, Senator, your office is very efficient. We are already receiving emails.
Yes, I know. I'm reading the letter. All right, have a good day. The committee stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, are you prepared to read Block 2 into the to the record this afternoon?
Department of Finance. Invited testifier, Ms. Clarina Modest Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the Department of Finance's team, and welcome to the 2024 budget hearing. I'm going to ask the Acting Commissioner to please put your name and title on the record, and all of your other staff, senior management, leadership can do likewise. We'll do likewise. So please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon. Clarina Modest Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wilfredo Guzman, Deputy Commissioner of Finance.
Good afternoon. Grace Foylindo, Director of Payroll.
Good afternoon. Anthony Selkridge, Director, Government Insurance Fund.
Good afternoon. Ebony Serrano, Director of Accounting and Financials.
Good afternoon. Lucien Nunez, Director of Treasury.
Good afternoon. Alicia Woodley Jackson, Acting Director of MIS.
What was your title again, Ms. Woodley?
Acting MIS Director.
All right. Okay, we're going to ask you to proceed with your testimony. Mrs. Modest Elliott, proceed.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee Chairperson, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Vice Chairman, Senator Novell E. Francis, Committee members, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Javon E. James, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Samuel Carrion. Non-committee members present, the hardworking and dedicated staff of the Department of Finance, and the people of this territory listening and viewing today. I am Clarina Modest Elliott, Acting Commissioner of the Department of Finance. Pursuant to your invitation, I appear before you today to present the Department of Finance's budget for the fiscal year 2024 as recommended by the Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined today by the members of my leadership team, namely Mr. Wilfredo Guzman, Deputy Commissioner with direct oversight of Human Resources and Business Administration, Mrs. Lucy Nunez, Director of Treasury, Mrs. Grace Foylindo, Director of Payroll, Mrs. Ebony Serrano, Director of Accounting, Operations, and Financial Reporting, Mrs. Alicia Jackson, Acting Director of Management Information System, and Mr. Anthony Selkridge, Director of the Government Insurance Fund. Currently, our dedicated team at the Department of Finance is comprised of 46 full-time professionals, 32 on St. Thomas and 14 on St. Croix, of which 27 are classified and 19 are unclassified. While we lost and gained employment through transfers, resignation, and retirement, we have a total of 15 vacancies to include the most recent employment change. In addition, we have included 6 new positions to assist us with the audit and federal drawdowns. Within the last couple of weeks, we have committed to moving the hiring process along at a much faster pace to help us in the areas of much need. We do not expect to leave the first quarter of fiscal year 2024 pass without filling the remaining positions. We are determined to meet the department's mandate and responsibilities as defined in the Virgin Islands Code Title III, Chapter 11, Section 171 to 180, through the following 7 divisions. The Accounting, Operation, and Financial Reporting Division is responsible for processing all account payables to vendors and ensures proper recording, monitoring, and financial reporting of transactions posted to the applicable ledgers in the Enterprise Resource Planning System, ERP through its 9-member team, of which 8 employees work out of the St. Thomas office and 1 employee out of the St. Croix office. In addition, there are currently 3 vacant positions and 3 new positions to be filled, with a total of 14 positions to support this unit. This division is vital to the coordination and preparation of the financial statements and audits of the government. In addition, it processes invoices timely and accurately, driving payments out to vendors once received, vetted, and approved through a workflow from agencies. As of June 5, 2023, we have processed over 45,000 invoices and have been able to process 88% of those invoices. We are working feverishly to get this to a 95% mark, which we feel that we can do given the positions in the budget. The Management Information System Division, with a staff of 7 employees, 5 on St. Thomas and 2 on St. Croix. In addition, there is 1 vacant position with a total of 8 positions to support this unit. This unit manages and maintains the information technology resources and data processing support services of the government's ERP system and the standardized automated time and attendance system, STATS. In an effort to mitigate the risk of destruction and harden our ERP system, the MIS migrated the ERP system to Tyler Munis Software as a Service, SaaS, thus leveraging the cloud environment. Profound gratitude is expressed to the MIS team for their dedication and hard work in keeping the financial management system of the government online and providing bi-weekly ongoing training to all GVI. The Treasury Division currently has 8 employees, 4 on St. Thomas and 4 on St. Croix. In addition, there are 3 vacant positions and 1 new position with a total of 12 positions to support this unit. This unit is tasked with a myriad of revenue and cash management responsibilities. The division records and manages revenues, disburses all checks issued by the government of the Virgin Islands, charged with the reconciliation of the government's bank accounts, and performs limited audit functions surrounding cash collections. Our Treasury team have mastered the art of managing shortage of cash challenges by effectively meeting our financial obligations. With more than 50% of the Treasury Division staff currently being new hires, the department has initiated a short-term plan through cross-training and shadowing of consultants and other staff members. The Central Payroll Division is comprised of 6 full-time staff, all in the St. Thomas office. In addition, there are 2 vacant positions with a total of 8 positions to support this unit. This unit is responsible for the processing of all payroll-related transactions and reporting for the executive, legislative, judiciary branches of the government, as well as specific boards and commissions. Additionally, this division is tasked with managing and ensuring the accuracy of the payroll database, leave balances within both the stats and the ERP systems, coordination with and reporting to the VI Bureau of Internal Revenue Service, Social Security, and the Government Employees Retirement System. Indeed, I am obliged to extend accolades to the payroll division staff for their selfless and magnanimous efforts in ensuring the continued processing of the government's payroll, retro and premium pay to our hardworking employees and citizens in the aftermath of COVID and throughout, not to mention improving exit NOPA efficiency by 50%. The Government Insurance Fund Division operates with a staff of 6, 2 on St. Thomas and 4 on St. Croix. In addition, there are 4 vacant positions with a total of 10 positions to support this unit. This unit collects, manages, and maintains all revenues and expenditures of the government insurance, which provides insurance coverage against liabilities for all insured employers doing business in the Virgin Islands. The fund still suffers from a severe lack of adequate funding to address the needs of injured employees. It is even more imperative now that the executive and legislative branches work expeditiously to address the wavering health of the fund. Implementing recommendations provided by the actuarial study and revisions to existing portions of the Virgin Islands Code would allow the opportunity to revitalize the fund. To improve the efficiency of business processes, efforts are ongoing with the full implementation of an electronic document and database management system, which will also provide a more cohesive sharing of information and reporting with the Department of Labor. The Board of Tax Review, with a staff of 1 employee, is responsible for processing formal real property tax appeals and resolve disputes of the tax assessor's valuation of property taxes. There are currently 4 vacancies that exist on the board, 1 on St. Thomas, 2 on St. Croix, and 1 on St. John. In accordance with Title III, Chapter 11, Section 180 of the VI Code, members serve a 2-year term and shall continue to serve until the appointment and qualification of a successor. The office received 35 property tax appeals for tax year 2023. Pending appeals for 2023 are as follows: St. Thomas 14, St. John 18, and St. Croix 3. The board continues to work diligently to address real property tax appeals in a timely manner. The Commissioner's Office. Providing the requisite leadership, management, and support to the previously mentioned divisions are the primary responsibility of the Commissioner's Office with a staff of 11. I am blessed with the good fortune to have an amazing support unit that has oftentimes made the execution of my duties and implementation of initiatives painless. There are no words that could truly express my increased respect and appreciation to the entire front office team and other executive staff members for their outstanding and solid support. The Department of Finance fiscal year 2024 budget recommendation includes funding from the General Fund, Government Insurance Fund, Data Processing Revolving Fund, and the Indirect Cost Fund. The budget breakdown is as follows. General Fund, $14,719,612. Government Insurance Fund, $1,086,731. Data Processing Revolving Fund, $94,005. Indirect Cost Fund, $108,500. Personnel Services. The fiscal year 2024 total budget under this category to fund 67 full-time positions, including vacancies and new positions. St. Thomas 33, St. Croix 15, and 19 cleared to be filled. It is comprised of classified 39 and classified 28, which are allocated against several funds. General Fund, $3,231,263. Government Insurance Fund, $437,579. And the Data Processing Revolving Fund, $60,000. Fringe benefits. Projected fringe benefits for fiscal year 2024 are at $1,701,244. This amount covers the employer portion of Social Security, Medicare, contributions to the government employees' retirement system, and contributions to the group health insurance. General Fund, $1,443,587. Government Insurance Fund, $223,652. And Data Processing Revolving Fund, $34,005. Supplies. Within the supplies category, funding is for office and operating supplies, repair and maintenance supplies. Projected expenditures at $294,000. General Fund, $280,000. Government Insurance Fund, $14,000. Other services and charges. Total projected cost in this category is $9,524,763. Expenditures include professional services, security guard services, training initiatives, travel, communication services, and repair and maintenance services. For fiscal year 2024, the miscellaneous budget request in the amount of $8,371,763 was merged within this budget category, resulting in an evident increase in the general fund request. Fund breakdown: general fund, $813,000. General fund miscellaneous, $8,371,763. Indirect cost fund, $108,500. Government insurance fund, $231,500. Utility: proposed utility costs in the single payer utility general fund is $380,000. The estimated cost is inclusive of the utility for electrical and water costs for the Leroy A. Quinn Complex on St. Croix. Capital outlay: anticipated expenditure for this category are $200,000. The department continues its efforts to upgrade its aging technical resources and building infrastructure in both districts. The Department of Finance exercises custodial management over several other funds. The projected transfers as contribution for those funds for fiscal year 2024 are Caribbean Basin Initiative, $8.5 million, VI Lottery Fund, $900,000, Transportation Trust Fund, $5 million, Insurance Guarantee Fund, $6 million. A total transfer of $20,400,000. For fiscal year 2023-2024, the department's accomplishment and goals are as follows. Accomplishment: the GVI fiscal year 2020 financial audit was recently issued on May 31st, 2023. We issued on time electronic W-2s and 1099s for 2022. FEMA has obligated funds to renovate both the St. Croix and St. Thomas buildings damaged as a result of the disasters. As such, we have begun working with the architects to design the interior of the structures to meet future needs. We assisted with the timely processing of retro pay, premium pay, and income tax refunds. We implemented a fully electronic system for the Government Insurance Fund Division, integrated with the Department of Labor, which will minimize delays in processing payments to injured employees. We have invested in professional development and training of staff. We anticipate having 100% of our staff trained by the end of this calendar year. We have provided training and collaborated with Tyler Munis ERP, federal agencies, and consultants that support GVI with audit readiness. We increased exit NOPA efficiency by 50%. We are working to increase the efficiency of timely drawdowns as expenditures are being paid utilizing local funds. We have a great partnership with ODR, which is actively working with agencies that has not been as efficient as FITEMA ODR with their federal draws. Our goals: we are working to reduce the number of findings and qualifications in the annual audit reports and to also enforce and ensure the timely issuance of financial statements by GVI and component units. Efforts have been made to increase the base rate of the Government Insurance Fund, which will require legislative support. We are working on providing competitive salaries to retain and recruit skilled individuals because we tend to lose qualified employees faster than we can recruit them. We are reaching out to UVI to include the internship and UVI Cell program in addition to the GVI Fellows program to help fill the vacancies in our budget. We are working with consultants to increase the efficiency of federal drawdowns, reconciliation of federal grants receivable, and the schedule of expenditures and federal awards, CFA. We are working on implementation of a central payment processing system where there will be a one-stop payment center for all government-related bills, which is currently in the RFP stage. We are currently working with all revenue collection agencies to fully implement the Telecheck Executive Order 495-2019 to help mitigate millions of dollars in NSF checks. As I conclude my presentation, honorable senators, the challenge to manage financial resources remains constant. However, the department intends to remain fiscally conscious and prudent of our financial resources and appreciates your favorable consideration of the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget as recommended. This would allow us to continue our efforts to execute the department's mandates as we restore and rebuild a more resilient territory where families can benefit from a stronger economy and infrastructure. This concludes my presentation. My team and I stand ready to address your inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Commissioner Modeste Elliott. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. And I am going to open by addressing the concerns that we've had, that we've discussed with the Department of Finance for quite some time. But before I do that, let me ask you, who's the person that's responsible for administering your budget, your appropriations?
Administrating our budget?
Administering who's your business office director, your CFO, your personnel director? Who is that person?
The business office director is actually out sick, but Deputy Guzman has oversight over.
Okay, so y'all realize that she was out sick last year, right? And the year before. Okay, so we're paying attention. It's happening every year. We are aware. Every time we have a budget hearing, what is her name?
Rochelle Benjamin.
She's always absent. Let her know that we see her, that she's absent. Okay. We're paying attention. Y'all come to defend our budget. Y'all did not come to defend your various areas of operation. The expectation is that the person at the Department of Education, Department of Finance is high. This is the second department that come before us without their fiscal person. That's a problem. So everybody playing games, and what I'm going to start doing is, once y'all don't come with a proper personnel to defend these budgets, we're going to send you home. It used to happen when Chucky Hansen and then people were here. It's going to start happening again. It has to stop. You can't be sick the same time every year. Okay? So let's go to the fund balances before we start this meeting. Who's responsible for the fund balances, for the reconciliation of the fund balances at the Department of Finance?
Director of Accounting and Financial Reporting.
Okay. Director of Accounting.
Good day, Senator.
And what mechanism do you have in place to reconcile these accounts?
Currently, we have over 100 funds. We really focus on the funds that are being appropriated from. One of the things we started looking at was our form of reporting the fund balances. And we recognize where in the past there have been some concerns around the ending balance. But to explain that further, we go a little deeper to make sure that we are not over budgeting the fund. So our fund balance may have seemed to be a lot lower than it should. But for this body, we came prepared with just what has been paid out of that and has been obligated out of that fund. So we're not looking at what budgets we still have available to be utilized, which we used to take into consideration.
Part of your financial audits is tied to the auditors reviewing your fund balances, correct?
Yes.
So I understand what you're looking at, but our hope is that we will see a day when we no longer see, what is it, qualified?
Mhm.
Qualified audits.
Qualifications, yes.
Right?
Mhm.
Qualifications mean that you have issues with your audits,
Correct.
with your transactions, etc. So
Correct.
how are we going to get to that point when we continue to receive budgets that have fund balances that are incorrect, where transactions, revenues are not, obligations in particular, obligations are not hitting the account? And I'll give you one as an example. Were you guys listening to the hearing earlier? Were you listening to the hearing earlier with the Department
Yes.
of Tourism?
Yes.
And the fact that tourism, the legislature moved in 2020 or 2021, all of the expenses from the general fund of the Department of Tourism onto the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund.
That's
and to
correct.
date, the employee salaries
Yes.
are still hitting
Yes.
the GVI's general fund budget. How we
Yes.
will ever be able to reconcile? How we
Yes.
reconciling?
So what we did with that is, because we knew about the $1.4 million in payroll expenditures.
For what year?
For this fiscal year.
What about last fiscal year?
Last fiscal year, they were paid from the general fund, as far as I know.
But the law says that they
Yeah.
were to be paid from this account. So this account
Okay.
numbers are incorrect.
Okay.
Okay?
So we were notified initially, maybe 2 months ago, about some of the NOPAs and job salary tables not being updated, which is the responsibility of the department to start the process of updating NOPAs and working with the Division of Personnel to update the job salary table. So that actually would hit the general ledger accurately once set up. And so we need to get to that point, but we have identified the dollar amount that needs to be adjusted, and we do have that within our working file to have done before the ending of this fiscal year.
So it gotta be before the budget season, because we are not moving these budgets unless this is fixed, because we cannot be making decisions and we don't know what these book balances are. I think we've made ourselves absolutely abundantly clear about that. We can't continue to receive these types of fund balances, because then we are also operating from an irresponsible position.
Yeah.
So
we have
y'all
that
need to take
balance.
some night and make it to address that. But
We
the
have
issue
the
is that
balance.
allow me to finish. The issue here, though, is you said that it's the responsibility
Yes.
of whom?
Of the department.
Which department? The department that's
of tourism.
Okay, so no. So this is where you and I disagree. So when the legislature passes a law that says you no longer pay your employees out of the general fund, you don't have the authority to hit the general fund to pay them. It's the responsibility of the Department of Finance as well as the agency. But you are where the buck stops. The buck stops with you. So if you know that the law states XYZ, Department of Finance should be, once we pass a budget, Finance supposed to hold that budget, sit with their team and review everything with the accounting division. That's what needs to happen. We can't continue to operate the way we're operating.
Right.
So
But
it's
we
not
did
good
reach out.
business.
We did reach out to tourism, and we did set up an opportunity to work with the department. They were getting a new hire who was going to be responsible for
2 years ago.
for that position, and so we were going to work with them. But from this Senate, we will go back, and we will expedite that process.
So what get monitored gets done.
Correct.
Part of our job as senators is to do the necessary oversight. But y'all have a larger responsibility, and that is to manage the finances of this government. That's not really our role. And, we can't continue to see this. So what happens is when we talk about stuff, that's when departments and agencies do what they have to do. That's bad business. And this legislation was passed since 2021. When 2023. And these book balances for TARF is incorrect. So we cannot move a budget for the Tourism Revolving Fund until we see the correct numbers. So we are asking through the chair, and I'm the chair, that the Tourism Revolving Fund balances need to be fixed. by finance ASAP in order for us to move a budget for tourism. Otherwise, this entire government's budget is not going to move. It's just our reality. And as we look, we'll see the rest and we'll make the determination. But we can't keep operating like this. Nobody takes us seriously. All right. Senator Bolkas, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I want to start off with asking, there were 15 vacancies listed in your testimony, but I only see 12 listed in the post-audit report. Could you tell me what the missing 3 positions are? And while one person is looking for that because my time is ticking, I wanted to find out about your resignations. I know that you listed a number of resignations had taken place. Can we understand why or what the reason was behind those resignations?
Go ahead. Good afternoon, Senator Wilfredo Guzman. Some of our resignations are due to the, not having competitive salaries. We have had individuals who have transitioned or moved to other departments because the other departments have given them more money or they salaries are higher. So those are some of the situations that we're facing in the Department of Finance.
Okay, and we also had some retirements. How many individuals retired this past year?
It was about 3.
3? Okay. You also have in the post-auditor's report expenditures and actuals. No, let's start with miscellaneous section. That's page 5, I'm sorry. And I see that the Department of Finance had training for 22 and 23, but nothing listed for training for the employees in 24. So are we not training our employees this upcoming fiscal year?
Yeah, we are. It must have been yes, we are. It must have been an oversight, but we have, based on page 5 of 12,
yep,
they're showing training of $100,000.
Okay, I don't see it listed on for 2024 budget here in the post-auditor's report.
Okay.
So hoping that changes as soon as possible. Page 6 of the post-auditor's report, expenditures. In the second column, October 1st to March 31st, which was 74 days ago, about 2.5 months ago, I'm seeing that we've hit some marks pretty early, and I'm curious to know for the lump sum payments in 21-22 was 62,917, but we've already hit 65,885, and down the line, transportation, not travel, at 12,190 in 22, and in 23 we're already at 12,481. On these page 7, security in 2022 was 102,000, and as of 74 days ago, we're at 111. So I see that we're hitting a lot of marks pretty early this fiscal year in some of these categories, to include training, it looks like. No, I apologize. Security and all other on page 7. Could you please elaborate on some of those for us?
Right. The lump sum, as stated, we had about 3 employees that got paid, and those who resigned as well got lump sum payments.
Okay.
The ups in the expenditures to date, we noticed when we pulled the report, subsequent payments, like the year ends September. However, bills for September comes in October, and so those type of...
So some of those bills come after the fiscal year has already passed.
Correct.
Okay, understood. I see travel is up at 12,481 from the whole fiscal year of 12,190.
Travel. What page are you looking at?
Page number 6.
Travel. Transportation.
Okay, before my time runs out, in your contract,
1 minute.
other funds for your contracts, I don't see anything listed for Tyler ERP. Is that contract a multi-year contract that's not listed here, or?
It was expired and it's currently being executed at Department of Property and Procurement.
Okay, because I know that that is our financial software system that pretty much almost all, if not all, government agencies utilize in this government, and I was just very shocked not to see it listed.
30 seconds.
So I just wanted to know what the status was on that. Okay, and could you tell us what that contract was last time?
Ms.
The amount?
Jackson, you
The
remember?
amount of the contract, yes.
It's approximately 200,000 plus, because depending on the different trainings and upgrades that may need to be done, it fluctuates
Okay, and that's per year, correct?
per year.
Per year, okay. Thank
Time.
you so much. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bulkes. Yo, FY 2021 is still open?
Fiscal year 2021?
Mhm.
No.
So
Only
how
2
you-
years can be open at a time, 2022.
So how do you, so where, your audit for 2020, where's your audit? You just completed what year?
2020.
So you just completed 2020, and you are there in the process of working on 2021?
Correct.
So how are you going to
We
change?
transferred the 2021 information and a trained system so that the auditors may be able to audit that information for 2021.
So how do you make adjustments?
We have a period 13. Once we make the adjustments, then we'll post it.
Okay, the reason why I ask is because I go back to the tourism revolving fund.
Mhm.
In order for you to come forward, you have to go back to, I mean, I don't know what 2020 says, but you definitely have to go back to 2021.
So definitely be an audit adjustment.
Okay. All right. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the team finance, and thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, in regards to your KPIs, can you speak to areas of achievement within your KPIs for FY23?
Okay. We have actually been meeting our KPIs. We added some new KPIs that we have not really been monitoring as yet, which I believe that was rejection KPIs, but we have actually been meeting all of our KPIs.
So can you give me 2 of the KPIs that you have been able to meet?
Payments, meeting our payments within 10 days. We actually have been processing and meeting our payments within that 10-day period. Processing our exit NOPAs within like 15 days. We went from like 45 days and now we're meeting it within 15 days. Anything else?
What was the set goal for that?
It used to take about 60 days, and then we had kind of set it to like 30 days, but we have actually been doing it within 15 days once it's released to Department of Finance.
Okay. All right, let's move on to your number of vacancies. Can you speak to what are your challenges in regards to filling those vacancies?
Our top challenges is usually the salaries.
And how have you remedied that or attempt to remedy that? Obviously, sometimes as commissioner, we have to take 2 positions to make 1. Have you been in discussion with OMB or the chief negotiator in regards to how do you address that particular issue?
Well, we have been trying to reach out to UVI, the internship program, the UVI cell programs, and we plan to tap in the GVI fellows program as well.
All right, moving on. I saw that you have an insurance payment. What is that insurance that you're paying for?
Let's see. What page are you on?
That's based on my notes here. I think you're paying $660 or $440 for insurance.
Give me 1 second to look it up and then I'll respond. You want insurance?
While you look that up, how many days of cash do you have currently?
5 days of cash equates to
5 days of cash?
Yeah,
And that equates to how much in dollar value?
13+ million.
Have you or do you intend to have any cost savings from your budget?
Only those that would arrive from not filling vacancies, but no, we don't anticipate.
Okay, on the insurance is actually page 5 of 12 that speaks to your projection of $440,000 for insurance. What is that for?
1 minute.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Senator. Let me look into it and then I'll get back to you.
Okay. And
We'll look it up right now and then get back to you.
okay. Have you received the $900,000 from the Virgin Islands Lottery?
Not yet.
When was the last time have you
30
received
seconds.
from the Virgin Islands Lottery?
I believe it was proposed just for the fiscal year 20. No, we did get it for last year, 2023. We did get the $900,000.
Got it for last year?
Yes, we did.
Where are you currently in terms of your expenditures? How many? What is the amount of expenditures that you have currently?
Today, you had this, right? It's right here. Including personnel
Time.
and French?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may just 2 more questions to wrap up real quick.
$4,797,616.
And what percentage of fringe are you utilizing?
More like 31.5%, but I don't include health insurance.
I didn't get that number. Say it again, please.
31.5, 765, GRF, 11, 31.5, right? What's the, he wants to know, inclusive of 7.65, 11.
And can you speak to your vendor's debt? Where are you in terms of what vendor's debt at this point? Age and current.
I do have it. It's like 20 million aged. Majority of it is current, about 3 million. It's late. However, the departments and agencies, when they enter the invoices, it's already late. So it shows up under 60 to 90 days. So it's not because finance is not paying it. It's because once it's entered in the system, it's already late. But it's 20 million and 3 million are late.
Very well. I'll continue my questioning on the second round if there's one. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses, Acting Commissioner.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So an important part of your budget makeup of your budget is the government insurance fund, correct?
Yeah.
And I'm looking on page 40. It goes back to my earlier conversation. We gotta get serious about this stuff. So the government insurance fund currently says there's a budget here for 2024, of $1,086,732, correct?
Yes.
And the government insurance fund currently states that it's $50,170,494 in the red.
Correct.
So how we making these budgets? This have to stop.
And
We are not going to be moving these budgets with these red balances.
Right. And so for the government insurance, their current revenues have been sustaining them. The base rate is what we need to collaborate with the legislature to.
Miss Modeste, then we can't be budgeting against it. Do you agree?
I understand what you're saying,
So
but
the
we
revenues-
have injured employees.
So I understand the base rate discussion. So the revenues that come into that account, that came into that account for FY 2022 was 9.7 million,
Correct.
right? And what we're doing is we are operating, Mr. Selkridge, we're utilizing $1 million. In 2023, the proposal was 787,000 from the government
Correct.
insurance fund. But we know that we have a challenge with the government insurance fund, correct?
Correct.
Because what the delta is, about how much million? I think it's
In
90.
the reds?
How much million was?
In the reds?
No, the whole issue that we have with the government insurance fund. There's a, help me, Mr. Silkridge.
There's a $50 million deficit.
Right,
in
so
the
we
government
recently had a
insurance fund.
conversation with the governor to see if we can get help with the, I know that the rates have been increased and we've been dancing with this, but the interim, the government can't be sending down $1 million to operate the government insurance fund operations against this account. Cut the account in the red. So help me. Help me to understand how is it, if I'm off, just correct me.
It's actually, last year it was 55 million in the red, so it actually went down. And so the current revenues is actually what's sustaining the fund. We can't go without paying injured workers, you know.
That's not my point. That's not my point. You have personnel and fringe benefits against it. I'm not talking about what the responsibility of the fund is. I'm talking about, and this all of this ain't really for you. Some of this is definitely for OMB, because they need to understand, are we looking at these fund balances? If we never looked at them before, the message is loud and clear. We're looking at the fund balances if you're going to be using these fund balances to build the budget. So the question is, from your perspective, you're looking at your budget. Of course, you deal with your budget based on what was sent to you by OMB and what you said that you needed, and they break it up how they see fit, right? But we know what the obligations are if somebody get injured, etc. But in good conscience, how does government could place salaries and fringe benefits against an account that's in the red? That's the reason why we can't get our financials together, because we having these unauthorized discussions on, we are utilizing our general fund dollars inappropriately, where you're not authorized to utilize the general fund dollars. So we know that once payroll hit, what happens?
Correct.
It hits the GE.
Correct.
I'm asking the financial leaders in this territory to really look at what's happening here. I mean, this doesn't really have anything to do with you. Well, it does. It does overall, but for your budget, that's different. But overall, I got to fix these things. If you see that they're budgeting against payroll against this, somebody needs to tell them you can't do that anymore.
Right.
They can't do it anymore. They can't do this until this fund is fixed.
So our recommendation would be to move them to the general fund.
Well, that's who's paying them now.
Correct.
So we just have a unrealistic budget that we've been, approving over and over. We got to tighten this up a little more. The people of the Virgin Islands deserve better. We got to tighten this up a little more, okay? I'm just not going to hit this rubber stamp on this 2024 budget. these fund balances, if they don't have any money in them, you can't use you cannot use salary, especially salaries. And then how are I getting these transactions hit? How are I hitting these transactions against, like for instance, you all have supplies, 14,000, other services, 94,000 against a fund balance that's that's in the negative. How are I getting that hit? The system's supposed to tell you, hey, you ain't got no money in there.
Correct.
What's going on?
We have unobligated budget as well.
Yeah, we got some issues here, folks. We got some true, real issues. So that's why when Senator DeGraff and I have to tell Senator DeGraff, when we move that legislation to put the 5 million, any excess cash into that was left over from the general fund in the year of 2021, in the height of COVID, you remember that, Senator? That's why they couldn't do it, because all these funds are being used. All these funds are in the red. They're budgeting against them, but they're using the general fund to pay the expenses. Whoa. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Senator Johnson, I think he's having some difficulty with his with the power. Power is out, I think, on his side again. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You know, when the financial team came before us, I compared the 2022, the 23 budget book, 800 plus pages, to the 24 budget book, 800 plus pages. There are 22 fund balances out of the 20 that's in the 23 budget book that are not in the 24 budget book. And I used the fund balances from the 23 and just calculated them. $89 million. But the OMB director told me, you have the balances, we just didn't put them in this book this year. So again, to come up with a $900 million budget, and we have $89 million that don't show up in 23, that show up in 23 but don't show up in 24. To me, math is 1 and 1 make 2. So no matter how I turn it. So I was just wondering, there is a boxing and wrestling fund. We still have that fund? That fund exists?
Boxing and wrestling?
Fishery and Wildlife Projects Fund. Criminal Activity Investigation and Prosecution Fund. Does that exist?
They probably do.
They're just not appropriated.
Criminal Activity Investigation and Prosecution Fund in the 2023 budget, $803,712.46. Does that budget, that fund still exist?
It probably do exist, but isn't appropriated. But let me just look at my fund.
And see, I started off with that because every year I always like to, and I ain't gonna make it any different this year. I always want to start off with, regardless of what we could slice or dice about finance, about any department, the employees that work hard. Nobody miss a paycheck. These are the things where it is we look at, and 1 and 1 make 2. Hey, I walk in every day, I get my paycheck. So employees, how much employees finance has?
Currently, Wilfredo Guzman, currently we have 46 employees.
Give me the breakdown. Exempt, unionized.
So we have 27 classified and 19 unclassified employees.
Okay, so for the 27 that's classified, when last they had a wage increase?
This fiscal year, April.
What unions is that? Are that?
Is the steel?
U.S. Masters.
U.S. Masters. Cover the 27 of them, and they are current. Any retro due to them?
They got the retro.
They got everything?
Going back to, yeah.
Okay, and the unclassified, you said?
19.
19. Unclassified. When last have they received a wage increase?
It's been a while.
If you don't mind, you could give me a year when you say it's been a while.
Maybe 3 years.
3 years, okay, since the last time Governor Mapp gave it. That's
Correct.
3%.
Yes.
And to me, these are the real issues. For me, people that say, oh, exempt people, if you're working, you deserve to be paid. Because again, I've seen a lot of things that to me don't add up in budgets, you know, but to call out people and try and embarrass, my parents didn't raise me that way, so I ain't gonna treat nobody that way. But there are problems. As the finance chair mentioned, major problems. You know, so if people are supposed to be paid out of an account, we saw where the OMB director took $45 million out of the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands to pay off WAPA toward fixing
1
FIFA.
minute.
And we fuss about it, you know, let's not beat a dead horse. But it's happening. So when it come time for the people out there working hard, need to be paid and they're not paid, it's things like that's why. It's thing where tourism supposed to be paid out of the tourism revolving fund and they're not paid and it comes out of the general fund. So all of these things here, a revolving door and you know, it's sad to say. Now, your vacancies that you have, they are
30
funded
seconds.
at what percent? What percent of your vacancies funded? 100%? 50%?
No, 50.
50% from 23, so it's going to recommend the recommendation into 24 is same 50%.
Same
Okay.
50%.
So do you intend to hire people?
We do. We do.
So-
We have
so-
an aggressive timeline to hire by the end of this calendar year. So
So it's then to come back to the legislature to get money,
We
or
may
you
have
crunch
to.
some of them? You have to.
Time.
we may have to, yes.
Yeah, see, and then again, when you come back to do that, because some of your employees need rest because they're overworked, and you need to bring on people. You can't bring them on because they're at 50%. They got to come back to the legislature. So you see the whole process, and being finance, the people understand that finance in charge of the money and making sure people getting paid. That's how people look at it, regardless of how we. You know, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair. Sorry if my time was called. But just in people hear finance. I've been a police for a long time. If you tell me finance, I know where it is, and their job is to make sure I get paid. That's why you look at finance. So that's what the people see. But to me, you gotta start in-house. In-house, your people first, the infrastructure, the building of finance, any capital outlays to fix that building. We can answer in the chair's time because I would like to really hear about the facility they're working hard in, how it's being taken. It's been around a long time. You can answer in the chair time, capital outlays toward the building on the St. Thomas, and I don't know about St. Croix. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
So funding have been obligated to fix the both St. Croix and St. Thomas buildings. We are 30% complete with the architectural designs. However, what further you want to elaborate?
Yes. The money has been obligated, and with that, we have completed 30% of the design phase. Now we have to send those cost estimate to FEMA for approval.
For 10 years. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. So just to follow up, what's the funding source?
For
the capital that you made reference to?
It would be FEMA.
So all of it is FEMA?
Yes.
So under your FY24, under your government insurance fund, you're requesting $180,000 for capital. What is that for? Mr. Silkridge?
Yes, good afternoon, Anthony Selkridge. That money is basically for our SAS. Just like most government agencies, since we don't carry servers anymore in buildings, we opt to move our software programs to the cloud. Those services do not come free. We just implemented a software program to digitize our entire system, government insurance and workers' compensation. Our portion of that SAS is roughly right at about $150,000 for this year.
So that's a capital project, or that's a that falls under like data supplies or data professional services or something. I don't see that as a capital outlay. So
It's
you need to
recurring.
look at that. But anyway, in any event, you do have a challenge with being able to use this fund. So we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna get this done. But we cannot process operations against the insurance guarantee fund anymore. I don't know how all of this went unchecked, but this has to be addressed. Senator
Base rate.
Joseph, you had a point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had an inquiry regarding the same question regarding the capital outlay. I see that it's $200,000 that is budgeted for the finance. But you responded that you're going to get the money from the federal government.
But we need to have a 2%, a 10% match, and that's why we budget in $200,000. So for this fiscal year, hopefully,
So this is the match for the federal government.
Yes.
And because we're switching a little bit, you already have your funds obligated by FEMA. I'm thinking
Yes.
of FEMA. Okay, so this is your match. The 200,000 is your
Correct.
match.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm clear on that now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Senator Johnson, were you able to get back up on the teams? All right, we're going to go to Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Department of Finance team. I must echo the sentiments of the chair and some of my colleagues. We really need to get this straightened up in order to have a clear picture of what we have to do and where we are. So there's discrepancies and things we need to really get clear up. And it's not only Department of Finance. A few of the agencies that come in here before us. Excuse me. Let's go to your expenditure report. So I have a few questions regards to your expenditure report. I'm looking at the post-audit report that we have on page 3. Capital projects. So you are requesting $200,000 for FY24. That's correct?
Correct.
What's the plan with that?
We have been obligated like $5.7 million to fix the building, and we need to come up with a 10% match. And so we're not going to get the whole building fixed within the next fiscal year, so we only ask for about $200,000 for the 2024 budget.
But that's not for the match then.
It is for the match.
So this is for the match.
Yes.
This 200,000. Okay. And then in FY23, you requested 185,000. What are your actuals on that?
You have the actual, the 185. I believe we have the actual, the 185 in capital. Yeah, I think we do.
My time is running, so you got it?
Machinery and equipment.
What was the intention for that 185? What are your actuals on it?
I know it was in machinery and equipment, but the actual detail, we'll get back to you with the actual detail.
Now I want to know how much have you used so far?
169,000.
169,000. And that's ending March?
Yes.
Okay. 169,000. And that went into what? You said you don't know for sure?
Machinery and equipment, but the actual details.
Can you provide that through the chair, please, so we can have a listing of what? Other services and charges. So there's a deduction that you're requesting. There's 13 million, and I'm going to look at the breakdown. I think we have it here.
What page?
I'm still on page 3.
Okay. You said 13 million?
Mm-hmm. 13.4. Page 3. What are your actuals on that?
You mean for 2023?
Yes, 2023.
What about it?
Where are we now? How much have you used?
Other services. I think it's on this. Other services and charges, yeah. Okay.
Because you're requesting now 9.1
Correct. Other
for 2024. So I want to know where are you in 2023?
1 minute.
Oh, we only used 2.2 million so far.
So from the 13.4 million, you've only used 2?
Yes, we have used additional from the miscellaneous, but yeah.
Is that
just 2 million for now?
So you have so in vendors, what do you have outstanding then in payments? That you
30 seconds.
20 million.
So I'm trying to figure out if you you appropriated 13 million, you've only used 2.4. So what's happening there? With your payments to your vendors?
Some of the vendors kind of bill.
Because you appropriated 13.4, you've only used 2.4.
I need the miscellaneous section. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, other services and charges.
Time.
I think I have it. I think.
And while you try to figure that out, I know in the past you had some issues with telecheck. Is that working? What's the status with telecheck?
Excuse me?
Telecheck. Well, you're looking for that. What's the status with telecheck? Is that working?
It's working.
It's working?
It's working.
Okay. Yeah, because I would like to know what's the status. Why then, if you've been appropriated that amount, was the hold up with the vendors and so forth? And then I see that with regards to your employees, they received some increase within your department?
Increase.
When was the last pay increase?
April.
April?
Yeah.
Who received that?
Just the union employees.
Union employees. What about directors and?
No.
No directors have to receive any increase. When the last time directors, deputies, and assistants commissioners receive increase?
I want to say 3 years, 4 years ago.
3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, and then everyone else received approximately April. It seems then that maybe the directors, because you're having some issues in maintaining your employees, so maybe you have to also look into ensuring that directors, also the management level, also then now receive an increase within the department. But we need to get these things fixed up, and I still have some questions that I need some answers to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So, in fiscal year 2022, your other services and charges expenditures were $38.4 million. $38.5 million. Was that an anomaly? What created that huge expenditure? And then in 23, the appropriation dropped to 13.4, and now in 2024, just to follow up on the senator's question, and then in 2024, we're seeing 9.1 million. So that's a further reduction.
Right. It seemed like 2024, the budget stabilization, 5 million, wasn't included.
Oh, no. Budget stabilization, it have nothing to do with finance operations. I'm talking about up in the finances operations, up top. Total general fund operations, other services and charges, where you're to expend money. That's why it's important for your business director to be here. Because I wouldn't expect you as the acting commissioner or the assistant commissioner to be able to answer what's happening with the transactions. So transactionally, it appears that there's an anomaly that occurred in FY 2022 because the amount is 38 million, and in 23, the amount is 13, so that was reduced significantly. And now you're asking, there's another ask for a reduction in FY 2024 down to 9 million, which is a 32% reduction of 4 million too. So we need to understand what is included. I think that's where the senator was going. For FY 23, what's included in the other services and charges category? What are we paying out of that under your general fund? And what are you proposing to pay out of that in FY 2024? So that helps us to understand exactly what's going on.
And we actually have the miscellaneous included in those numbers.
How is that possible in the miscellaneous? What's considered miscellaneous?
Our audits.
Right, so that's fine, but we just need for you to provide us. That's no problem. When you say miscellaneous, so does it sit in a different part of our budget? I mean, I would need to see the appropriation document for FY 2023 so I could understand what you're saying. So for FY 2023, what was the appropriation for the Department of Finance? So you could understand what you're saying. Let me see. Based on the budget. You have that? I should have it. So, you have it?
Give me 1 second. Looking for it.
Yeah, we gotta get these numbers straight.
Yeah.
We have to. So in FY 2023, it says that we appropriated from the straight direct general fund. We ain't talking about all your other categories, right? We're seeing 18 million total, 425. And on the other services, we are seeing the 13 million, 424. And I'm taking this information from page 332 of the budget book, right? So when you say what's inclusive of the miscellaneous, what I mean? In the miscellaneous section of the budget or under, do we have the, wait, it's 8120, the budget act for 2020. I'm gonna go on to the next senator and then we're gonna come back to this. While we try to locate the FY 23 budget under Department of Finance so we could understand exactly what's happening. You have it?
The miscellaneous.
Oh boy. Let me go to the next senator and then we'll look at it. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Kindly indicate for us, Acting Commissioner Modeste Elliott, how many funds do your department have oversight of?
We have oversight of all the funds, but
special funds specifically, not the general fund. Those special funds.
Oh, the GIF, the GIF, the data processing fund, the government insurance fund.
Okay, you don't have over the horse racing fund, those special funds also? You have to give accounting for those?
We do have to give accounting for all the funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in light of that, and you indicated that you have closed out your 2020 audit. Are you right now undergoing any federal Inspector General's audits?
No.
Okay, so not your payroll or anything with any federal Inspector General audits have been coming through your office?
No.
Okay, good.
Senator.
All right. Now, I wanted to also look at another portion of one of the funds that you, of course, manage, and it's the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund.
Mm-hmm.
I noted that in 2022, we had 6.4 million there, and I'm reading from the post-audit report on page 4. And for 2024, we have 8.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, how is it that, and we, for fiscal year 2023, there wasn't any monies appropriated?
Okay.
How are we assuring that this money is going to get into this fund?
Right. Although it's budgeted under finance, we wait for it's recommended. The amount are recommended by OMB, and so once they provide the release letters as to who needs to be paid out, then we proceed accordingly.
Okay, so this is monies that we should be getting from our total excise tax revenue collected by the U.S. Excise Tax Division and all rum imported into the United States. Did you and the OMB director have any discussions regarding how they are projecting it compared to the previous fiscal year? Because there were no projections in there.
We actually didn't, Senator.
Okay, so you don't have those conversations even though you manage?
We didn't.
Okay.
But we usually do.
You usually don't?
We usually do, but we didn't.
We didn't. Okay. I think it would be beneficial, at least for us and for you, as the manager of the funds, to have those discussions with OMB, because it's very glaring that nothing was appropriated in 2023, and now we have this big amount, 8.5 million, for 2024 rather. Budget. I also want to look at another similar trend for the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee. I guess that's the Insurance Guarantee Fund. Okay. We have 6 million for fiscal year 2024, but I suspect it's because we had placed a ceiling on that. Is that correct? Okay, so that's why you only have 6 million. How much is in the insurance guarantee fund? What's the funding balance there?
About 56 million.
Okay, so we're a little bit off from what we have in the budget. A little bit. In a budget book, I think I recall.
1 minute.
Jeez, I'm bread. I recall seeing we had 50 million. So you have, as of when, it's 56 million?
June 12th.
June 12th.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next, I want to go on to your vacancies. I noted that you have some vacancies there listed, and
30 seconds.
Are you anticipating to fill these vacancies within the first quarter?
We're hoping, yes.
Okay, to fill them within the first quarter. And I noted that, well, most of them are already there to be filled, your vacant positions. Okay, I don't have any more questions. I'm sure some other questions will come to me.
1 minute.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, time.
Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
So
just for clarification, Acting Commissioner, you noted to the previous speaker that your outstanding vendor payments is 20 million. So that's your outstanding vendor payments that's sitting in the system, correct?
Correct.
So how long, so what is the oldest, farthest out or in?
Over 90 days.
So over 90 days.
3 million.
You have,
3 million.
Pardon?
3 million.
So you have them broken out?
Yeah.
Okay, so help me, over 90 days, you have 3 million. Uh-huh.
I'm coming.
So 90 days is the furthest out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 3 months.
Uh-huh.
And I guess everything else that comes, that falls.
60 to 90 days, 2.9 million.
Okay, and the balance of, that's 15 million, about 14.2 million? Well, 14.2 million is within the 30-day?
30 to 60 days, 3.9 million.
Okay.
And then current is 10.3 million.
10.3. Okay, so you pay them in order of the list coming forward?
Correct.
And of course, you're having this challenge because of this recurring conversation that we're having with regards to the 45 million, right? That's part of it.
I don't think that's part of it, but
well, what is it?
We're if you notice, current is 10.3 million, and so.
So what's the challenge with paying the 3 million for the 90 days?
We had a check run today, so I'm pretty sure we paid the 90 days and over, or the 60 to 90 days and over.
And this is all transactions that are related to the general fund?
No.
So are we doing this for federal dollars as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
So why are we doing that when we are drawing down our federal funds? And I'm not talking about FEMA disaster-related projects. I'm talking about I submit my transaction, my payment to you. We're seeing that it's hitting a check run. I do my draw. What are we having? So then you're going to continue to have audit findings. This is an old conversation. Audit findings because what's your clearance pattern?
It's
requirement 3 days, 2.5? What?
3 days.
So 3 days. So once the funds are drawn.
But so remember, it's reimbursement. So we're paying and then we get reimbursed by the federal government.
Right, but I'm saying these are sitting in the account.
Right.
So why are we sitting on? Because I specifically asked, are these all general fund? Because I could understand the challenge with your cash.
Correct.
But if you're talking about federal funds that are, and I'm not talking about those that are disaster related, because that's a whole nother anomaly, right? I'm talking about those. Let's just use education as an example. They have a transaction, $50,000. Well, they don't not even through your system, but you know what I mean. So they're responsible for drawing. That entity is responsible for drawing. So why is it taking 90 days to pay against a federal?
I mean, it's not taking 90
payment?
days. Maybe they put in the payment. They had the payment, I don't know, maybe 3 months on their desk. And so by the time they enter it into the system, it's going to show it's late.
Oh, so that changes the conversation.
Correct.
When you say 90 days, I think in 90 days from when it hit your account.
No.
So you mean, so that's why we have to be clear.
Correct.
So you're saying 90 days based on the invoice date.
Correct.
Yeah, but you're not in control of that.
Correct.
What you're in control of is what hits Department of Finance and when you pay. So that's the information we're trying to get. So once it hits DOF, how long does it take? A payment takes to move out of your system. An invoice takes to move out for payment.
We try to stick within the 10 business days.
So you do it within the 10 business days?
Yes.
I see.
88%.
Yes.
So what is the conversation that you're having? Well, I understand that because you're working towards moving to improving that. But so what is your conversation with the departments and agencies with submitting their invoices in a timely fashion?
We're actually working towards like quarterly closing because, we've been doing the annual closing and, it's kind of too late. So when we encourage the departments and agencies to start reconciling, because we're asking for information on a quarterly basis versus, on an annual basis. So it's kind of helping out, but there's still a lot to be done.
I mean, it's going to take some time to adjust, but
yeah,
even quarterly is not good enough. You're supposed to do month-end close.
Exactly. But they're so delayed with everything.
Well, Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So you don't have a standard operating procedures where you don't pay invoices after a certain time date, and that vendor, that agency, when they submit to you the invoice, they have to go back out and get a new invoice and have it more recently dated from the vendor to pay the process?
No, we don't. We don't, and we owe the vendors.
You should.
Okay.
Because you should, because then it makes your audit looks bad to have it there and it's dated and it's not on you. It's actually on that agency.
But then when they get new invoices, it's going to still say we owe them for services rendered or goods procured at that date. So, I mean,
Right.
yeah.
Right, but you should have some kind of standard operating procedures for your fiscal control that you are no longer going to be accepting any invoices after a certain time period.
And Ms. Serrano has been communicating with the departments and agencies, asking for Excel spreadsheet, like what do you have on your desk that needs to be paid? Because sometimes they're waiting for the funding to be released, but you know.
Okay, I'm not going to go too much into the operations, but that's for you and your fiscal control. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So that's a big part of it. So colleagues, we're going to go to a two-minute round. So a big part of it is cash flow, release of funds. So while they may have received the services, I think what's happening, I remember back in the day we used to do quarterly allotments, now we're doing month-to-month, so that's part of the challenge. I'm not sure. I mean, if back in the day, we were more challenged with our revenues. And we are claiming that our revenues have increased significantly, but we're doing month-to-month releases. So I guess it's a way to control, but it's creating issues with our ability to pay our vendors in a timely fashion. But we're going to go to a 3-minute round. But let me just say, as acting commissioner, I see what you were referencing with the miscellaneous. So you needed to be a little clearer. So things like the elected governor's retirement fund and the judge's pension fund, all of that falls under the Department of Finance.
Correct.
But that inflates the Department of Finance. So
Correct.
we have to make these adjustments in the way we present the budget because your budget isn't really $15.4 million.
Correct. And
It's
I
not.
kind of mentioned in
Yes.
the testimony that, you know.
Yeah, that we can't continue to inflate the department's budget. These are ancillary items that do not belong to you.
Correct.
Now, GASB 45 is yours.
Correct.
And the finance audit accounting assistance, those are your transactions. But things like judge's pension, what's claim funds?
No.
Claim funds.
It's claim funds.
It's under your
I
budget.
want to take a stab at it, you know.
Yeah, there's $100,000 budgeted here for
Yeah,
claim
it has
funds.
to do with the courts and making payments, yeah.
So this has to do with, so we have laws in place that says that the funds received for violations or whatever it is, or
Need to
goes
be
to the
paid
Department of Finance, so we budget.
100.
So there's a fund. Do we have a fund that's called the claim fund?
Let me see.
You could check it and let me know. So I see the challenge. So your budget is more in line of what number based on your operations, and you have to include your GASB. So we're going to ask you to provide that information to us. Clearly, what is your budget based on your responsibilities? And then the other items, which is like like I said, the judge's pension fund, that ain't really your budget. That's miscellaneous items that can fall under finance, but it needs to be clear that those are miscellaneous.
Correct.
That you would pay out, but that's not part of your operating expenses. Do you agree?
I agree, but
Okay.
because it's under the Department of Finance, so.
But it needs to be separated
Correct.
because your budget is inflated. Who pays the tort claims? That comes out of DOJ or
We do.
you pay?
But yes, DOJ, but they submit the request and we pay.
So it's paid at Department of Justice?
Yeah.
So is there a tort claim fund?
There should be.
Yeah, so we need to look at that. All right, so now I have a better understanding of why your numbers seem that off. So colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. We're going to start with Senator Angel Bulques.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about part-time employees. Do you have any at the department?
No.
No? Okay. Contracted employees?
No.
No? Okay, all full-time. Okay,
Correct.
and some are paid fully from funds, and then I see some of them listed at 0.5. Where is the other funding coming from to pay those employees?
FITEMA.
By TEMA?
Yeah.
So there's an agreement, MOU of some sort, whereas
Correct.
how many employees are?
3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. On page 3 of the post-auditor's report, I saw that your utilities, there wasn't anything listed for 22 or 23. However, I see 380,000 listed for 24. Could you please elaborate on that?
It's usually paid from the single payer utility, although we budget for it, but it's transferred into the single payer utility.
Okay, so if I might ask, what was the reason it not being utilized in 22 and 23?
Page 3, right? Page 3? Where? Yeah, it is budgeted.
It is?
Uh-huh.
But there's, well, I mean, you're in the current fiscal year for utilities. How are you paying your utilities now? From what source?
From the single payer.
From the single payer utility
The
fund.
money is transferred over.
Okay. On the document I have, there's no indication of anything there, so hence I asked the question.
Okay.
Quickly, are you up to date on all of your GRS payments for your employees?
Yes.
Yes?
We are.
Okay. Any insurance premiums for the department that's coming up that we should know about?
No,
No?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay.
1 minute.
Very well. Repairs and maintenance, I see it's at 1.2. You foresee that amount of repairs and maintenance in the next fiscal year? Could you tell us what's on the cusp of being repaired or maintained for 2024?
What page? 3 still? You still on page 3?
I apologize. I'm on page 5.
30 seconds.
1.2 million for 2024 repairs and maintenance.
We do anticipate spending, 1.2 in repairs and maintenance, and we have a lot of systems, our buildings, our vehicles, and so we do anticipate utilizing.
And what have you spent thus far for this fiscal year on repairs and maintenance? As of today, if possible, if you have those numbers.
Time.
And then this income, about 70,000
So 70,000 so far this year?
so far.
Okay, so Madam Chair, may I please wrap up? Thank you. So if in fact we're at the middle of the marking of the fiscal year and you've only spent 70,000, then a 1.2 million might be quite an exponential jump from there.
Right.
So perhaps we could look at that again.
I know our Tyler Munis contract is currently being executed, and then a lot of repair maintenance support services goes to Tyler Munis. The new Ventive system, I know we're working on getting them paid with some maintenance for the year. So a lot of the billing comes closer to the end of the year.
So it's also for software maintenance,
Correct.
not just structural facility
Correct.
maintenance.
Exactly.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for clearing that up, Acting Commissioner. I think Senator Johnson is back on the line. Senator Johnson, are you back? I'm seeing a Galaxy tab. Oh boy. Okay, we're going to move on until you could get back on. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner, in terms of return checks, how much of return checks do you have currently?
I don't have an exact number, but we have quite a bit.
And what are we doing about that? Number one, we're paying $200,000 for the telecheck service.
Oh, you mean,
which
okay.
capturing
No.
some of that. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
No, not return
So-
checks. You mean NSF? No, we don't. Let me tell you. Because of telecheck, let me tell you. So, sorry for taking up your time. So, last year, our total investment was $83,000. Total loss was would have been $3 million, but because of telecheck, we really didn't have to incur the cost. And this year, thus far, we spent $63,000 for about $3 million. And the same thing, we don't have to incur the cost because of telecheck. So telecheck is working for us.
Very well. And how many or is all cashiers equipped with the telecheck service?
I know off the top of my head, we're still working on getting equipment for VIPD and I believe health insurance. But we have more like 90%, 85% of the departments.
And I would imagine our major revenue generators have the telecheck service, correct?
IRB and LGO? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Very well. Fire, health, those areas have telecheck service?
I know we were working with health. I believe they have been fully implemented. I know we were working with fire, but I know VIPD haven't received theirs for sure.
In the past, we have had close to several $1 million. I mean, I think it was like $3.5 to $4 million in bounce check. You're saying that currently there is none. Ninguno. Nada.
Well, I'm not saying that. I believe we may. You want to go ahead, Ms.
1 minute.
Nuna?
Lucy Nunez, can you hear me? Sorry. Lucy Nunez, Director of Treasury. There is some return checks reported, but the numbers have reduced drastically due to the telecheck system. If we need to provide the figures, we can definitely provide it to this body upon request.
Please, via the chair, if you could just submit those. You also have a credit card compliance person. What is being reported to you in terms of the credit card uses? Are we in compliance with the governor's executive order in regards to compliance with credit card?
Yes, but I'll ask
30
Ms. Serrano
seconds.
to elaborate further.
Yes, Serrano. Yes, we are. We have one individual who has been managing that whole process really, really good. We get reports. We meet any agencies where we have any challenges. We jump on them immediately. We have a fine AP team that audits the invoices, that also collaborates with that individual that manages the credit cards. We do have the power to shut down the credit cards if we find that we need to. So we have a lot of control over managing how that fund is, how the credit card program needs to operate. And also, from a funding perspective, we always we always make sure that the agencies establish a purchase order to put the funds aside so we can make sure that those payments the invoices are being paid timely.
Very well, thank you. I heard my time call. Madam Chair, if you would allow her to just on your time give us a discussion in terms of what digital transformation and automation look like for the Department of Finance, I'll appreciate it.
Repeat the question, Senator.
What does digital transformation and automation look like for the Department of Finance?
I mean, I know we're working on going paperless. However, Ms. Jackson, you want to elaborate?
At this current time, Department of Finance is working on bringing our equipment up to par to what is required by the IT, I should say, environment. So we are trying to digitalize everything that needs signature. That's why we have Adobe, and we have the other one gone out of my mind right now, DocuSign. So we are digitalizing as much as possible.
Mr. President, that response works for you?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
All righty. Ms. Woodley, how long have you been serving as the acting director of MIS?
Approximately 2 years, ma'am.
And is there a reason why you're still acting? How many acting directors we have here?
Only
How many
me.
more?
Just one.
You're not interested in the position?
Well, Madam President, with the...
I'm no longer the president. I'm the chair of this committee.
Okay, chair of this committee. I'm sorry. With the salary increases that we got, the union, a couple months ago, the position salary as MIS director is below me. But I enjoy my job. I love the people that I work with. So I'm doing this position because my heart is in it. It has nothing to do with the salary.
Got it. Well, the reason why I asked the question is because while you're serving as acting, then how is her position going to be filled?
No, I have to table that to the acting.
That's not for you. That's for the. Yeah, I mean, if we don't have folks acting, then it means that there's a delta in the position. And I see that. What was your title before?
It was senior data analyst.
Okay, so, I mean.
So it was a conversation, but like Ms. Jackson stated, she's actually making more as a union employee than she would be making as the director. And so we're considering bringing in an assistant director. So we're working on reorganizing.
Wait. So there was someone that sat in a position before.
Correct.
So you were making more money than that person, or that person, there was no salary increase before that?
There was no salary increase before that. I was not making more than that individual.
And so since the new salary increases, we need to increase the directors because we have employees making more than myself and the directors. So
yeah,
it's
that's a problem. So the union increases are effective when?
April
of
2023.
Yeah, so you should have a proposal in your budget to increase the salaries because I don't think I have to say anymore. Let's talk about your new position. So you are proposing how many new positions in FY 2024?
Wilfredo Guzman, we're proposing 6 new positions. We have the chief accounts payable, which is a classified position. And then we have 5 unclassified positions, which is the capital asset coordinator, financial audit specialist, human resources specialist, a federal grant specialist, and the network administrator.
So you didn't have a network system manager before?
No.
So who was doing your network work? Ms. Woodley?
Ms. Woodley.
Oh. And these positions are budgeted at what, 50%?
They are, yes.
And the capital assets coordinator is budgeted at 100? That's what I'm seeing here.
Yes.
And did you have someone before that did your capital assets?
We do.
So you need another CAP coordinator?
Correct. Yes.
So what's the title of the current capital assets person?
Capital asset coordinator, right? Yeah.
So it's one for each district?
Not one for each district. The capital.
I mean, I know it's a huge responsibility.
Yeah, I was about to explain. Yeah. So
Okay.
we just need more help.
So the current capital assets coordinator salary is 50,000?
Yeah.
Correct.
So tell us what capital, I know what it entails, but tell us what it entails.
And we have been advocating, and we will try to reorg that area. And the current capital asset person, we are recommending an increase for her, and then bringing in an assistant. We had an intern, and we brought her on board to assist, but we still need additional assistant to make it like a mini division under accounting.
How we don't come up with these salaries?
When we originally started with her, she came from Vitima.
No, that ain't a
and
question.
Vitima is
That
who-
ain't a question. How do we come up with these salaries? It's like
based
there
on
is-
what Vitima was allotting for the positions. They was giving us like 3 positions at $50,000, and so we needed the capital asset
So
person.
you said based on Vitima,
They actually started paying the capital asset person. So they gave us 3 positions.
Okay, why?
Funded
Is it
by
a festive-
FEMA.
Okay, be clear.
As,
Okay.
Yeah, as a result of the disaster, you know.
So now we're moving them onto the general fund. That's what you're doing here?
Yes.
Okay, so I ain't clear then. These new or the positions that you currently have and you're moving them from the federal dollars to the general fund?
We're moving from the federal dollars to the general fund and still need an additional help from the general fund.
So where is it here? So the capital asset coordinator right now that's filled is 65,000. I'm looking at it. And the capital assets coordinator new is 50. That's why I'm asking how we don't come up with these salaries. Yeah, the coordinator is 65 and the new position is 50.
You know what?
No.
Okay. You want to take a stab at it?
So y'all need to look at
We'll look at it.
Okay, and then you have a federal grant specialist at 30,000? What I mean?
30?
It's 30.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what it is?
No.
60, sorry.
That's 50%, so that's 60,000.
Correct.
60, yeah.
Okay.
60.
Okay. And your human resource director? How many employees do you have?
46.
You have 46 employees and you have what's the title of the lady that's not here today?
Director of Business Office and Fiscal Administration.
So you don't have an HR person?
We have an HR generalist. Yes.
Correct.
Debbie.
All right. And the Director of Management Information Systems, that's the position as you're acting in?
Yes.
MIS.
All right. Okay. Senator Johnson, are you on? He was on a few minutes ago. The power is not allowing him to be great. Yeah. We can't see you, Senator. We're not sure what's going on. Then we're going to go to Senator DeGraff.
Go ahead.
3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Commissioner, I support you 100%. Give you the position. The Academy Award goes to Ms. Jackson. But again, I agree with you. I would do the same thing. That's why I talk about paying the people them what they're supposed to be paid. You know, because again, you'll never get somebody to work that position over a card. They gonna make the money, 45,000 and thing. Nah, pay the people them what they should be. But what really gets me with looking at, I look at the 2022 budget, Finance, Department of Finance from the budget, $21,800,405. 23 budget, $15,147,391. Now we're asking the 24 budget, $14,719,612. We're going backwards. In 3 different years, 3 different budgets, Department of Finance was supposed to have all the technical people to deal with what it's supposed to be dealing with, upgrading the systems and stuff, coming here to beg to the legislature, oh, I need this and that. Nah, come and tell us what it is you want. Tell us. I don't know a thing about finance other than I get my paycheck. Period. And there's technicalities that should be done in there. So I'm just saying that's how it should be, because the last 3 years, finance budget is going backwards. And the employee should be going forward. So again, and yourself. So are you getting paid the commissioner's salary?
Supposed to be.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Yes?
I mean.
Okay, good. Then that's something positive.
Yes.
Now, you know, when I sponsored the credit card bill, I was wondering, could the fund balances be set up the way the credit card bill has been
1
set
minute.
up? In terms of if you give a threshold and someone hits that threshold and you cut them off, can the fund balances be set up with a threshold or something that for your accounting purposes? I know in the days when you started off, your checking account with a little book. I never know how much money I had in my own checking account, because you got this book here. If you don't write it down, you never know how much money you get in your account. So sometimes you're overspending because I forgot to write this down. But automatically the credit card account process or system
30 seconds
gives you that threshold that when the credit card is met, boom, they have to come through and go through the process. Can't the fund balances be looked at or set up in that type of way?
I mean, we're making the fund balance a priority, but, you know, because the operation is so decentralized, you know, we don't have enough staff at finance to help departments and agencies with their reconciliation. And so Ms. Serrano and her team has been identifying certain fund and have been, you know, asking for the adjustments to be made and trying to make sure that these funds are reconciled properly. But it's a work in progress.
Too much work. And finally, Madam Chair, I asked you the question the other day, I guess we could ask Ms. Foy, in regards to can the National Guard members, when they work on TAD, be paid direct deposit? You could state your name and
Good afternoon, Grace Foylindo, Director of Payroll. Payments are made when the agencies or the departments submit paperwork.
So they can be paid by direct deposit?
Once they submit the paperwork, I'm not sure exactly what type of payments you're talking about, but they can be if it's a payroll matter.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carrion, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at your professional services, which falls under your other services and charges, right? On the post-audit report, page 8, you have generator maintenance. I think it seems like you had budgeted for $5,000 and you end up paying an annual payment of $32,948.
Yeah. Our generator was not working, so we had to rent a generator, and then we had to purchase some additional parts for the generator. So we've been doing a lot of work with our generator, and so.
So wasn't it most cost effective to purchase a generator?
I believe we have a new generator, but I just need to confirm with the facilities guy because that was the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, so I
It
believe the
kind of looks.
cost.
It would make sense if this amount then is
Yeah.
referring to also the purchase of a new generator.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay. Now I see you have also some contracts that have ended. For example, Bug Consultant. It was budgeted for 54,000 and it ended on May 27, 23.
Okay. It's currently being worked on at DPP.
So that will be renewed?
Yes.
Okay. And as to date, the payment, well, what we have here in record is March 31st for 18,000. So there were some savings there, or what's, or will be renewed with some other work that will be performed?
Yeah. Usually after the audit is done, because they work in conjunction with the auditors, and based on the work that they do with the auditors, then they would bill us. So a bill is probably forthcoming for the balance.
Help me out then a little bit. What were you appropriated for FY23 for professional services?
23. Professional services.
Because I see you're asking in FY24, your projection is 4.7.
30 seconds.
But I'm seeing here that some of these contracts run over from one
Yeah.
fiscal year to another one.
4.7 million.
So an FY23 was 4.7?
Yes.
Okay. Basically the same thing you're asking in FY24. What was FY22?
Time.
22. 6.1.
6.1, so there's an increase. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Carry on. So, of course, our good colleague is out because he's not feeling well these days, but I know there's some questions there he would have asked. For instance, Benham and Hodge, the terms of that contract says that it's expired. No, it's going to expire at the end of the year. Are there talks about bringing back up this contract? The one for Buck Consultants, Actuarial Services, that expired on 5/27. We have some that's expired. You have cleaning contracts that expired in 9/22.
Right.
Oliver Exterminated 9/22.
Yeah.
Oliver Wayman Actuarial Services 9/22. Ranger America 4/21/23. Parsons Lawn Care Landscaping Services. Why landscaping and finance? I ain't seen no bush down there. I just
St.
see-
Croix.
Oh, St. Croix. $141,000. Oh, that's the total amount of the contract.
Oh,
For what? $312 is that contract? Wow.
For Ranger Security.
No, for the Parsons lawn, the Ranger, sorry, my bad. The Parsons lawn is only 12,000. Let me correct that. The Ranger America is 312,000, so that's at both Department of Finance stations, correct?
Correct.
And then Tempe and Xerox pending division of personnel. So I suspect that your copying machines are on. Are you lease purchase? Do you have lease purchase or you just pay for the maintenance? Okay, so these contracts that appear to have expired, are you reading them back up? Are you on month to month? What's the status?
No, we're actually working on renewals.
So are you still in business with Ranger America?
Security services. Ranger.
So
yeah.
don't they fall under the general, I forget what they call it, of the
I know.
Department of Property and Procurement? I don't remember the name of it.
Yes. Yes.
So you're saying So you're saying that the property and procurement have not read up the contract for security services for this government? Because y'all are basically paying them month to month. Since September of 2022. Like, what really going on here? I mean, and this is not your responsibility. This is you pay these, you. This is a general, huge contract that supports the entire government. Correct?
Correct.
You don't do this as a.
No.
I'm not sure what's happening here these days. I don't understand some of this stuff. What about the one for your actuarial?
We do that.
So they say annual. What I mean, what's the contract terms? $75,000.
It's every year.
Okay, so it's every year?
Every year. So we just finish an audit, so they'll probably send us the bill because they work in
No,
conjunction.
no, is the terms of the contract. Do you have a contract with them?
It's annual, but it expired, and so it's actually being executed at DPP. We already submitted everything, and we're just waiting for DPP to.
So, based on the post-audit report, we are seeing that these contracts are expired. But again, there is no one here from your business office that can really tell you, because you are the techies, you're the technical staff of finance who does the support for the agencies. So you don't really know then whether or not these contracts expire. Do you know?
I mean, we looked into it in preparation to come here, and they were indeed expired and are being worked on. We already submitted everything to DPP and just waiting for.
I don't understand what's going on with this information. We just need to send a clear message that these things need to be done. It can't take us. This is September 30th, 2022. We are approaching the what? We're in the third quarter? Third quarter of fiscal year 23. So, just not acceptable. Senator Joseph? Point of inquiry, Senator Carrion. You recognize.
Thank you. Do we have a breakdown for the other services that you have in other services? Because in the post-audit report on page 5, it's $1 million.
When he said breakdown, what he mean?
I think we should have. That's it, right? So you mean like a detail?
Yeah, what it all entails, because it's one
Which
point.
is advertising, repairs, rental. You wanted more detail than you want the actual vendors? Like
Can you
who was
provide?
paid?
Yes, yes, because
We
it's a
can get
large
that.
amount,
We can get that too.
and it doesn't fall under professional services, and it doesn't fall under repairs and maintenance because you have 1.2 million for repairs and maintenance.
Right. So the audit is included based on what the senator said, the judge's pension,
So miscellaneous is included in this other services that you have
Correct.
here.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Utilize your indirect cost funds for.
We can use it for personnel, so other services and charges.
Yeah, but what? What about it? What other services and charges? And I'm asking this question for a reason. Because your audit, the legislature appropriates, how much does the audit cost us?
$3 million.
About $3.2 million.
Yeah.
And we pay that out of the general fund, correct?
Yes.
And the single audit is rolled up into that $3 million too, right?
Correct.
So the single audit is tied to the federal dollars that come into the coffers of the territory, correct? So we just find that there's a lot of indirect cost dollars that's being kicked around all over the place. Listen, I'm just going to keep it real. The indirect cost dollars that's being used by this government at this point is the government slush fund. So y'all come before us, tell us, I need this for X, Y, and Z. This is all the departments and agencies, and then the indirect costs. And we know that you provide service to the agencies, but right now the indirect cost is in the red significantly. And this legislature created that when they appropriated personnel and fringe against indirect costs, I think from the 31st or the 32nd legislature, 32nd, I think. So we clean that up, but we still seeing a red. But we should not continue as a legislature appropriate money for federal funds, the operation of federal, the audit of federal funds, where we have all this indirect cost money. We really need to look at how we are utilizing these federal dollars. We have to put, right now we put in $5 million in the rainy day fund. We got to put money in it. We got to put more money in the rainy day fund. Do you know what the, I know you guys travel to GFOA, and what's the, is it double the, what's the amount? Do you have the, what's the recommendation as it relates to the rainy day fund?
5 million?
No. For a government, based on the government's budget, or appropriations, let's just say budget, there is an amount that is recommended by the GFOA Association, or I don't know if it's tied to some GASB
right. I think
pronouncement.
it's
I can't remember.
75 million.
It's like a percentage of your overall total. I don't know what it is. But that's what we need to be working towards. We can't keep looking at this indirect cost money every year, people using it to do whatever they want to do with it. And then, we coming back and say we need these new positions. Padding up our budget, I continue to remind folks, 2017, and this is probably the third or fourth time I say it since I've been here. 2017, but for the hurricanes, we were on the brink of, you know what? And we have the FEMA dollars that has saved us and the funds that we've received as a result of COVID. But we need to plan for the future. And spending the money the way we are spending this money, we're not planning for the future. We have to save this territory's dollars for the future. When these federal funds dry up, everybody going to be coming back to the legislature saying, we need this, we have that. So we really have, colleagues, we got to look at this budget a little different. So, I like to say, folks got to take night and make day. We going to do the same thing with some. Yeah, this definitely is going to have to look a little different from what we've been doing before. Senator Joseph, you went already, right? I don't know if Senator Johnson is on, but you can go. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. In my first round of questioning, I was asking about the insurance guarantee fund, and we cleared it up a little bit for me. Now I'm going to ask about another insurance, our health insurance payments. Where are we with that? Are we up to date with making our health insurance, or are they also part of the vendors that is included in the $20 million that we owe vendor payments to?
Oh, no. We're current with paying Cigna.
We're paying? Okay. So I just wanted to make sure. I did have some, and I do have some concern with us owing $20 million to vendors. These are people who depend on the government. They have provided the services, and I really think that we really need to move forward. I'm not very pleased with the moving of $45 million from our general fund to pay VTOL when the legislature had granted a line of credit. So that is bothersome for me, because now we have the little people in the Virgin Islands who need their money and depend on the government to provide them with that source after they have rendered the services. And we're looking at almost $10 million that we owe vendors for from 60 to 90 days. So, of course, that's problematic for me. How soon do you anticipate? I know you said that you cut some checks today for those vendors. Do you have an idea of how many vendors have been paid on this
1
most
minute.
recent check run.
We could get that.
Okay,
You
we'll
could
get that. Yeah,
Yeah, because
we'll get that.
this is very troubling. This is very troubling
And
to
just
me.
bear in mind that 10 million is current, and 7 million is allotment payments to departments and agencies. So
7 million is to allotment payments to
allotments to departments and agencies, like to the hospitals or UVI.
Okay, so you had said 3 million is 90 days, 60
Correct.
to 90 days you have, based on my notes, 2.9 million. That makes it 5.9 million. And then you said 30 to 60 days was 3.9 million.
And current.
And then you had current is 10.3.
30 seconds.
So I just split it in half and say from 60 to 90 days, you have about 10 million.
Okay.
Okay. So my question is, so I am just really concerned about that. The other item I wanted to ask was
Time.
about, let me just close out, ask you about was your funding that comes into for the it's not the elected governor's retirement fund. I saw that there was a reduction based on our post-audit report, and I'm just wondering what caused that reduction. Is it because we've had some of our governors have passed away?
That's a part of it.
Okay. All right. I don't have any more pressing questions to ask, and thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So
1,611 vendors were paid.
what is that total?
The total dollar.
What's the total?
We can get that.
Come in.
Okay. So just for clarification, because I don't want the wrong narrative to leave from this room, because I heard the question from Senator Joseph. So in that 10.3 is also inclusive of allotments that y'all pay out to the respective, the University of the Virgin Islands, who else, the hospitals, etc. So you also count them as vendor payments, but they're actually checks that you write to these autonomous or semi-autonomous entities, semi-autonomous entities.
Correct.
Okay, so understood. So I guess the question of the day is, and of course PFA is here, so they'll be able to answer better. But because we continue to talk about this 45 million, the question of the day is, have you received the $45 million back?
Not yet.
Not yet. So we'll get from PFA what's the status of the line of credit. And then Mr. Silkridge, you kind of got away all day, and we're about to close the meeting. So just tell us what's happening at the Government Insurance Division.
Good afternoon, Senator, and everyone listening. I'm happy to report that the Government Insurance Fund has had 3 great years. We've collected better than $9.5 million for the first time 2 years running in our history. We have just implemented a software system that has done away with carbon paper. We are digitized. We actually have insurance company software at the Government Insurance Fund and the Department of Labor Workers' Compensation Division from one vendor. As I mentioned earlier, we do not have a server. It's in the cloud. So now we have a cost that runs us about $100,000+ each that we now have to carry. We need your help in getting our base rate changed. You can be a crane operator, or you can be a secretary in the Virgin Islands, and your workers' compensation rate outside of whatever your salary is simply going to be based on a salary, a maximum salary of $8,424. Using that 8424 as we refer to it, it's killing the fund. We got the first actuarial study done back in 2007. We finally got the rates instituted and the rates are being applied. This is our last year of executing that rate increase, and we need to go to the next level, which is to get the base rate changed. I have several ideas that I've shared with individuals here and with individuals at workers' compensation as to what we can do with the change in the base rate, but we have to be cognizant in that we just can't raise the base rate to the minimum wage, $28,000 for everybody. We have to remember the driver of the territory is tourism. People who work in restaurants, people who work in hotels, their minimum wage is different from the minimum wage that you have at the government. So we have to be sensitive to that, but yet it's still at the same time, we have to charge appropriately to the risk that that we take and according to what wages are actually being earned. I think if we deploy that type of methodology, we stand a very good chance of digging ourselves out of the proverbial, to quote the senator, $50 million hole that we're in. And trust me, I'm with you. We need to get out of it.
So what's the, I know that Department of Labor, the Commissioner of Labor, Mr. Malloy, he's been working feverishly. I saw some, he had a couple of meetings across the territory, a few town hall meetings.
Okay, I wasn't invited. I am not opposed to the merger of the Government Insurance Fund with the Department of Labor. I am simply asking that we be made a part of those meetings. I mean, the town hall meetings, like you mentioned. Am I getting
mixed up with something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so there were meetings to discuss, because this hits the businesses. The increases that you're suggesting hits the businesses.
Yes, they do.
But there have been increases.
You're talking about the rate that we charge for the classifications? Yes.
Right.
But not for the base rate.
I see. Now I follow you.
The base rate.
I got you.
That 8424.
Okay, so what are the conversations that we're having? I mean, you're working in that area. We have this delta. Like, who's taking charge of this? Do we need to make some changes? I mean, what is it that we need to do from our end?
We had submitted legislation, yeah.
Well, we've had our ideas, and I've shared my ideas with the commissioner, previous commissioner, with Government House, and there just has to be a meeting of the minds as to how we're going to do it and get the participation of the legislature to put something into action.
Okay. So
we can increase the base rate without the approval of the legislature. So we're working with Government House to draft a bill to submit to the legislature.
But it's been an issue for a long time.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
This has been an issue forever. So the
we
legislature
have been working with various senators.
Yeah, but we gotta know exactly. This can't be this have to be a clear bill that comes down that clearly identify how we are going to address this. This cannot be a senator here and there. This is a serious matter. So we gotta know what it look like. I mean, $50 million is nothing to bat your eye at. And then we're here budgeting against a negative balance. So we're gonna have to figure out how to continue to pay your salary, but we definitely ain't taking it from the insurance the government insurance fund because it's in the red. So I don't understand how you buy in software. I asked you that earlier, Miss Acting Commissioner. So when y'all have put a budget and a system for the government insurance fund?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
So you hit transactions against it?
I get.
Yes, we do.
So how we getting this do? I don't understand. Like we like chicken fixing
Based
our
on
numbers or something?
Because the fund have already been in the red. It's like I stated, it's worth 55,000. Now it's down to about 50,000. The current revenues that are coming into the fund is basically what we use in to make our payouts. And so
I ain't having a conversation with you. That don't make a drop of sense. I leave that one alone for now, but we know that we cannot use those funds. It's the same thing with you also have data processing revolving fund. You all realize that fund in the red too?
we have some checks that needs to be deposited. Yes, boy.
That in the red.
Okay.
Oh, so tell me.
That one we working on.
Yeah, we have too many. We cannot. I mean, I'm not going to support budgeting against fund balances that are in the red.
Agree.
I mean, it's just not something I could do. I don't know where my colleagues are with that, but you know, we tout that we pass balanced budgets, and clearly, that has been a big question in 2020 when it's 2024 because we're seeing all these red balances. So ain't unbalanced but what we're dealing with right now.
We're not opposed to recommendation for the general fund, so.
No. I need to understand. Ain't nothing but no oppose, you know. We are not giving you money when you can't do the simple reconciliation. We need to make sure that folks understand what's happening here. And we must move into the general fund and then we forget that we need to fix our books. That's the issue. We cannot forget that we got to fix our books. The responsibility, a part of the responsibility of this institution is the oversight responsibility. So I'm not going to sit here and add up numbers and all of that when fund balances are in a negative. It makes no sense. I'm not going to spend my time doing that. So if we can't get fund balances that are reconciled against items that are here within our general fund, not general fund, against our what do you call it, non-appropriated funds?
Yeah,
then we can't appropriate them. We do not have the authority to appropriate funds that are in the red. I am not going to participate in that. We've done it long enough, and I'm not going to do it. It's just ain't gonna work. So we gotta come up with a plan. The last budget cycle, I asked the Department of Finance to please look at the book balances, the fund balances, and bring back some kind of reconciliations. Which one I clean up?
The indirect cost fund went down significantly.
Which one we clean up? We spend the whole year working at indirect alone?
We're cleaning up.
Anyway, the TFA is here.
Yeah, we did quite a bit.
Yeah, well, give us what it is, because we need to see what's happening, because we're not seeing any improvement with our fund balances. A major part of the Department of Finance's responsibility is to manage the fund balances of this territory. The people at the Virgin Islands need to know that what is seen here when the budget comes down, and I said it to the Tourism Commissioner earlier, these documents are historical. And when we pass budgets against these red balances, it says that us as legislators did not do our job.
Right. And some of them been in the reds before our time.
Oh, of course.
We actually have been working with some of these funds and removing the obligated budget that's on the funds. So, I mean, we're working on.
I know that all of them, more than likely, all of them have been like this before your time. But it comes a time where we got to stop, drop, and roll. We got to start fixing these things. We got to show in earnest that there is a deliberate approach to fixing them. You have, I think, who do you have outside support? You have contractors that sit within finance to support you.
They're not sitting in finance, but E&Y help out
That's what I mean.
A little bit. E&Y helps out a little bit.
Benham Hadj.
Benham Hadj, they help
So what
us
do
with
they do
our
for you?
audit. They actually prepare our draft financial to turn it over to the auditors before
But they
they
didn't
can
talk to I about these fund balances, that these things is a mess?
We work with them as well.
Okay, colleagues, we're about to close because y'all have any other questions? We have the other group that's here. I mean, the Department of Finance is a major part of the success of this in any government. Let's talk about any government. Guys, they say a little rough. They say I don't feel good about this. So we're going to allow you to close, Assistant Commissioner. We know that you've been serving as, how long have you been the Assistant Commissioner?
Maybe 9 years.
For 9 years. And in your role as Assistant Commissioner, what are your responsibilities when it comes to DOF?
Well, definitely I was totally in charge of the audits and kind of overseeing the day-to-day operation, making sure that, our reports are filed timely, because we have a lot of quarterly reports that are being filed, and just work with the directors to, make sure that, the division are being run efficiently. And sometimes even when we don't have a director, sit in the role of a director. And
okay, so, and Ms. Serrano, you are the Director of Accounting.
Yes.
And the Director of Accounting is also charged with making sure that you have a staff that deals with all of the payables.
Yes.
So while you're dealing with all the payables, you're also responsible for these fund balances that I've been just drilling down on all day.
And a lot of other things, yes.
Yeah, so hence the reason why we having some of the challenges we having as well. We got to right fit the departments. We have to, because, finance is a major part of the work that we do. So we're going to allow you to close. If the senators don't have any other questions, we're going to allow you to close. And we'll just say that we want to thank our payroll division of the Department of Finance, because we get our checks on time. So let's make sure that we mix the good with the bad, okay? We get our checks on time. So, but we just need to clear up we got to do some cleaning up of our records and getting things aligned. Okay, so you may close, Commissioner, Acting Commissioner.
All right. Just want to thank the legislature for the opportunity to defend our 2024 budget. Definitely it's a work in progress trying to meet all the demands. We have been working on reconciling the fund balances. It is a tedious job. We're short-staffed. The process of decentralization don't assist with our efficiency, and so we need to try to get a lot of the processes back to centralized at the Department of Finance, and up our staffing a little bit more. But we do recognize the challenges, and we thank you guys for just having us, and we'll continue to improve upon our processes.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you do. We see you, but most definitely we have to see the improvement, because we have to make the tough decisions.
Right.
So the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 3 into the record?
Block 3, VI Public Finance Authority and the Office of Disaster Recovery. Invited testifiers are Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration for PFA, Mrs. Adrian Williams Octalin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Senator, this is all the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this afternoon we have before us the Public Finance Authority and the Office of Disaster Recovery. And the invited testifiers are Mr. Nathan Simmons, and Director of Finance and Admin for PFA, and Mrs. Adrian Williams Octalin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery. And I'm going to ask that our reporter is online. Okay. I'm going to ask that we start with Mr. Simmons. Please put your name and title on the record, then we'll go to Mrs. Adrian Williams Octalin and then the other supporting staff that's here. So, Mr. Nathan Simmons.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for having us here today. I am Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Okay, you're going to have to lean your computer screen just back a little bit because y'all have the biggest screens that we've ever seen and it's blocking your faces. Yes, it is. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Adrian Williams Octalin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon. Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director, Finance and Compliance for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon, Tawana Nicholas, Department of Public Works, Chief Engineer.
Say that again, the Director of?
Department of Public Works, Chief Engineer.
Okay, so you are here to support disaster recovery. Okay, understood. I'm PFA. Okay, got it. Okay, I understand.
Good afternoon, Joy Wheatley, Comptroller of Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Good afternoon, Laura Lee Farrington, Staff Counsel, Public Finance Authority.
All right, so we have one testimony today, correct? Two.
But they flow right into the other.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to proceed with, I suspect, PFA first?
Yes, Madam
You
Chair.
may proceed, Mr.
Thank you, Madam
Simmons.
Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, other distinguished members of the Committee on Finance, Committee of Budget and Appropriations of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, other members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers, ladies and gentlemen in the chambers and in the listening and viewing audiences. I am Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. I am accompanied by Joy Wheatley, Comptroller, Adrian Williams Octalin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance for the Office of Disaster Recovery, and Tawana Nicholas, Chief Engineer, Department of Public Works, who is prepared to respond to any questions regarding capital projects funded through the authority. We also have joining us Attorney Laura Lee Farrington, Staff Counsel and Chief Disclosure and Compliance Officer, and Carol Burke, Compliance Manager, Refinery and Terminal Operations and Distillery Agreements should be online. Madam Chair, we appear before you to discuss the activities and budget priorities of the authority for fiscal year 2024. Director Adrian Williams Octalin will also make a presentation on ODR's activities and priorities for fiscal year 2024. As you know, the Office of Disaster Recovery has been established as a component unit under the authority to help improve financial management coordination across agencies and organizations receiving disaster recovery funds. The authority is also the parent company of the West Indian Company Limited, WICO, which operates the cruise ship port in St. Thomas, and the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network, which provides wholesale broadband middle mile services to providers throughout the territory. The authority also provides managerial and administrative services for the Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation, a special purpose independent instrumentality created by Act 6428 for the purpose of managing the tobacco settlement, healthcare, and capital improvement funds in the territory, and the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation, a special purpose independent and autonomous public corporation and governmental instrumentality incorporated under the provisions of Act Number 8540 for the purpose of issuing the 2022 Matching Fund Securitization Bonds and purchasing the rights, title, and interest in and to the Matching Fund receipts to be received from the U.S. Department of Treasury by the Government of the Virgin Islands. The authority also manages Lonesome Dove Petroleum Company pursuant to Act 7864, which authorized the transfer of the stock of the company to the authority to operate and manage and to make payments to satisfy the obligation of taxes and interest owed to the government by the company. The authority manages the Frederiksted Mall under a lease agreement with a private landowner. Space in the mall is sublet to various small business entities in Frederiksted, St. Croix, and houses an office for the Department of Tourism. Bond obligations. The revised Organic Act of 1954, as amended, authorizes the Virgin Islands to issue several types of municipal securities and distinguishes general obligation bonds from revenue bonds. The issuance of general obligation bonds is restricted to an amount no greater than 10% of the aggregate assessed valuation of taxable property in the territory. The Tax Assessor's Office has confirmed the 2021 total assessed value of all taxable property to be $14.9 billion. Therefore, the general obligation debt ceiling for the territory is approximately $1.49 billion. The Tax Assessor's Office is currently working on the 2022 total assessed value for all taxable property. The current outstanding general obligation debt is $560 million. Therefore, the territory has approximately $964.3 million of debt ceiling capacity remaining. These bonds were issued for working capital and for capital projects and are secured by the government's gross receipts taxes. As of May 31, 2023, the tax increment financing debt of the government is $6.4 million. The tax increment revenue bonds were issued to finance the Island Crossing Shopping Center on St. Croix and are paid from the incremental property taxes and 90% of the gross receipts taxes collected from the project. The Federal Highway Grant Anticipation Revenue Bonds, known as GAVI, of the government as of May 31, 2023, are $62.9 million. These bonds were issued to finance several road projects in the territory, and the debt service is paid from federal highway grant revenues received by the Department of Public Works. The Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation asset-backed bonds were issued to finance several capital, hospital, and health department projects, including the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute on St. Thomas and the VI Cardiac Center on St. Croix, and to fund operating costs of the corporation. They are secured by and payable solely from the tobacco settlement revenues, investment earnings, and amounts held in certain accounts, and the corporation's rights under the purchase agreement. Of the $69.8 million in bonds issued, approximately $20.7 million remain outstanding on the Series 2006 bonds. The Series 2001 bonds were paid in full on May 15, 2023. The Internal Revenue Matching Fund revenue obligation debt is now held by the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation. As of May 31, 2023, the outstanding debt was $952.8 million. These bonds were originally issued to fund capital projects and provide working capital to the government and are secured by the revenue generated from rum produced on St. Croix and exported to the United States. The Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation issued Matching Fund Securitization Series 2022A bonds of $930.3 million and Taxable Matching Fund Securitization Bond Series 2022B of $22.5 million in April 2022. Proceeds of the Series 2022 bonds were used to purchase the government of the Virgin Islands' right, title, and interest in and to the Matching Fund receipts to be received from the U.S. Department of Treasury and related rights, pay capitalized interest on a portion of the Series 2022 bonds, and pay certain costs of issuance of the Series 2022 bonds. The government provided a portion of such funds to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority for the payment, repurchase, and cancellation of all the outstanding revenue and revenue refunding bonds issued by the authority. The restructuring of the authority's bonds enabled the authority, in turn, to issue its own note to the Government Employees Retirement System, the GERS, secured by an irrevocable and legally binding pledge of the government's share of the residual matching fund receipts. That note, with an estimated par amount of $1.7 billion, has been issued to secure the payment of an estimated $4 billion over the next 30 years. Utilizing the newly created corporation to refund and restructure the outstanding matching fund debt was a critical element of the GERS solvency plan. Reducing debt service costs during the early years allowed for matching funds to be provided to GERS through the funding note on an accelerated basis, including over $500 million during the critical next few years when funding to GERS is most urgently needed. As of May 31, the outstanding on the GERS note was $3.5 billion. We have attached a schedule of the GVI debt obligations, which summarizes the central government's outstanding indebtedness. Investment management. In concert with its mission, the authority is charged with the investment and administration of the debt service funds for the debt instruments issued that are ultimately loaned to the government. The proceeds from these debt issuances are managed by the authority on behalf of the government. These management activities consist of investing the proceeds, managing the debt service reserves, processing vendor payments, and receiving pledge revenues for the timely payment of principal and interest. During calendar year 2022, the PFA had $141.8 million under management, and investment earnings for 2022 were approximately $5.7 million. Currently, for the calendar year 2023, the PFA has $143.4 million under management, and investment earnings as of May were approximately $2.5 million. Capital projects. As of May, there is approximately $52.5 million in unexpended bond and loan proceeds for capital projects funding within the various departments and agencies. A listing of outstanding capital projects with unexpended balances by department has been provided. During fiscal year 2022, approximately $21.2 million in capital project funding from bond proceeds were expended. As of May 31, $7.6 million in capital project funding from bond proceeds were expended during fiscal year 2023. RUM Cover-Over Program, Internal Revenue Matching Fund. The fiscal year 2023 Internal Revenue Matching Fund advance of $246.7 million was based on the projected sale of 23.5 million proof gallons that the Virgin Islands rum industry indicated they will produce and sell in the United States. However, due to the reduction of the deduction of $20.5 million for fiscal year 2021 true-up and a $720 over calculation payment, the actual advance received was $226.2 million. The fiscal year 2021 true-up was the difference between the excise taxes collected for fiscal year 21 of $252.4 million and the fiscal year 2021 advance that was received of $272.9 million. We have not yet received the final estimates from the rum companies for fiscal year 2024. We expect those estimates will be provided before the end of this month. Once received, the estimates will be provided to the Department of the Interior for the calculation of the amount of prepayment for fiscal year 2024. Caribbean Basin Fund. The Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act of 1983 provides that all revenue from federal excise taxes on rum imported into the United States from foreign sources be remitted to the treasuries of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands according to a formula promulgated by Treasury. Under the formula, Puerto Rico's share of excise tax revenue will never exceed its baseline percentage of 87.6%, and Virgin Islands' share will never fall below its baseline percentage of 12.4%. For fiscal year 2022, the Virgin Islands received $6.4 million in Caribbean Basin Initiative funds. With the relocation of Diageo's Captain Morgan from Puerto Rico to St. Croix, the Virgin Islands' market share of production has increased substantially, but to date, Treasury has failed to make any adjustment to the formula to account for the Virgin Islands' higher production totals. We continue to work with the delegate, our Washington Council and lobbyists, and in pursuing Treasury to make an adjustment. Lime Tree Bay Terminal. Lime Tree Bay Terminal, now known as Ocean Point Terminals, currently employs 483 individuals, of which 337 are contractors and 146 are employees. There are 27 million barrels of storage currently online with a total storage capacity of 30 million barrels. The government recently received a payment from Ocean Point of $1.7 million, representing an estimated true-up for calendar year 2022, bringing the total fiscal year 2022 payments to $10.3 million. For fiscal year 2023, Ocean Point has made the first and second quarter payments totaling $3.5 million. These quarterly payments reflect the minimum due of $1.75 million to the government of the Virgin Islands. OPT is up to date with the payments due under the $10 million promissory note with the government of the Virgin Islands for conveying particular property and easements. Payment on a note of $1.1 million is made semi-annually on June 30th and December 31. The next payment is due on June 30th. Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation. As previously reported, Lime Tree Bay achieved refinery restart on January 31, 2021, and made their first quarterly payment of $2.3 million to the government on March 31, 2021. However, after the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency issued an emergency order to Lime Tree Bay Refining to discontinue refining operations, LBR on July 12, 2021 filed a Chapter 11 petition in the bankruptcy court in Texas. On December 21, 2021, the court granted LBR's debtors' motion to sell their assets to West Indies Petroleum Limited and Port Hamilton. Port Hamilton ultimately purchased the assets of LBR for $62 million and assumed the refining operating agreement. Although Port Hamilton has expressed its intention to restart the refinery, it has been over a year since its acquisition, and it continues to battle with U.S. EPA over the permits required for a refinery restart. Port Hamilton is currently seeking judicial review before the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit over a November 2022 determination by the U.S. EPA that Port Hamilton will need to obtain a new prevention of significant deterioration permit from the federal agency before it can proceed with restart operations. VIPFA fiscal year 24 budget. The authority's bond indenture agreements require the authority's board of directors to approve an administrative budget annually, which is used to assure the authority's compliance with all covenants entered with its bondholders. The authority's board of directors met on April 13th and approved the fiscal year 2024 budget in the amount of $20.074 million, which is a 48% increase or $6.474 million from fiscal year 2023. Due to the increased funding required for the Office of Disaster Recovery as they become a sub-recipient for the CDBG-DR program administered under the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. The fiscal year 2024 budget will be used to fund the business operations of the authority and the Office of Disaster Recovery, such as professional services, payroll, IT upgrades, building and property maintenance, and training expenses. The authority's proposed FY24 annual budget of $20 million is funded with $5 million from gross receipts taxes, a requested $9 million in general fund appropriations requested through the Office of Management and Budget, and $6 million from federal reimbursements. The authority's administration category provides funding for staff salaries and fringe benefits, IT infrastructure and maintenance, utilities, communications, building maintenance, and staff training. In fiscal year 2023, the total budget for this category was $3.46 million. For fiscal year 2024, the budget in this category is $4.25 million, which represents an increase of $790,000 or 23% from fiscal year 2023. This increase is due primarily to funding for vacant positions, board of directors expenses, IT infrastructure and website maintenance, communications and office supplies, financial system upgrade, and upgrades to the St. Thomas and St. Croix offices. The authority's professional services category provides funding for accounting and auditing services, financial advisory services, bond counsel, municipal tax attorneys, other legal advisors, investment advisors, trustees and bank custody fees, project evaluation, and underwriting expenses. For fiscal year 2023, the total budget in this segment was $6 million. For fiscal year 2024, the total budget for professional services is $5.75 million, which is a 5% decrease or $290,000 less than fiscal year 2023. ODR fiscal year 2024 budget. To continue its mission and build the necessary capacity to manage the disaster recovery, ODR requires funding of $4 million from the general fund, in addition to $6 million in anticipated federal reimbursements, for a total ODR budget of $10 million. The fiscal year 2023 budget for the Office of Disaster Recovery was funded by $2 million from the Government of the Virgin Islands General Fund and $2.1 million in federal reimbursements, for a total of $4.1 million. The fiscal year 24 budget is an increase of 59.3% or $5.974 million from the prior year. The proposed fiscal year 24 budget will be utilized to conduct the business of the ODR, such as payroll, staff training, office space expenses, and corresponding maintenance, equipment, travel, insurance, as well as other administrative expenses. Through the PFA, the ODR is also engaged in several professional services contracts that provides A&E services, construction management, and project management support for the recovery projects. These contracts are 100% federally funded. Fiscal year 2023 accomplishments. Configured a new conferencing solution at the PFA St. Croix office. The implementation of two-factor authentication for all added layer of security. Created a SharePoint site to house the board meetings information for housing contracts and agreements that will use artificial intelligence to extract metadata to contain PFA files that can be accessed remotely in the event of a disaster and functions as a backup because of Microsoft replication. Cybersecurity solution, we purchased and configured the Checkpoint cybersecurity solution that will increase our resilience in combating threats and attacks to our organization. The solution monitors for and prevents data loss stemming from a cyber attack or from leaked sensitive information like credit card or social security numbers. The system also identifies malware and phishing scam emails. PFA procured and created a modern and up-to-date website that will show our assets, bonds, and public information. We issued the fiscal year 2020 audits for the PFA, WICO, VINGN, Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation, and have now completed the field work for the fiscal year 21 audit, which we anticipate will be issued by June 30th. We purchased a plot number remainder H&S Hesselberg, West End, Frederiksted, St. Croix, consisting of 68.74 acres, including 1,975 feet of beachfront property and 1/3 of the salt pond on the west end of St. Croix. This property is of environmental significance as a wetland and of cultural significance as a potential park that could be used for educational and recreational purposes. It was turned over to the government of the Virgin Islands in February 2023. Fiscal year 2024 goals. We continue to work with the governor, the chairman, and the departments and agencies and the legislature to identify projects and reprogram unused bond proceeds. Continue to upgrade the PFA's financial management system from version 2015 from a server base to the cloud to increase accessibility and work efficiency. Upgrade the PFA's IT and communications infrastructure. Continue to review and update the agency's policies and procedures to strengthen the agency's internal controls and to mitigate risk. Continue compliance monitoring of the agreements with the Cruzen and Diageo rum distilleries and with Lime Tree Bay Terminal and Port Hamilton Refinery. Continue working with the authority's financial advisors and rating agencies to improve the ratings of the authority's bonds and improve access to the municipal markets. Continue our support of the government in the performance of its fiscal duties through professional service contracts to provide legal, advisory, and consulting services to the government. Before I conclude, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to the VI, PFA, and ODR staffs. Their continued dedication and hard work have enabled us to fulfill our mandate. Madam Chair, this concludes my presentation on the authority's fiscal year 24 budget. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to appear before this committee today. Following Director Octolin's testimony, we will be available to answer your questions from you or your colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Director Williams-Octolin, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other members of the committee, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Adrienne L. Williams-Octolin, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery, or ODR, a component of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. I'm joined by Artra Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this supplementary testimony before this body to discuss the funding, accomplishments, and goals for the Office of Disaster Recovery for fiscal year 2024. The Office of Disaster Recovery, established within the PFA in February of 2019, serves as the center of coordination for federal disaster recovery funds across all governmental departments, semi-autonomous agencies, and private nonprofit entities. As the recovery progresses, our office continues to ensure the compliant approval and expenditure of federal recovery dollars by fulfilling the agency's main goal of get access to recovery funds, spend those funds, and of course, spend those funds correctly. In fiscal year 2023, The total operating expenses budget for ODR was $4.1 million, used primarily for personnel compensation and benefits, rental space, and other administrative and operational costs. The FY 2023 budget of the Office of Disaster Recovery is funded by $2 million from the Government of the Virgin Islands General Fund and $2.1 million expected from federal disaster grant programs. ODR's fiscal year 2024 budget is predicated on increased recovery activity projections as larger, more complex projects are brought online and plans to broaden the operational scope of the Office of Disaster Recovery. After assessing operational goals, key performance indicators, program transitions, and staff capacities, ODR's FY 2024 budget is $10,074,195. The proposed FY 2024 operating budget will be utilized to cover expenses such as payroll, staff training, office space, maintenance, equipment, travel, as well as other administrative expenses. ODR is requesting funding of $4 million from the Government of the Virgin Islands General Fund. The remaining $6,074,195 will be covered by anticipated federal reimbursements. The FY 2024 budget has increased by 59.3% or $5,974,195, primarily due to the planned integration of the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program currently administered by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and 8 new positions to the core team to continue to support the recovery. Corresponding increases are also expected in travel and funds for professional development and training. Smaller increases are expected in communications, building maintenance, rent, and utilities. The ODR has received a contingent approval letter to become a subrecipient for the HUD CDBG-DR program, which would transfer programmatic responsibilities and corresponding staff from VIHFA to the PFA. As a result, the FY 2024 budget for ODR has been expanded to include foreseeable additional expenses post-HUD approval. Merging CDBG-DR with ODR would add 45 positions to the FY 2024 budget. ODR would absorb the salaries and fringe benefits of the existing CDBG-DR staff and provide management of program staff with direct oversight for the execution of projects. This transition is aimed at achieving the goal of centralizing disaster recovery operations and leveraging the best practices, processes, and partnerships in place at ODR to enhance the delivery of the existing CDBG-DR programs. This will allow VIHFA to channel complete focus on its core mission of creating and providing affordable housing opportunities. With over $7 billion obligated to date, coupled with $1.6 billion in future obligations this year, we expect a continuous inflow of recovery funding circulating within the Virgin Islands economy. Therefore, this request for an increased budget is an investment in building the necessary capacity of our territorial operations and streamlining disaster recovery efforts. While growth in our operations is imminent, with major projects coming online, ODR has had several major accomplishments in fiscal year 2023 that are worth noting. As a result of strategic negotiations and compelling applications to FEMA and other federal entities, the territory now expects more than $12 billion in recovery funding, up from $8 billion that was previously projected at the start of the recovery. In 2022 alone, the territory paid out $460 million in recovery spending. 34 recovery projects were completed in 2022, including Vitima's tsunami warning system, the installation of brand new playground equipment at Head Start campuses territory-wide, and the restoration of recreational facilities at the Fort Frederick Beach in Frederiksted. Since June 2022, the territory has received 38 fixed cost offers from FEMA, totaling over $2 billion. ODR published its 5-year anniversary recovery report on Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2022 with a timeline overview of accomplishments, project details, and stakeholder collaboration efforts, as well as a look at the challenges the recovery continues to face and the economic impact it will have for years to come. ODR consolidated the operations of disaster recovery services with the public assistance and hazard mitigation programs by acquiring office space on both St. Croix and St. Thomas. The ODR also supports application development, reporting, and coordination efforts for the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act and bipartisan infrastructure law, also known as IIJA, and bill. ODR hosted its second Recovery Leaders Summit in February 2023 with key stakeholders of the recovery aimed at aligning project priorities and timelines, discussing challenges, and brainstorming solutions and fostering partnerships. ODR collaborated with recovery partners to streamline payment processing to assist with improving timely payments to vendors. ODR has been charged with a formidable mission. Each fiscal year, we analyze our operations, review accomplishments, and plan for the next year. For the upcoming fiscal year, it is anticipated that approximately $566 million will be expended in FY 2024, spread across various recovery initiatives. This expenditure is projected to generate approximately $28 million in gross receipts taxes. To realize these projections, ODR has worked with the Office of Management and Budget to develop key performance indicators that are carefully monitored and provide measures for success. Those KPIs include receiving 75% of fixed cost offers in accordance with the Joint Program Development Plan with FEMA, processing vendor payments in an average of 45 days, completing the closeout of 90% of projects within 90 days of completion, and achieving 100% of fiscal year's gross receipts tax projections. Other goals include overseeing the execution of key projects with the expected upsurge in constructions this year to include, in the education sector, Arthur Richards K-8 school, Central and Charlotte Amalie High Schools, and the rebuild of 6 Head Starts on all 3 islands. In the healthcare sector, reconstruction of the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Center and the Myra Keating Clinic and the Charles Howard Medical Complex, as well as repairs to the Queen Louise Home for the Aged. Other public facilities, the Territorial's ballparks, libraries, and the Charles Tappy Seals Fire Station. Finalizing the remainder of 57 fixed cost projects to be agreed upon with FEMA, implementing the line of credit to address several challenges such as the lack of timely payments, funding to commence scoping and design, and the procurement of materials affecting the pace of the recovery projects, completion of the successful integration of CDBG-DR program into the ODR operations, and increased CDBG-DR program expenditures, implement guidelines and best practices on utility coordination on active infrastructure projects, identify territorial priorities and support for department agency applications for IIJA and bill funding, and continue to collaborate with the University of the Virgin Islands, the VI Department of Labor, and other stakeholders to provide professional development training and support the recruitment of engineers, forensic accountants, and other recovery demand occupations. My team and I are primed and prepared for the journey that lies ahead. The systems we have put in place thus far empower us to confront the forthcoming challenges. Undoubtedly, addressing the consequences of mounting inflation, mitigating the fallout of supply chain disruptions instigated by the pandemic, pinpointing resources to bridge any gaps, construction capacity shortfalls, combating escalating construction costs, and other external influences that affect our operations will continue to require collaborative efforts. Granting the request of $4 million will ensure that we are able to adequately staff the project and grant management teams to carry out this mission. Attracting and retaining talent and having the resources to manage over $12 billion in funds is critical to ensuring that we have achieved the success that this territory desperately needs. Rebuilding these islands from the 2017 storms and making them more resilient remain as a top priority for the Brian Roach administration. And I want to relay a resounding thank you to the staff of ODR whose persistence and diligence drive the recovery every day. Their work is often hard to see, but is impactful to the end goal. I would also like to thank the PFA staff for their continuous support. Madam Chair, gratitude is also extended to you and the members of this body for your support and commitment to the territory's recovery and ODR in its quest to build a legacy of resilience. My team and I, along with Mr. Simmons, will remain available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. I am trying to find the information regarding, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. But before we start, let me just get some clarification. So for the most part, the governor has sent down a general fund appropriation request for FY 2024 for PFA for $5 million. And the ODR recommendation from the governor's budget is $2 million for a total of $7 million, correct? Yeah.
That is what is in the budget, Madam Chair, yes.
Correct. Okay, and you're requesting $5 million, the $5 million, plus ODI is asking for $4 million. GRT, is that something new?
No, Madam Chair, the GRT is
usually
always part of the budget.
Okay, okay. Why wasn't it included in the budget book? I don't remember seeing
It is
that.
not normally in the budget book. The bond covenants allow for the PFA to be funded from the gross receipts taxes.
But then it gives us a full snapshot. It should be in the budget book regardless. That's the other ancillary items for other entities are in there. I mean, it's not it's not something that we have to appropriate, but at least we'll have a full picture. And then the federal funds. The federal, that's your anticipated administrative. Okay. Correct. All right. So let me just ask you very quickly, ODR. In your testimony, you made reference to the transfer of the CDBG-DR operations to ODR.
Correct.
And that's the justification for the additional $2 million. But the question that I have is, I would want to think that the expenses from the HFA that they're currently bearing should follow them as they move from HFA to ODR. Is that a far-fetched assumption?
Yes.
Why?
No, so that I didn't understand.
So currently they're operating on the
They're
HFA.
funding, correct.
So their operational expenses. So how are they generated? Where are those dollars coming from?
That's coming from the grant.
Right. So are we saying that the grant will not follow them?
The grant will follow them. However, in order for it's on a reimbursement basis, so we would have to expend in preparation for them coming over. We would have to expend funds to be after that be reimbursed. And anything else that we would need to develop that would not be eligible for being covered by the grant.
So the expenses, so this additional $2 million is in preparation for them coming over. So it's like your upfront, your seed money. Let's just call it that.
Yes, and we don't, and some of that, of course, would be one time because next year we would need, once we have the preparation and we've established the infrastructure, then we would not need the same amount in subsequent years.
So if we were to give the 2 million, once you, that's the seed money, once you get your reimbursements, then how does that impact our ability to get our $2 million back?
So we wouldn't give it back, we would just not ask for more next year.
But they're operating now. The money should be
Yes.
able to follow them.
So most of the money follows, so it's just the staff and the salaries, but there's other preparation that we need to do in order to incorporate them within our
For
team.
example?
So we have to get additional staff as well. So there are positions in there that will come from our core the software that we are making to be able to connect to their DRGR and their platforms that they utilize to draw the funds, creating the infrastructure for there. We have vehicles to do additional site inspections. We have vehicles to support the other programs, but we would need that for these programs as well to do the project management. So there are a lot of upfront one-time costs that we're anticipating that we'll be able to cover this year.
So the software that they're currently using would not follow them. You're saying that you have to link.
We have to access their software and whatever infrastructure is necessary for us to access their software. In addition to that, we have a overall project management piece that CDBGDR has not connected to as well, so there are costs associated with that.
So
also.
basically what you're saying, currently everything is on HFA's platform.
Correct.
All right. And then you talked about vehicles?
Yes.
So are we saying that currently that the program does not have sufficient resources to function, but once we move, we're going to be willing to give them the resources?
So the resources that HFA has right now supports DR, and they are going to staff up for the MIT funding, which is the second tranche of funding. So we anticipate that they will retain some of those resources that they have for MIT, and we will procure our own to support the activities that we do on this side.
So the resources that they currently have, for the most part, would not necessarily follow them.
Correct. And all of what, we're only going with the operational portion for DR. They're retaining the environmental and other aspects of the CDBG funding. So that's why we can't just take everything.
So how did they generate these resources? How did they, what source of funding was utilized?
So I would imagine everything that could be charged back to the grant was purchased with the grant funding, and whatever other, maybe there are appropriations. That's my best guesstimate.
So what is it that we're going to cut by $2 million to accommodate this request?
Well, anything that is associated with appropriations that have been provided that supported DR to HFA can be adjusted there.
So, well, I have to look back and see what that is, but if you have a $2 million ask, we have to see if, I don't recall, I have to check, how are we funding that particular side of the office, if we're using any local funds at all to support that particular program. Because if not, and the money is not following them both from the federal and the local piece, then we got to figure out this $2 million. And I don't know, based on all the conversations that we've had to date, I mean, we have a lot more to have. I don't know where you're going to get $2 million from. I'm going to be just very straight up with you. So we have to see how we're going to work this. And I don't think that we give them any local funds, but I'll look. I don't think so. All right, colleagues.
HFA they get an appropriation.
No, HFA, but I'm speaking specifically to
the DR portion?
The DR portion, yeah. I know they receive local funds, but I'm speaking specifically to the DR fund. So, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round, and we're going to start with Mr. President on St. Croix. I'm not sure if Senator Johnson, if you're back up, if you are, just holler at us. Let me know if you're back up. But Senator Novalee Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, and certainly to ODR and Mr. Simmons from PFA. And I kind of wanted to start off right where the chair just started. Are you aware, Director Acton, whether or not there's any local or general fund money that's given to CDBG currently?
And not that I'm particularly aware of. I know that the HFA receives an appropriation that they can help utilize to augment their budget so that they can bolster any reimbursement, the time it takes to reimburse for the federal funds.
And based on CDBG, there's also some indirect costs. Is there an opportunity to be able to access that to help with offsetting the $2 million request?
Yes, there is.
Very well. Do you know what that number looked like?
Not without doing some digging.
Very well. Let's do that digging together, and we could collaborate and make a final decision at some point there on that. Mr. Simmons, in regards to the unused bond proceeds, is there a proposed or recommended redistribution of that fund?
Yes, Senator. I believe the Office of Management, not unused bond proceeds, I'm sorry. Capital projects, the unexpended capital projects funding. We don't have unused bond proceeds. All the bond proceeds are designated for one project or the other, but there are projects that have been identified within departments and agencies that funds have not yet been fully utilized, and the Office of Management and Budget is preparing to submit a proposal to reprogram some of those funds.
Very well, we look forward to getting that. Also, Mr. Simmons, in respect to Island Crossing, are they in compliance, or is there any plan for them to fulfill their total purpose or agreement in regards to building out some additional facilities on their property?
I am aware that they are constantly entertaining proposals of interest, and I believe, and I'm not sure exactly where they are in the process, but I believe they have been having discussions with a major retailer for location at the site.
Yeah, that discussion has been a discussion for a long period of time, Mr. Simmons, as you're aware. Under the TIF, I think that there were some timelines. We have extended the timeline quite a few times, and I just wanted to know when they're going to be able to pull the trigger and making sure
1 minute.
The economic development is realized. In regards to the KPIs, Director Acton, are those you required to provide KPIs for your federal programs as well, correct?
So the KPIs that we have adopted takes into consideration all the requirements and the performance
30
indicators
seconds.
for the federal programs, and that has been utilized to provide our reports to OMB.
Okay, so that those are kind of working in consort and consistent in terms of the KPIs.
Correct.
And in terms of the LOC, the line of credit, is there a deployment? Any plans exactly how you intend to utilize the line of credit at this point?
Yes, Senator, we have a listing of projects that we are waiting for. We're going to use it to advance projects to get started with designing and any scope development. We're going to advance payments to vendors that where the payments are going through the process, and then to the extent that we can use it to satisfy any immediate need for match, those are the primary areas that we utilize the lock for.
Very well, Madam Chair, two follow-up questions, real quick. The $4 million that you have asked for, is that inclusive of all the fringe and other benefits to assist with the paying down, Director Acton?
Yes, that includes everything.
Okay. And my final question on this particular round, are you supported or PFA supported in any way, shape, or form by ARPA funding?
No.
No.
No. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Very quickly, the tobacco settlement, Mr. Simmons. Should I be congratulating? Let me be clear. So, I see that the Series 2001 bonds were paid in full on March 15, 2023.
That is correct.
That's tied to the tobacco settlement revenues, correct?
Yes.
So, of course, we need to congratulate ourselves for making sure that we were able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, how does that impact us? I mean, what was that amount? It was 20.7 million that was paid, or 20.7 and that remains outstanding?
20.7 remains
outstanding
on the 2006 issuance.
Okay, understood. Okay, and you paid the how much was that payoff on the 2001 bonds?
What would be the difference between the 20.6 and the 69? Was 40,
so that's 40.
Yeah.
Is it addition or subtraction?
A subtraction from the 69.
So that's 40 something.
40 plus million.
Okay.
That have been paid.
Okay, so we need to be congratulated on that we were able to definitely make that happen. You kind of read over that kind of fast. I wanted to make sure that we pointed that out, that we did pay off our Series 2001 bonds to the tune of some 40-something million dollars.
Yes, correct.
All right, got it. Okay, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I'd like to dive straight into asking about this rum cover over and the status of the increase on the rum cover. And everybody had any information as the status of what's going on with the increase on the rum cover over?
Good afternoon, Senator. We continue to work with the delegates to Congress and our Washington lobbying firms to work with the Congress to get the rum cover over extension authorized. As you know, in the beginning of 2022, the extension of to 1325 expired. So the current rate is back to the 1050 rate. So we have been working with the Congress to try to identify a vehicle by which we could seek to attach that extender. And we're very hopeful that we can get it done. However, as you know, this is not just the extender for the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. There are several other, some 30 plus different tax extensions that are pending and awaiting congressional action. So, and these run the spectrum both in blue and red districts. So we believe that eventually the Congress will come together and pass these extenders. We just have to, just stay at it and keep working to try to get them on the agenda.
Well, my big question will be, what will be the impact to GRS and what plans do we have in place?
To the extent that once all the numbers are in, because the whole thing depends on production as well and sale, not so much. So once we work with Interior in terms of identifying what the advance for the fiscal year 2024 will be, then we would know how much, if any, shortfall will accrue to the GRS note. But keep in mind that even if there is a shortfall, that once the extenders are passed, then that money is then given to the GRS. So it's not a default, and they don't lose any money. Eventually, it will all be caught up once we get everything back on track.
I sure hope that we can stay on top of this to make sure we try to get those increased, because I could see some problem down the line. So, Ms. Ackman-Williams, how many vacancy and new position does PFA have? And is any of them critical position?
Any of them what?
No, it was the Ackman-Williams, PFA, yes. How many vacancy and new position does the PFA have?
1 minute.
Any of them critical position?
We have two vacancies, the director for project management as well as an engineering position. Those require, we've been advertising consistently for those. And we recently hired one engineer, but we're still looking for another engineer.
Can you give me a breakdown by district?
30 seconds.
Of
Can
the
you give me
two
a breakdown by
positions?
district about position? Yeah.
One in the St. Croix district, and the engineer, we'll take them wherever we could get them from.
So what are the production numbers? Are they the same or is there an increase in this year?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
That would be to Mr. Simmons. What is the production number and will there be an increase? Or are they still the same?
The production number for, I'm sorry, Senator, we weren't getting you clearly.
What are the production numbers? Are they the same or are there any increase this year? We're talking about that production for the rum cover over.
Oh, the rum, okay, so we will be meeting with the rum companies this month. Normally we meet with them in June to get their final projections for fiscal year 2024. So I don't anticipate that it would be lower, but whether or not there would be any increase in estimated production is what we'll be discussing.
I think my time has been clear. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator. The Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund, we have some challenges there as well. Are we utilizing the same efforts on the national level to get the increase as a result of the relocation of Diageo?
We have been trying to get Interior to understand our concerns and how we view the change in the production between the two territories. We have not been successful so far.
Why? What's the pushback?
I think it's just, I believe that, Puerto Rico is bigger, stronger, and they're not about to give up any of the percentage. I mean, the agreement says that theirs would be no greater than, but it doesn't say that it should be lower. So ours says we should be no lower than, but not that it should be higher. So, but the whole concept when it was originally done was that based on how much we were producing and how much they were producing, those percentages were set. But now that we have increased substantially,
based on the market share now that you have, that
the
we have.
market share, yes,
right,
and our market share has increased substantially, but they have not changed the percentages.
So we have lobbyists on this. We have legal counsel on this, because this has been quite some time.
It has been quite some time, and I think for the most part we're concentrating right now on the extender and getting that passed. This we're trying not to rock too many boats at the same time.
Well, I think we've rocked a lot of boats in Washington these days. So this is, what's happening here is very unfortunate. That's happening to the Virgin Islands. I mean, we went out, did our due diligence, got the relocation of the Diageo Captain Morgan brand here in the territory, and we still having a fight about market share, about what we are now generating as a result of. That's just very unfair. I mean, those are the things that we need to be fighting for in Washington. I think we really need to look at refocusing our focus. I mean, things are probably happening. This body does not know. We don't know. Probably you have people here that know, but I definitely don't know. And it's not for the lack of us asking what in the world is going on. We've been in this 35th legislature for the past 6 months. Is it 6 months? And nothing. And I just think it's very unfair for us as legislators to be sitting in an institution where we are responsible for moving budgets and we can't get no information. That is wrong. Colleagues, we got to let our voice be heard a little louder. The level of disrespect is deafening. And that's not for PFA, by the way. Yelling and nothing to do with this.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, dying and nothing to do with you. Anyway, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening.
Good evening.
Afternoon to PFA ODR.
Did I say 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'll take it. I ain't going to even question it.
4. It's 4.
Jeez,
You know, that's a minority leader, so don't let him take advantage of
I
me.
try and sneak it in.
Start the clock over.
Okay, what I was looking at in terms of, like you say, you get $5 million of GRT that wasn't in the budget book, so we didn't know about that. $4 million for ODR. You want $2 million is what you want additional. How much personnel does ODR have now?
Hi, good afternoon. Archer Wellington Francis.
Good afternoon.
Currently, ODR Core staffs 23 employees. We have 2 vacancies, so 25 in all.
23, 2 vacancies. Okay, your vacancy is filled at 50% or 100%?
So what we did include in our budget is 100% for our overall budget, but what's requested from GVI is just the $4 million, which is about 40% of our budget.
Okay. And ODR are all exempt employees?
Correct.
Okay, now PFA, how much employees do you have? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joy Wheatley, Comptroller. Currently, we have 20 positions listed, of which 7 is vacant.
So 13 people. And your vacant positions are 50% or 100%?
100.
100%.
Okay. So, and again, all exempt?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. So the $2 million that you're asking for have nothing to do with covering personnel services for your employees?
No, Senator. The $2 million is strictly for the ODR transitioning of the folks from the CDBG-DR program.
Right. Now, I'll get back to that. A question I always ask PFA, how much, if you can tell me, do you have in interest on the different bonds that you have? Total interest. Number.
Senator, I believe I mentioned in the testimony that we have currently about $140 million under management, and earnings through this, through May, I believe, was $2.5 million.
Right, so that's in addition to the 5.2 I think you had before for last year in 22. 22 you had 5.7 million. So that 2.5 is now in addition to that.
No, Senator, the investment in securities is not like your cash investment or your cash in the bank.
Okay.
You have earnings on your securities, and that earnings fluctuates based on
1 minute.
What the interest rates are at the time, based on the market. When it matures, when the security matures, then you would withdraw that plus whatever accumulated earnings at that time.
Oh, so they don't compound. They don't go over into the next 1 year into the next?
If it matures, we only invest for like 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. So
Okay.
when it matures, then you draw the
30 seconds.
collateral plus the interest earnings. Then you reinvest that again. So you had $100 invested, you earn $2 on it. It matures, you take out the $102. Then you invest the $102. So you don't have the the earnings sitting there someplace to say you're adding it up.
Okay. Now, for the before I wrap up, to wrap up is the line of credit that we're doing.
Time.
Wasn't to have that upfront money that we spoke about for some of these projects. So we have the line of credit to cover those upfront monies. Would it cover those that you're asking for PFA? I mean for HFA?
No, that is actually for definite straight for projects. So this money is for staffing and the other resources.
Oh, for staffing and wage increases and different things like that?
Everything.
You should have said that in the beginning. That's what we're waiting to hear. But I think you made it, just to wrap up, Madam Chair, I think you made it a little difficult in terms of, because I was figuring that's the only place I could see wage increase coming with that $2 million. But how you make it sound as if the upfront monies for projects that come over from HFA, at least to me, that come over from HFA, we pay it upfront and then it becomes reimbursed. But then you say you're going to keep it. When you decide you're going to keep it, then it doesn't make it seem as if it's for wage increases and stuff that you're trying to get. That's how I looked at it from the beginning. So you could explain if I went off course. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Madam Chair,
please respond.
Okay. So the resources that we're asking for are resources for staffing and everything related for staffing, all the training, the increases that you mentioned, all of that will be necessary. We'll be asking for it if we can, to be able to prepare for the staff to come, and the resources that are available now at HFA, a portion of that follows the staff, but not right away. Therefore, we have to be able to accommodate salaries and all of that in the interim. And then once we get that done, we're able to utilize it to manage as we move forward without needing those same upfront costs. It's kind of like startup costs that we're requesting.
Mr. Simmons, so in FY 2024, you're anticipating salary increases and associated fringe benefits of some $330,000 based on the ask. I guess so in FY 2023, your expenditures to date is $752,770. And in FY 23, your budget ask was $1.9 million for salaries and associated fringe. And you're projecting to spend about $1.6 but in FY 23. But in FY 24, you are asking, and I guess that's for Ms. Joy, you are asking for an additional $330 that takes your budget to $2.3 million in associated personnel and fringe benefits.
Yes,
so are you anticipating salary increases, new position? What does this $330,750 represent?
Those are new positions, Senator. We do have in the schedule a chief investment officer that we are seeking to hire. We have also a facilities and maintenance coordinator and a public information officer. We do not have a public information officer at the authority. So those are positions new positions that we're seeking to fill.
So these three?
No, there are 7 in all.
Okay, so
Chief
7
Investment
positions.
Officer, Public Information Officer,
I do
2
have it here.
facilities coordinators,
I have it here.
1 in each district, an accountant, and a compliance manager for the matching fund and capital projects. and a vacant position, the assistant comptroller position, is vacant.
Okay. So your PIO for PFA?
We do not have one at this time. We
So-
have an employee who is assigned for the compliance manager for the refinery and terminal agreements that pitches in and helps out in that regard.
So you're hiring a full-time PIO,
Yes, ma'am.
and your testimony is that you have sufficient work at Public Finance Authority for a PIO.
Absolutely.
To do what type of
Well,
PIO work?
the PFA needs to be able to get out and let the public know exactly what the PFA is all about, what we do, how we assist this government when we have in board meetings and actions taken by the board, making sure that the public is kept abreast of what's happening at the authority. Assist also sometimes with ODR. So there's a lot of work.
Okay, so basically when you have your board meetings to report out on the actions.
Who does now?
Pardon?
Yes, that would be one of the responsibilities. Yes.
All right, and you don't currently have, who does your facilities work in each district?
We do not have anyone on St. Croix that does it. We have a contract for cleaning services, and under that contract we engage for maintenance services.
So this facilities and maintenance coordinator will be doing exactly what? Would you still have your
well, the expectation is that we
contracts?
would reconsider that that portion of the contract and just stick to the cleaning services alone. Because in addition to maintaining the grounds and buildings and facilities, that person would also act as messenger, delivery, mail, picking up supplies, that kind of stuff.
I see. Okay. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the representatives that are here this afternoon. I apologize if I ask a question that has been asked already. I had to step out for a few. But let me start by asking, with regards to the final estimate from the rum companies for FY24, CEO Nathan, when do you estimate that we might receive those that information?
We normally get them from the companies in June. Then we have our meetings with them to discuss the estimates and to discuss the current year collections before we submit it to the Department of the Interior. So sometime next month, July, we should have that information available.
Okay. Very well. And what do you have any anticipation of what those numbers might look like based on your experience and prior years?
We have not been seeing substantial growth in the spirits in terms of rum. So we don't expect to see projections showing any substantial increase.
Very well. Now, on the post-audit report, I think page 3, one of the goals that are mentioned is an upgrade of the PFA's financial system, management system. I think you're using a version of 2015 and you plan to upgrade and use the cloud base, etc. What is the cost, and you have that established within the budget for this year?
Good afternoon, Senator Joy Whitley, Comptroller. Currently, we don't have a final cost. We're actually going through the research process right now, which is going to cost us about $11,000. It's like a blueprint to see, what fits best and works for the agency, and that's where we're at right now in our research.
Okay. But you did put something within the budget, an estimate amount.
Yes, we did.
Okay, what's that figure?
It's 200, 250.
Hold on. 250,000.
250,000. Okay. And going to the expenditure report, I have a few questions there. I see you have also the integrated financial management system. That's the one you're referring to for 250,000, right?
That's correct, Senator.
But then you also have in the St. Croix office a PFA IT infrastructure website maintenance. And you have that budgeted for 150,000.
1 minute.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, why the increase from what you had in previous years to 150,000?
Okay, right now, Senator, we're actually considering moving spaces. We actually manage the Frederiksted Mall, and we have open spaces there currently. So we're considering transitioning the current PFA location to the Frederiksted Mall location, where we're paying on an annual
Okay, so
basis.
that will then require
30 seconds.
new systems
exactly.
and upgrades. Okay, very well. So you also have, that's what you're referring to, the St. Croix office upgrade also, 250,000?
Correct, Senator, because we're going to have to do some sort of build out in the space that's there at the Frederiksted Mall.
So the total amount will be around 400,000 for that
That's our estimate.
transfer. Okay. And then the same thing is happening on St. Thomas. On St. Thomas, you also have 250,000.
Time.
On the St. Thomas location, we're actually having some upgrades to the building as well, as far as resurfacing, painting, repainting, and other infrastructural upgrades to the building.
And then one of my final questions, since the time has been called, there's a lot of properties that you're leasing. Is there a plan to purchase your own property at some point? We have a lot of buildings in Frederiksted that need some tender love and care, and I'm pretty sure here in St. Thomas too.
As Ms. Whitley said, the St. Croix, where we lease the office space, we plan to move to the Frederiksted Mall, where we have a vacant space. So that is the only office space we lease on St. Croix. But in terms of what you're suggesting, I do know that when we sold the Kings Alley Hotel, one of the things Governor Bryan said that he would like to do is to make sure that money from that sale gets reinvested in St. Croix. And we started that process by the purchase of that property in the West End.
The beachfront property.
Yes. So,
which I thank you for that, because it's part of the inventory of the Territorial Park system.
Right. And so I'm sure he'll be looking at other opportunities in St. Croix to make such investments.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So, Mr. Simmons, quickly. So, what's the aggregate of the amount that you collect in leased properties annually?
Yeah. We'll get you that information sent out.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking that question is, those are direct collections by PFA?
Yes.
And what do you do with those funds once you collect them?
Actually, we don't collect enough to operate the...
I ain't asked you that. I ain't asked you that at all. I know why you're asking.
It goes back into the operations.
But
and it's subsidized.
Where?
Well, only the mall. The mall, we have to subsidize the mall between the insurance and the...
Good. I understand that, but you have to show it in the numbers. So I'm not seeing. So based on your addition, you should 20 million, right? And that 20 million is made up of the general fund, ask of 5 million. Let's take out ODR, the GRT, and then federal funds.
Right.
So you have other revenues that you generate to cover your expenses.
Okay, I understand.
You understand what I'm asking
I
you?
understand what you're saying.
Yeah, how
but
are you covering your expenses? We see, for me, I don't think that we clearly, we just focus on the general fund revenues, but we don't really have any information within as far as the books of PFA. And I'm not necessarily trying to get involved in that per se, which we probably need to at some point. But what I'm basically saying is, we should also have information on what revenues you're generating so we could determine, how healthy or unhealthy PFA really is.
I understand, Senator, but historically, as you know, PFA's budget is not a matter that came before the legislature. It's only started last year with the once the matching fund revenues were no longer available. So, we can endeavor to show that next year. But trust me,
next year
it's subsidized to the hilt.
We need to know, Mr. Simmons. Let me just put full disclosure here. I am one of Nathan Simmons's proteges. Okay, let me just put it out there early. So, we need information on, at minimum, you're collecting revenues from your properties.
Right.
Correct. So what does those revenues look like?
We will get you that.
And I know there's more, but I'm going to edge along with you.
Only the mall. We don't have any other properties, any other revenue.
Yeah, so, I guess the expenses are, because you do have some hefty expenses here. So I don't want to dumb down the fact that you have some professional service agreements.
Yes.
That are necessary.
Yes.
Based on the type of work that you do. And those professional service agreements total in FY23 some $9.5 million, correct?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
no. Some $6 million. And I'm seeing a reduction actually in the acts for FY24.
Slightly.
A slight reduction of 290,000. And so we're seeing that you are kind of moving away, reducing some of the expenses that's tied to some of your services, your accounting and auditing services, your financial advisors. We're seeing some reductions.
Yes.
So we have to give you kudos for those reductions. But your overall 24 budget, you're asking us for $5 million from the general fund because of course, the issues, the whole room cover over matter. But there is a $10 million total that you're saying that you utilize for operations, correct?
What was that, Senator?
10 million. 10 million.
Yes, the 10 million is the PFA's budget. Yes.
Okay, so 10 million is the budget.
Mm-hmm.
But you're getting 5 from GE, and you're getting 5 from GRT.
Yes.
But you're getting money from your revenues that you're collecting as well. So what our number is? We need to have that number.
I have the second quarter numbers. Senator, it's 87,208. The annual rent is 97,356.
That's it?
Yes.
That ain't no money.
No.
No.
But that's all right. We could still reduce the budget by that number because we try and find money.
How much is how much is the rent? Remember, we're renting that property and then subleasing it to these tenants.
So what's the wash?
The wash is negative. We are subsidizing this property because of the policy that was enacted to provide opportunities for small businesses on St. Croix to operate. So we're subsidizing the property.
Thank you for the reminder. You definitely are. So that's why we got to flesh out the discussion. So full disclosure is important. All right. So for the most part, you're asking for a 24% increase on your...
ODI.
Sorry, that's... Yeah, well, ODR? No.
Yes.
This is all... No, this is all... No, I'm dealing with PFA. PFA.
Yes.
See, budget for PFA was 3.4 million in FY23. and the budget ask is 4.2 from the general fund, as far as I could see here. That's a difference of 790.
Senator, would you direct me to where you're reading from?
I'm looking at the post-edit report. Sorry about that.
What
Page 5.
Page
Sorry.
5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
Administration subtotal. So that's a subtotal.
right, that's the.
We're starting with a subtotal.
Okay.
So the subtotal is 2023 was 3.4. You've expended to date 1.4. You're projecting to spend 3.3.
Right.
The variance between that is 105,000, but your ask is 4.2.
Right. Okay. Yes.
So you have an increase of 790.
Right.
Overall between 23 and 24. But you're asking for 5 million, right? And then the professional service agreements and all those other things, you have the whole 10 million that's tied to the GRT.
Yeah, but Senator, if you go down to the total public finance line, you'll get a clearer picture.
Yeah, I get a clear picture. The
Okay.
20 million. I know you want me to see that, but we
So
talk about that yet.
not the 20 million. Before that, the total public finance, the 10 million. You
The 10
see
million,
that,
yes.
You see that the budget last year for fiscal year 2023 was 9.5 million. We're projecting to spend 9.2, and we're asking for 10.
Okay, so if you're projecting to spend 9.2, that's 9.2. That's what, 8.
Yeah.
A difference of 800.
Right.
So what you need additional for difference of $800,000 for?
Some of those expenses that was just identified by Miss Whitley, and
I trying to figure out a way to cut down this 5 million. I've been straight up with you. We try and find money. We had a snafu here with all these fund balances that the Department of Finance has that are in the red.
Yeah.
So we can't budget against fund balances, as we know. That's in the red. So we try and find money. So wherever we can find it, we're going to take it. So if you only need 4.2, and you could figure out the other.
No, I don't need 4.2. I need 10.
You need 10. But you're getting 10 from you're getting 5 from the GRT.
Right, and I need
You're getting
5
5
I need 5 from the general fund.
But you only spend 9.1 this year.
Yeah,
What is the
9.2.
reason why you need another 800,000? That's the question on the table.
Okay, where we have the main.
Because you have.
Salaries, remember, I have some vacant positions that I want to fill there.
So that's up top. So we get that.
You know, you got $300,000 there in vacant positions that we expect to fill. You got $150,000 in the FMS that we're upgrading our financial management system. And the St. Croix and St. Thomas office upgrades. We're relocating the office on St. Croix to Frederickstead. That's another $150,000 budgeted there. So that $800,000 is needed, Senator.
All right, we're going to look at this a little closer, and if we need to have another sidebar with you on it, we will.
Certainly.
And then the Office of ODR and this additional 2 million. That's 182% change from the ODR, and then you have rental properties ODR, correct? I remember last year. So what's your rental?
Archer Walton and Francis, we have 3 properties that we're currently renting in St. Croix. Would you like to know the annual rent?
Just the total.
Okay, let me see if I have a total here. No, I don't have the total. 72, 181, and 800. 1960. Let me just total it up right quickly.
Okay. You could give me the separate numbers, whichever way is more.
72,000 for annually for St. Croix. And we have 2 properties on St. Thomas at Niski Center, 121,800 and 19,600.
So that's 7. So that's like $200,000 in rental properties. 121%, yeah.
Yes, that's close to 200.
Okay. So that's. Let's see. All right. And these facilities house all of your employees?
Correct, inclusive of the public assistance and hazard mitigation staff.
So when the potential transfer occurs with HFA and ODR, is that going to mean that you have to pay additional rent? Or rent, where are they now? They are
currently at Belgian Road, where the Housing Finance Authority annex is.
Right.
So that sounds like shared costs. So they're moving. What's the story?
So that's what we're negotiating to either share costs or for them to continue to absorb the rental fees for those properties and have the staff there.
So that's a potential increase. How are they paying it now? What funds are they using to pay?
They're reimbursing it from their funds.
Okay, so it's reimbursable, if you will.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, and when do you anticipate getting approval for this transfer?
We're working towards July. By July, we should be able to move forward.
So we've learned our lesson from the last matter. So of course, I don't know that we are inclined to make any decisions unless we know for sure that HUD says yes to you. So we're going to need to get, and this year we plan to wrap up the budget a little earlier. So by early August, we're going to have to know.
Sure.
Okay?
We should, and we definitely should know by then.
All right. And you asked the governor for permission to ask for additional $2 million?
Absolutely.
I'm just asking because it didn't come down in the budget. All right. Y'all have outstanding vendor payments? PFA?
No, Senator. I mean, only in terms of, timing.
Current.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, colleagues, do you have any other questions? I think Senator Joseph, you just, I don't know what's going on with you and I today. Yesterday was Senator James, today it's you. That's me, you gotta come early so I can remember your hair. Senator Joseph. Oh, Lord, I'm kidding. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
A pleasant good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's late in the day, and we have spent a long day here. I've been here for most, if not all, I've been here for all of the agencies. I want to follow up on a question that the chair asked earlier regarding the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund. I've been monitoring that fund since I've been elected, and I noted in finance they said in their reports, at least in our post-audit report, that they didn't get any monies for fiscal year. There was no money appropriated for fiscal year 2023. That's what finance reported, but I do see in the budget book on page, that's what they had there, on page 35, that so far we've received $2.9 million. So how much have we received so far for fiscal year 2023?
I believe in my testimony I indicated
You said
that
it was for fiscal year 2022.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was $6 million for fiscal year 2022. I don't have, I can get you how much we received so far for 2023, but let me just say that my recollection is that this fund is normally a fund that is contributed to the general fund. It's not that there are funds, there are, expenses.
It's not kept separately. It
No,
just goes straight into the general fund.
Well, yeah, annually the legislature authorizes the transfer and the finance transfers the monies to the general fund at some point during the fiscal year. So I don't know if that's still the practice, but that's my recollection of what happens with that fund.
Okay.
So we don't get the money. We don't see the money. We just know based on the reports that we get how much money was received.
And the reports you get from the Department of Treasury.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I wanted to ask you, if we were to get an increase in the percentage for the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund, how much will we be looking at annually in the increase? Or is that too far-fetched for you to estimate?
I really can't speak to that because this would be a negotiation that would have to happen with the Department of Treasury and Interior in terms of whether they would even authorize a shift in the percentages based on market share.
1 minute.
They have resisted that in the past. So,
Okay. I know in the budget is saying that I'm curious as how we arrived at, because they have it projected for us in finance to receive more than the 6.4 million for fiscal year 2024. So I'm just curious about
30
how we
seconds.
arrived at that. But the other item I wanted to talk to you about is you indicated on page 2 that PFA is a parent company at the West Indian Company Limited. Do you receive any proceeds from the West Indian Company Limited as a parent company?
no, they have not paid dividends in years.
Okay. Oh, how much is it that they owe?
Last count I recall was what, 11?
Madam Chair, may I?
How much?
Yes. How much do they owe?
They owe several $1 million. We'll get you the figure. I don't have it offhand.
Waiko. Okay,
Yeah.
so they owe several $1 million
In dividend payments.
in dividend. And have you been receiving any of their financials?
Yes, they report quarterly. They come before the PFA board on a quarterly basis and report.
Okay, but they have been. Are you working with them to actually get some of that money? Well, how much were they paying you before that you last collected?
Senator, they haven't paid any since I'm here in this position, but I know
And
that
that's
they
been
have
from-
been
since
having
when?
discussions. I believe they've approached this body about some sort of offset with the properties and whatnot. I don't know where they are with that, but that's a matter that would have to be handled between the executive and the legislature in terms of where that goes.
Okay, do you get any proceeds from VINGN?
No, VINGN does not pay dividends or has not paid dividends.
Are they
but
required to?
That's a good question. I have to look that up. They have not paid any dividends. They're not paying dividends. We do have an outstanding loan that they owe the PFA.
And what is that amount?
That is $30 million, but they have not made any payments on that.
And who's making the payments? Well, it's
Not
a
me.
loan. It's a loan to them.
The loan was made to actually start up the infrastructure work that VINGN eventually assumed.
And what was the source of funding that the PFA used for that loan?
It was appropriations by the legislature and federal funds.
Okay. All right. Madam Chair, I think you may want to take up on that if you choose. My time has been called, and I'm good with it. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leeway.
All right, thank you, Senator Joseph. So let's start with the CBI fund. So this year, based on your testimony, Mr. Simmons, the Virgin Islands received some 6.4 million in CBI funds in FY 2022.
Yes, Senator.
And the legislative projections were 8.5 for 2023. And the year-to-date projections remain 8.5. However, based on your testimony, do you anticipate us getting more than $6.5 million?
In 2023?
3.
I'm not sure who made that projection and on what basis.
Yeah.
We don't project the fund. We only know what's collected based on the reports that we get. So I'd have to understand with OMB and finance, I guess, on the basis of the projections. I was not involved in those projections.
Well, this is an important part because this is over-projected by $2.5 million based on what, and this is exactly why we got to look at these numbers. This is over-projected in FY 24 and FY 2023 by $2.6 million. So, we need to get some sort of what I would like to get or like to see is, so we have 22 numbers. I don't know if you have, I'm certain that you probably don't have it in front of you, but we would like to see what 2021 and 2020 numbers look like so we can make a more reasonable projection. So 2021. So the revenues have dropped because in 2021, let me see, in 2021 we're seeing 8.7 based on the Department of Finance fund balance, and 2022 we're seeing the 6.5, and to date for 2023, half the year, well as of March, we're seeing 3 million. So, so that's page 35 in the budget book. You probably don't have the budget book, but
no, I don't.
We'd be happy to share with you the information that came up from OMB. There must be some communication when these numbers are being put in our budget, because then we are making decisions based on. Well, we don't make the decision based on the numbers. We have the conversation, so we already recognize that there is, in fact, a potential challenge with meeting the 8 million as noted for FY23. Unless, we are, what March is, what's your numbers right now? Do you have information on what you've collected thus far for FY 2023?
In the
CBI
fund?
Mm-hmm.
No, I do not have that. I can get.
So how these funds are sent directly to DOF? How
yes,
is it?
directly. We don't, the funds go directly to DOF. We get a report from Treasury quarterly that shows how much of the Caribbean Basin funds went to Puerto Rico and how much came to the Virgin Islands. But the monies don't come through us or to us or anything. We just get that report.
But it does require communication, because you are the ones that's aware that Treasury failed to make the adjustment, etc. So that collaboration needs to be taking place, because we are projecting 8 million, and based on what we have in front of us, we don't see 8 million.
As I say, I'm not sure the basis of the projections, but I will communicate with OMB to try to understand where and how that projection came about.
So we'll have the discussion with OMB, because that's important for us to understand as we build this budget. Okay? Colleagues, a burning question. Any burning questions? Any alibis? Senator DeGraff?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was noticing that you have the fringe benefits at 47%. The way you're calculating for your vacancies,
Yes.
and everything. So 47% is a bit high. So with the $2 million that we're talking about getting, if you don't get that $2 million, it's just the vacancies you can't fill.
Not only the vacancies, but that is part of it. We won't be able to fill the vacancies, and we still won't be able to appropriately accommodate the transfer of the employees.
Okay, it just seemed like with the projections a bit high, the $2 million figure itself might be high.
No, no,
For
that is the
fringe.
standard for the fringe in our calculations. That's how it's
47?
done. Yes.
Oh, okay, because we normally use, well, for me, I normally see 44, so I was just wondering, with you a bit high, the $2 million figure might come now based on the amount of people you want to bring on. No? Okay. All right, we'll check. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
So basically, the fringe is the 31%, and then you have, depending on whether you're family or single, I think one is 12,000 and one is 8,000.
Right. It's our actual cost. You're correct.
And then the combination, if you have dental, is another number. So fringe is, I just, one of the things that we've asked the departments, and we have to go back and ask those that we forgot, to really give us a breakout of how they are calculating their fringe benefits. I mean, this entity that's before us is a little different, so I'm not going to get into the details of the associated fringe and all that, although we need to find money. But I don't have anybody else. Senator Joseph?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I got one question.
Oh, Senator Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. I will stick to one. So, Odia, what is the total number of rebuilds can the Office of Disaster Recovery state it has started or completed while working with the Housing Finance Authority?
And Senator, so I can understand the rebuilds relative to CDBG DR funded projects?
Yes, ma'am.
So the Megan's Junction property is one that was completed with DR funds. Vision 2040, the Vision 2040 plan, and also the tourism. There's a project for tourism that was completed, and the other projects are ongoing.
What are the other projects?
So there's the Randolph Harley New Generation project for the Watsillas. There's all of the housing projects, Envision, the rental program, Sisters Emma's Cottage, the economic revitalization projects. There is the Anguilla Dump projects. There's also several other ones that come to mind for rental housing, and also for it's Sister Emma Cottage, and there's one more that escapes me right now, but there are a number of projects that are being funded under DR. The majority of it, all those funds should be going to housing projects. What is the creation of affordable housing and or revitalization for rentals, including the Dunu project on St. Thomas.
All right, for time's sake, I'll reach out to you and try to set up a meeting so we can have a discussion if it's possible.
Sure, absolutely.
So that sparked my interest back to your federal funds. So you're saying that you are anticipating that in federal funds you would only generate $6 million in administrative fees for FY24?
Yeah.
How much did you generate in FY23? Thus far. Oh, let's go to 22 and then we could bring it forward. So we could have some kind of perspective.
Okay, I don't have 22 right now. I have 23
Mhm.
for federal funds. That does not include CDBGDR because we
Correct.
have that. Okay, 1.4 million today.
So you're anticipating that the CDBG, DG, DR would generate an additional 4.8 million?
In addition to, we expect to draw additional funds from the other programs as well.
Correct.
Right, so your administrative fees are low, so the departments and agencies share in the administrative fees? Like, for instance, you have Miss, who have not spoken to us all day, Miss Nicholas, right? So does Public Works utilize any of the administrative dollars?
No. So we reimburse it not from an administrative perspective, but from a project perspective. So for every project that she works on, we're able to take direct project costs.
So it's shaved off. So you are paid with the general fund under Public Works?
No, she is totally free. She's a gift from ODR to the Department of Public Works.
Okay, so never mind. We gotta hit Public Works again. Then we'll look at how you're reimbursing them, or how they're not utilizing their general fund. But I understand. Okay. Your federal programs, federal funds, projects, not federal projects, your bond projects. So we see that, we've been at this for a minute, and in every conversation that we've had, PFA can only have a conversation. What's the status of X? What's the status of Y? I see that you're now down to a budget balance of 52 million for these projects. But many of these projects stem back from 2006, 2019, they're old.
Yes.
And I think I heard you say earlier that the OMB, there's work that's occurring right now to bring some sort of a transfer of these projects, or reauthorization is more like it, of these projects. I mean, I suspect, based on where we are now, some of the projects don't have enough funding, so you got to collapse some of them. Things have changed. We've had storms. The projects probably look different because of all of those challenges. So I think, we've done this before.
Yes.
Okay, so we've done this particularly for Department of Education before. And it wasn't that long ago. We actually did this in 2021.
I believe so. Yeah.
2021. So 2023, I suspect, is the same thing.
Well, I think the objective now is to give education even more flexibility by just giving the money in a lump sum for maintenance and repairs, as opposed to project specific, which would help them to be able to utilize the monies more easily.
Okay, so those funds will be transferred to the Bureau of Maintenance and Construction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the total on the DOE, that's 3.4? Oh, that's not a lot of money. It's just a lot of little dribblings of funds that's left back from these projects. Okay. All right. And then, so is it other entities, or is it just Department of Education we're looking to see an axe come down to the legislature for?
So, Madam Chair, if I may, that includes sports park and recreation as well. They're also going to create, take away from it being project specific, so they can use it against any parks. And there's a portion of it also that all those projects have been closed out. There's a number of projects that have been completed, especially the DPW projects, where there's a little bit of funding left that is going to be asked to reprogram to some of these other key project areas.
Okay, so the one thing that I know that we would be asking for is, regardless of whether or not you're trying to lump all the funds together, we're going to still want to see what projects they're anticipating to use these funds for, because these projects have to move. These funds, rather, have to move. They've been sitting on the books for a while. 2012, I think one of the bond issuance was like around 2012, the GRT. Okay, Senator Carrion, Senator Joseph, Senator Joseph, Senator Carrion, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do have a question surrounding, and this is a ODR question. We were told by a previous department that they are now including their match for whatever disaster recovery work that needs to be done in their budgets. Is that something that you are aware of and we should look for from the other agencies? That was represented today by the Department of Finance.
So the Department of Finance have two projects, so that's why they are probably looking for ways to fund their match. But I would venture to say that that is not something that all of the agencies can do.
Okay, so I was under the understanding that this is a FEMA project, that their match would have come from the HUD DR, the CDBG DR funds.
So, yes, and Senator, those funds are insufficient for the amount of projects that we have. And it's right now, it's only $221 million in DR, and they may look to do another $100 million or so in MIT, but we're looking at $8 billion worth of projects.
What is MIT?
Mitigation, that's the mitigation tranche, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because that's a different committee, and I'm on that committee, so I could understand clearly. That was my only question, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Senator Joseph. So, of course, we got a lot of heat for the line of credit. I think mainly because of WAPA. And we didn't ask that question at PFA today, so that's the last question of the day. I mean, you know we will ask. So, where are we with the line of credit? When can the government coffers expect to get their $45 million back?
We expect to close this week, Madam Chair, hopefully on Thursday.
All right, so after the close, how long does it take to?
It won't take any time at all.
The same day?
Or the next.
Try, hurry up, put the money back in the government coffers, please. And then for Madam ODR, the HUD submission of the application for the WAPA matter.
The initial application was submitted on Friday to HUD, and they're waiting on the review and feedback from HUD.
Okay, very well. All right, so, but when did you say, Mr. Simmons? Let's say it again to the Coher.
Thursday closing.
Thursday this week, we expect to see
to close
the closing of the $45 million, First Bank of the U.S. Virgin Islands.
First Bank, yes.
First Bank in the Virgin Islands, rather, not U.S. Virgin Islands. First Bank in the Virgin Islands. Mm-hmm. And immediately thereafter, we should see the $45 million back into the coffers of the territory. So we look forward to seeing that happen, and of course, we look forward for what happened with that. You know, that don't reoccur here in the Virgin Islands, because it's the only way we should do business. We should ask, but what we do is we violate and then we get a little tap and we keep it moving and we do it again and we do it again. So we can't keep doing that. So we're going to give you an opportunity, both the ODR lead and the PFA director, an opportunity to close.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and the members of this committee for all of your consideration and your continued support. I really want to also thank my staff for all of the hard work that they do on a regular basis. This is 1,600 projects, and managing and making sure folks get paid and projects get moving is a formidable task. And every day they show up, and I really want to say thank you. And also the consideration to this body for the additional funding to continue to support us, and everything that you do to make it happen is appreciated.
I'd like to also express my thanks and appreciation to you, Madam Chair, and to this committee and all the senators for your your continued support of the Public Finance Authority as we complete our mission to aid the government in its fiscal responsibilities. I want to thank the PFA staff for all their work and diligence in helping us to continue to exceed that mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the central staff of the legislature as well as the post-audit division in particular for really crunching these numbers, and all of my colleagues that stayed here and painted with us today, and my staff, of course, and all of the testifiers that came before us. As we flesh out the information for the budget, what we'll do is we will make the phone calls and have conversations with you so we could understand exactly the direction that we need to move in. We were able to make sound decisions with regards to the 2024 budget. So, without further ado, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned.